every day is a new day. So why don't you just get up and go? No time to waste, what are you waiting for? Why don't you just get up and go?
Go and create even more with the new Globe Prepaid, because it's your imagination that will keep the world going.
Why don't you watch me do my thing? Just to be more, just to evolve, just to evolve, just to be more, just to be better, just to evolve, just to evolve. Every time the world spins round, reinvent 360. Thinking you gon' miss a good thing. Show the whole world nobody to lose. Why don't you watch me do my thing?
Take it to the next level with Globe's fiber, LTE Advanced, and 5G mobile connection. Now you have the power to reinvent your world. Globe.
Want to show some love to your fave streamer in Facebook gaming? Show your support by giving them stars and virtual gifts so they can continue their passion for gaming and streaming. Purchase stars to give your streamers on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Tap Get Stars to purchase additional stars. Select the pack of stars you would like to buy. Pay through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Now, you can start sending not just stars, but also virtual gifts as you watch different streamers of various games. Purchase stars on Facebook through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Also available in TM. When you want to level up your entertainment, G-Pay your way and get the latest games and movies on Google Play using Globe Prepaid and Postpaid. Add payment method on Google Play. Enable payment through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid and confirm. No credit card needed. Simpleng-simpleng steps para tuloy-tuloy ang purchases at downloads sa Google Play. Your safe one-stop shop for apps, games, music, and movies on your Android device. Use Google Play now through Globe Prepaid and Postpaid para level up ang entertainment. Also available in TM.
Guys, help please! Nawawala si Max!
No! Sige, tara, post natin.
Hala, pa-expire na data ng Wi-Fi ko.
Ubus na rin yung sa phone ko eh.
Ako bahala. One promo na lang tayo.
With Globe's first ever Surf for All 99, now you have 9 gig to use for all sites. And for 4 friends on any device. One promo for all you need.
Look who I found!
One promo for all you love. The first ever Surf for All 99. Only from Globe.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Valorant Challengers Tour here in the Philippines is back. I'm Ilustrado, your host today. You're joining me on day number 2. We're about to witness some semifinals and the very last quarterfinal of this leg here. And of course, I'm so excited. But before we get started, we do have to take a second to thank all of our sponsors who have made this happen. So, big thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski Philippines, and of course, Globe Telecom. Globe, hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Mage Punk bundle. Get yours with Coda Shop now on Globe. Also, thank you to our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator, hashtag summon your strength. And Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag OL together now, as Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app now and click on Globe Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. And do not forget, please, to follow us and like our pages on social media. It's facebook.com/ppglgg. Also on YouTube, it's just search PPGL on YouTube. But for the link, it's youtube.com/ppglgg as well. And it's on Twitch, which is twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And also make sure to check out our TikTok. It's at Hello PPGL. So again, welcome back here. Day number 2. We're getting deeper into the tournament. And let's go ahead and introduce the rest of the people on this panel. Joining me is, of course, the amazing and talented and wonderful, also very attractive Viminal. Oh, and Ling is here too. Welcome to the show. This is the Updraft. How are you guys feeling here today, Viminal?
No, I love that intro. Just kidding.
Yeah, I know you do, baby.
But,
I mean, what?
I don't know. I'm just really stoked to get started on today's games.
Well, I'm quite ecstatic as well. I'm quite excited to see all the games actually go down today.
It's just going to be a great one. We're going to see Bren right now with the new roster. And I think really that's the thing that's on everybody's mind. We've got Wits coming in. We got a number of great games as well. Let's take a look at the official schedule, what we're expecting to see here today. So for all of you watching, this is what you can expect for the duration of our stream here today. So we're starting it off strong. We're starting it off with Bren versus Wildcore. Ling, how excited are you to see Wits play again? Because I know I am.
Mine for Bren, especially with the new roster, I'm quite hyped on what Wits could actually offer for the team itself. And for Walkure, I'm pretty sure this is going to be another match for Bren, like a walk in the park, most likely for them.
Oh, bold predictions right there. Even though Bren took a loss, Ling predicting that it should be a fairly straightforward matchup. Would you agree with this, Viminal?
I'm going to have to echo your statements there. I think Bren is going to be unchallenged here right until the grand finals. It's a bold statement, yes, but a lot of changes are happening, and I'm pretty curious to see how it's going to play out, but I have a very good feeling about it.
Well, we do have a good feeling about Bren. They're now back in the boot camp. The passion is reignited after taking their first true loss in a best of 3 up against the Filipino team, especially in the grand finals in a 3-2 series against Hashira. That was kind of a big deal. Locally, I think this is quite significant here. What does it mean, Ling, that a team was able to finally beat Bren Esports in a best of 5 grand final?
Well, it actually means a lot. Not only will they rather qualify themselves as being the better team overall, but also giving a chance or beacon of hope for other teams out there that could give us a huge go signal that a lot of teams could definitely catch up, because Bren have had their longest reign ever, and this is where we could actually see a lot more teams to shine, given that Hashira has taken the first step here and a lot of teams could definitely have to follow.
Yeah, and speaking of past performances here, let's take a quick recap on how the previous games went, because I'm a man who not very good at moving on in terms of things. So let's go back and, wind it back, reel it back in. We do have the highlights from the previous day here. Hashira versus Galaxy Racer. Let's go back and talk about this a little bit, Viminal. This one went, I think, a little bit differently than what most people are expecting. I think everyone was expecting a 2-1. Many people were predicting Galaxy Racer simply because historically, Galaxy Racer seems to always have been the weakness or the kryptonite of Hashira. But Hashira came to play today, and Galaxy Racer maybe not so much.
historically, yes, Galaxy Racer has always given Hashira a bit of a hard time coming into most of their matches here. And I was one of those people who predicted Galaxy Racer would actually take the series 2-1. But of course, I was, pleasantly surprised, I guess you could say, by Hashira's performance. They were just so on point. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for Georgie and Ching during the first and second games there. They were just lacking in terms of firepower for most of the series.
I wonder why that is, Ling. It seems like the two players that I think Galaxy Racers rely on the most when they needed them the most just weren't really able to step up on the server. It was just Georgie on the second map, but by then was a little bit too little too late. And Hashira and their team play seemed to truly shine in this one.
They definitely did, but I'm still gonna be. It could possibly go and boil down to how comfortable they are and the level of confidence that they have, even after Hashira was actually been able to beat them beforehand. This is where we actually see the duels not exactly having that same amount of ego, rather the confidence, which is something that's pretty unusual for players like Ching and Georgie to actually have. We know them to actually have a pretty much good performance overall, but this is not the usual players that we see inside the server.
I agree. I feel like it was honestly Carl to really truly step it up. And you mentioned this, Vim, how Carl was, I think, the beacon of hope for the team of GXR. And we're excited on how good he was. But I feel like there were just some missing elements to the GXR's team play right there. It didn't feel like they were in sync as they usually usually are. And it just feels like there's a lot of gaps that we never truly saw before. I wonder why, though.
I feel like they took a step back in terms of their fundamentals, in terms of their crossfires and their disciplined plays. The way they take on those duels, sometimes they don't really use a lot of their utilities or perhaps peak the right angles to maximum effect. And it was kind of like a step back. GXR was on the upswing, and I was really impressed by how much they improved coming in together in a boot camp and having a new coach as well. And honestly, I was expecting much more from them, but it just goes to show that Hashira, on top of their morale, toppling Bren, is just on a rampage right now.
It's hard to see anybody really break the momentum of Hashira, except for maybe Bren, the people who they took down in the previous one. So we'll see how that one goes. But we also have a few more matches that we did see yesterday. Let's go ahead and talk about the second one, I think. The second finals that we saw yesterday, that one was a little bit more straightforward, much like we predicted here. Empire showing up on the map. They were very much dominant in the way that we expected them against a team like Fulcrum, who, and I will stress this so many times, a team that has so much potential. Ling, they're a great team. Maybe a little bit of I'd say messiness with the background and everything, but again, these players still phenomenal players with a lot of potential on their roster, just unable to beat a team like a truly established Empire.
Well, mechanically wise, you definitely see Fulcrum Esports being actually known for that. There's a lot of raw talent, and just like how we discussed yesterday, it's just gonna be boiling down to how will they be able to channel these type of raw talent and creativity in the right ways possible. A coach would be definitely be needed in their case, but similar to to what happened on the matchup, it was rather Empire trying to outsmart, outplay, and basically be the better team overall, rather not giving the same strats all over again for them not to be too predictable as for the VODs that were available for Fulcrum Esports to have a research on them.
Yeah, I'd like to add, that, Empire, they switched things up in terms of playstyle. This was not the Empire we were used to seeing, and they did that on purpose to great effect here. But for the side of Argelicious here and crew, for the side of Fulcrum, when you have a lot of raw talent, then you can refine that raw talent and build that team chemistry. It's pretty hard to build mechanical skill in a fast amount of time. However, for team chemistry, you can refine that in a short period of time.
I agree. It does seem like they do have the building blocks, and it makes sense. I mean, we saw great plays from Argelicious yesterday, and honestly, I'm looking forward to what else they can bring to the table in the near future. But I feel like it's a lot of grinding that they have to do as a team. And for me, this is all about access to good scrims. Their appearance here, their performance, if they can get access to good scrims, if they can maybe get a little bit more exposure to higher level play that demand the improvement of their team play, just like their matches with Empire, I feel like we'll start to really see them grow as a team here in the VCT, and not just in the VCT, but in SEA as well here. Now, Ling, let's go back to you yet again. Empire, though, they're looking strong, but they're going up against a stronger team, I think, later on in the form of Hashira. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, looking at their performance yesterday, I still see a lot more hope to the team overall, as it is not going to be relied on a single player alone. It wasn't just the usual Nexi show.
Yeah.
Each and every one of their members of the team had every point of contribution. Draxi being able to pop off, and not only that, EJ finally been enabled during those matchups that we can really see a huge and proper support system revolving around their duelists a lot more.
I like that we saw, so many players from Empire step up, because before, historically speaking, we'd be talking about version. We'd be talking about, the stiletto, historically speaking. But now, everybody's really contributing. Lately, it's been about Nexi. Sure, he's been good, and Draxi as well. But everybody seems to have a little bit better of a contribution now. As to what this means in the future for their upcoming games, we have yet to see, because tit for tat, in terms of the firepower, we still don't know if they can match up to a team like Hashira when it comes to the semifinals itself later on. But let's break that down a little bit later. We've got time for that when it comes to the match itself. Let's go ahead and talk about the third quarterfinal that we saw yesterday. And I think it was on everybody's mind. Alpha Esports, the Balikbayans, going up against the young and gunners, the young up-and-comers, rather, the young guns, the 6045 Pirates, who were unfortunately denied the booty at the end of the day here. Viminal, Alpha Esports, how, they looked good. They look not 100% convincing, but very much a very big improvement from what we expected to see, I think, for them.
Definitely exceeded our expectations, I think, for the most part. But it's kind of a mix of what Pirates didn't do and what Alpha Esports did right. So their success yesterday could also be attributed to the lack of cleanliness from the side of Pirates in terms of their discipline, in terms of their set plays, and basic fundamentals. Pirates was looking pretty shaky yesterday, I'd say. But for the side of the Balikbayans, they can definitely be proud of their performance. It is their debut in VCT, and toppling a team such as Pirates, which had a lot of experience in VCT thus far, is definitely something to write home about, rather.
I think it's very important to point out here that because of the fact that they won that match, they secured themselves a slot in next week's challengers in week number 3, which I feel like is the most crucial thing, because let's face it, they've had trouble qualifying previously. They have had their problems, and whether it's because of IGN issues or whether because they just don't qualify, I feel like this is a big weight off their shoulder that, hey, we can come back next week and play again, Ling.
Well, for themselves on Alpha Esports, I would definitely say that they weren't actually kidding about doing their homework on the local teams, because they definitely did show in terms of their performance. And not only that, they added their own set of elements on towards their team play that did show a lot more NA style type of gameplay, which is more on contact. And rather, I might just have to say, it's just they were a highly adaptive team, and I'm just quite amazed on how they defied all the odds and the expectations we had for that matchup.
I feel like Fireside Jin and the rest of the roster here, they can do so much more, but let's be honest, I think every time the Pirates really come on, they're a great team. Fireside Jin is just a really great player. So it's got to get to a point where the rest of the squad, I think, has to step up, or Fireside Jin has to, I don't know, stop hard carrying. They need to unlock the rest of the squad somehow, because I know it's there, but Fireside Jin is really just shining every single time, and there's got to be something they can do about that, Viminal.
I agree. And we saw shades of their teammates stepping up. 2GE had some amazing clutches. Flash had some amazing clutches yesterday, but still not enough. During the third game, they kind of ran out of gas, and I do believe it was Flash and Senior Carl who had a really rough time during the first half and barely had any impact. coming
Right.
into that first half, and that really eventually led to their defeat.
You know,
Well,
I
I'm
agree,
sorry.
Ling. And before that, because I have to move on right now, but I just wanted to say, I feel like having a star player who's really good and like absolutely tearing into everybody. That's just not a kind of panacea that you can have that will like fix everything on your team. You can't just be motivated by that one guy and expect him to pop off every time. There has to be a little bit more. Otherwise, you kind of look a little bit silly going up against other teams who are very well rounded. But anyway, let's go ahead and move on now. We still have the rest of the show to talk about, so we're about to go into it. The first best of 3 of the day. We're getting quite closer to it. But before I do that, I do have to say,
Oh.
we do have something special, a new segment here on the show.
Oh,
So for
boy.
all of you guys watching,
Oh boy.
if you guys have noticed, Ling, is something very interesting behind her. Why don't you go ahead and what is that? What you got over there?
It's hard not to see this baby because this beauty right behind me. But not only that, what secrets do my rice cooker hold?
It has its
What
own brain, right?
unpopular? Yes, it has its own brain.
Only
It
in
operates on its own.
VCTPH, guys. Only in VCTPH. This is like beyond my level of understanding.
Wait, before you open it, Ling, I just want to let everybody who's watching know the reason why we're doing this is because we've given Ling a rice cooker, and apparently it can speak. It can actually predict the future sometimes.
It apparently knows a lot about Valorant.
It does. It's a Valorant rice cooker, and now that we have this, I feel like it's like the magic 8 ball of VCTPH, and it's just gonna tell us everything. Okay, so Ling, without further ado, I'm gonna give you a metaphorical proverbial drum roll and just say, open that up.
Okay, just go ahead. Just cue in a
Do it.
music in for me.
Do it. I wish we had special music for this little bit, but we don't.
Okay.
We will.
Okay.
We'll get there.
All right.
So what secrets do you hold for us, rice cooker? Whoa. As much as you want to see Bren win, but stage 2 might actually have another team to compete for the Masters. Whoa.
Whoa. Okay. Some
Whoa.
premonitions.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, you might be expecting that, you might not, but we'll see.
Well, that's the premonition. Maybe it's the Nostradamus of rice cookers that we're going to see. We'll find out very soon whether the rice cookers predictions are going to be true, because that's a pretty hot take there. We should give him a name at some point. Okay, so the rice cooker will have a name. I promise you, audience, by next week, the rice cooker will have a name. Okay, it can't just be Ling's rice cooker. It's its own independent individual who can rice
His
cook
own
without
entity.
no woman or man or human. Yeah. Well, okay. Before
Yeah.
I die of awkwardness, let's go on and talk about the tournament.
Please do. Please do.
You can just tell we have too much fun here at this show, guys. But there we go. It's the tournament bracket that we're starting off with today, and it's not Hashira first. We got to finish the quarters. Okay, so Bren and Walkure, and then it's Hashira Empire, and then Alpha goes up against whoever wins match number 4. Linginal. If I say Linginal, it means Ling first and then move. Okay.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, Linginal, what are your thoughts on these matches we got today?
Well, for Bren and Walkure, I did mention a while ago, it could be a lot more straightforward than what we're used to. Bren, on the other hand, having that professional experience coming out from their 4-man team with that +1, which is wits, could be something that Walkure will not be prepared for. Firepower alone, I mean, you got to give it to these guys.
Yeah, and okay, speaking about that 4+1 thing that gets thrown around a lot here, a lot of people think that way about Bren, but now they have a new player in their roster. Is it still going to be a 4+1, or is it going to be like a completely gelled 5-man, and are they going to like basically run over everybody? So
I feel like the 4+1 thing, it works for a lot of teams, and it's happened historically over time, and especially in other titles. You look at the heyday of CS, and there's like
Mm.
NIP, who always had a 4+1. It was always Forest and Get Right and whoever else was there. Same thing happened to Astralis for a while. Same thing happened to Luminosity under Fallen when they couldn't figure out who they want, whether it was Bolt or FNX, whatever. And a lot of teams follow this formula of like 4+1.
yeah.
I don't know if it's ideal,
I
but
mean, come to think of it, yeah, thinking of Sentinels, it's kind of like 4
Sentinels,
plus
yeah,
10s,
exactly.
you know?
And it
I
works
don't
because
know.
their 10s is amazing. So
Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see how this plays out. But honestly, I'd still rather have Bren as a cohesive unit rather than just the four of them, and then replacing the fifth man, through the months. But we'll see. We'll see.
yeah, well, Ling. So we're about to get started into the next game first, but let me get your quick thoughts on this real quick. For the second game of the day, that's going to be that's going to be Hashira versus Empire. If you could give me one prediction on what you think is going to happen on that, how do you think it's going to go down?
Well, with their minds finally at ease, I would say Hashira wouldn't have any doubts onto what's going to be coming down on the semifinals. They're a lot more confident. Plus the high that they had after beating out Bren from the previous qualifiers, I'd have to say this could be a clean sweep for Team Hashira all the way.
Might just be a giveaway of a victory for them. We'll see if that becomes true. But we have giveaways for you guys at home if you guys are tuning in here at the updraft. So if you guys want to be the lucky winners of 1,500 plus Valorant points, all you got to do is follow these instructions below. Easy peasy, 1, 2, 3, 4. So like and follow the PPGL Facebook page, and of course follow the stream and use the hashtags. Don't forget the hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, PPGL Valorant, and a total of 10 winners will be picked at the very end of it, and we'll be announcing it at the end of the stream. So you guys gotta hang out with us, just gotta chill with us until the very end of the day. Hang out on Twitch chat. I hang out on Twitch chat. A lot of the casters hang out on Twitch chat. The Filipino casters hang out on Facebook chat. So if you want to catch us there and just toss around a couple ideas, maybe just throw banter for a minute, we got you. We got you.
Nothing more than that, please.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
For Asarai, and maybe I can't really make those promises. He's a smarmy guy. He's a smart. Well, I'm just kidding. But let's talk about languages now. We got 2 languages broadcasting for you guys if you want to watch in English or in Filipino. If you want to watch on English, it's twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH. And for Filipino, it's facebook.com/ppglgg. So you can tune in whatever language here you choose. We might not have a lot of selections, but we have 2. We have 2 languages. Maybe we can get someone to do hand signs or sign language or maybe subtitles someday. I think we'll get there at some point, Vimino. I think sign language.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that could be a thing. That could be a thing in esports soon.
First in the world, actually.
That would be cool.
If we actually do that.
That would be.
Yeah.
That could probably be a thing in the future. Yes.
Especially now that a lot of the people, I think we have a very large population of viewers who are actually who have hearing problems because it's online, it's easily accessible, they can easily watch it. So that would be cool someday, hoping to see it. Anyway, let's go ahead and talk about the rest of the day. We got the matchup. So welcome, guys. We're officially starting the day. We've got the first matchup on our hands. It's Bren versus Wildcore. Let's talk about our expectations on this match. 2 teams who we have seen a lot of times before. Wildcore really solidifying their place right now in the VCT. They're pretty much, I think, they're pretty good right now. They're in a good spot. I don't think they're in Bren level yet or able to beat Bren, but they're looking quite good here, Ling.
Well, I might have to disagree on that because given that how much they have that straightforward approach in basically any set piece that they have or on their defaults alone, I might have to say this is rather something that Bren with enough experience could actually been able to have a read on them quite easily. So I wouldn't say this would be a challenge for them, let alone a good day for Walkure to actually deal with the Titans right now.
You mentioned the Titans themselves. Let's take a look at the 5 Titans of Bren. I think we have the picture of the newest one here, just
Oh,
freshly
boy.
injected with Zeke spinal fluid. So let's go ahead and see Borkum Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vet. Man, it feels so good to see Wits here. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen him in any local tournament. The last one, I think, really back when he was playing CS. And these guys, don't get me wrong, these guys have known each other for ever. These guys have been playing not just Valorant. They played other titles together as well, and they were really, I'd say, a force to be reckoned with. So for you
Right.
guys who don't know, for the fans who don't know the history of Wits, Dubstep and Dispenser and Dubstep and Dispenser were on one of the best Philippine teams in CS history. And the other best Philippine team in CS history had Wits in it. So now they're kind of doing the whole anime joint force thing, and they're, let's all work together and become the best in Valorant. That's what we're seeing here today. My big question is, will this work out, Viminal? Because we know Wits. He is probably, I think, the best opper, or maybe the best jet that
Right.
we've seen ever in this country. And he went abroad to play, but they never let him play his role. Today might be the day we see him back on that jet.
Super curious as to why he didn't really play his role in Myth. He was known to be an initiator on that team, but I do believe that we're going to be seeing a bit of a role swap here for Bren. At least that's what I'm expecting. I'm not entirely sure yet. We haven't seen them play just yet, but of course, for those uninitiated, the legendary status of Wits is, again, he's one of the best operas. He's had years of tactical shooter experience. So yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting to see him on the field finally.
No, I agree, definitely. And we'll talk about them a little bit longer when we get into that game itself. But for now, let's take a look at the roster of Wildcore here. See who we got on here. But I just want to continue on this point real quick here. We got Wild Oreo, who is their IGL, Winter Love. We got Mr. Nice Guy, Flippy, and RU. So a lot of potential on this roster. But the question is, will they be able to take on Bren? Because let's zone it back a bit. Let's bring it back. Wits and Dubstep, they're both oppers, and they've kind of had very different styles. Wits is known to be quite aggressive, but he not always consistent in terms of hitting his shots, and he has generally quicker reactions, we think, than Dubstep does. And but he lands those crazy flicks. Dubstep, he's Mr. Consistent. He'll hit everything every time. He won't land the craziest shots all the time, but he almost never misses. Wonder if we'll see them both opping. Will they go for a double op? Will they change the meta of Philippine Valorant today, Ling? What are your thoughts? Will we see a double op? Is that what they're going to do with this?
Well, for the side of Bren, I mean, I'd rather not see that type of play to even come out, given that they literally have no time in their hands to actually have time to breathe, let alone practice a lot more strats than they're used to.
Right.
Because I know for a fact that this player turnover on their fifth man was actually so high that it might actually be frustrating for the team to continuously adjust to it. And seeing a double operator setup could not be the best option for them to run out right now, but rather sticking to what they know and could for the team overall to be comfortable with might actually be a good way to go. So Wits as a duelist, sure, but double operators might actually be not as good as we imagine it to be.
Do you feel, Viminal, that it has a lot to do with how much pressure Bren has? Because they, with the pedigree of what they have on the team, you would really expect them to be winning everything all the time, especially now that they have Wits. Do you think it's a little bit of a hindrance that Bren is always expected to win, and that's why they're changing their fifth man quite a lot, and seeing a little bit of signs of struggle and them being really unable to develop as a five-man unit?
I don't necessarily see it as a hindrance. And before, in the heydays of Valorant, back in my day when I was a young boy,
It's been out for a year, Viminal.
Team 5 was set out to be the best team in the Philippines or even in Southeast Asia. And they're going to keep on striving for that goal and going to be doing whatever is necessary for them to achieve it, I think, or whatever's right in their mind. So I don't necessarily think it's a hindrance, but let's see if it'll work this time around.
Yeah, I agree. But the two players that we want to kind of feature right now in our head-to-head, we're going to show you guys who exactly they are and gonna be an interesting one here because truly I feel like this is quite incomparable. Wild Oreo and Dubstep, the IGL duelists of both of these teams. Look, I've known Wild Oreo for quite a while. We used to play together in a different game, and he has just always been kind of a phenom. He's very young, but he's very smart for his age, and he has so much ability. As to how these guys can top frag and at the same time shot call, this is just so alien to me, Ling. I mean, the amount of ability and thought processing you have to make these kind of calls happen and frag out of your mind. That's just it's just beyond me.
Well, it's not as common as we actually see, but then again, these players definitely know how to balance both worlds because imagine having to think of your own individual gameplay plus what's happening with your teammates' POV or what's happening in your behavior on towards a map, which is something that's rather a challenge for the IGL to rather frag and at the same time being able to shot goal. But then again, we definitely see that he wouldn't have any amount of hard time that both of these players actually have, given at how much support system that they actually provided to make their jobs a lot easier, not think of what's happening so much on the game.
Yeah, and maybe it's just something that they got used to also, maybe they just know how to be able to do it a little bit inherently. I feel like that's something that we are blessed to have in locally, that our duelists are just so good. Hey, they can shot call too here. But what maps will the shot calling be on? We don't know, but let's find out as we go into the map veto right now. It is going to be landing first and foremost on Icebox, and then followed by Ascent and Bind, excuse me, and then we're following up on Ascent. Viminal, how are you feeling about these maps here today?
Well, I really do enjoy the fact that we're going to be seeing Icebox here. No surprise that we're going to be seeing Ascent as well as Bind. Bren, they've been doing pretty okay at Bind. They don't really do bad pretty much on any map, but then we previously thought to be their strongest map was Haven, and they were, we were proven wrong time and again after they lost on Haven a couple of times last week. Bren's strongest map just keeps changing, and maybe now it's Bind with their latest lineup.
Yeah, I feel like it might be because of wits that they do have. They have Bind, something that everybody can understand fundamentally. I mean, we said it before. The strength of Bren Ling was on Haven. It just felt so natural for them to play. Without Humi, that might fall apart, and maybe they're picking Bind because that's what feels natural to them now. What do you think?
Well, Bind is rather more actually the map that we expect everyone know to play in, which actually could be a challenge for both Valkyrie and Bren. But then again, this could be the safest pick that they have right now. Imagine injecting all these fundamentals, all these strats in the head of Wits right now, who could be rather overwhelmed with these type of ideals being forced upon him. So Bind map that we expect to all know could be rather a comfort pick for them, or rather a map that wouldn't have posed much of a challenge for the duelists to fully adjust to the plays of the team.
I agree. I feel like maybe they'll do what like Sentinels did and kind of just like just go do your thing. Wits, go kill. It might just be exactly that. Anyway, let's go ahead and ask you guys what your expectations for this are. What are your predictions, Viminal? I'll start with you, Ling, follow up. Who do you think is going to take the series?
Bold statement, straight up 2-0 for Bren.
All right. I mean, let me know why though. Why do you think this is?
Enough said. No,
I mean, fair enough, but give me something to work with.
Okay, here's the thing. It just really goes back to the point of them being woken up and sort of reinvigorated after their loss to Hashira. And it's really more of a mental game at this point in time. We know what they're capable in terms of strats, in terms of adaptability from their incredible track record. It's just getting into the right headspace once again. And I really do believe that Wits can fill in that duelist role. Now, you may or may not agree with me, but perhaps this is going to be a much stronger Bren than what we saw last week.
All right, Ling, what are your opinions on this?
Oh, rather they wouldn't. I mean, I don't really see Bren seeing Valkyrie posing as a challenge for them.
Mhm.
So I would echo in the thoughts of this going to a 2-0 fashion, given that they wouldn't really have much of a problem dealing with adaptability, adjusting to the team, because as expected, the map picks in itself says a lot on how Bren will perform, and I don't really see them having much issues um, trying to figure out what they're gonna do. So 2-0, that's a clean sweep for them.
I'm gonna say 2-1. I feel like Walkure, they actually have something to bring. I feel like they're gonna improve a lot, and I feel like it's not gonna be that easy to incorporate Wits into their roster. But I might just be totally wrong. But let's find out what the truth of the matter is as we go into the first series of the day. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's the continuation, day number 2, and this is the quarterfinals here at the Valorant Challengers Philippines. On behalf of the panel, Ilustrado, Viminal, and Ling, we'll sign off. For the meantime, leave you in the hands of the casters, because right now it's Bren versus Walkure.
Has Bren gone back to full form, adding Wits, removing Humi, or is it going to be Walkure that will finally have their shot to beat one of the top teams here in the Philippines? Well, we'll figure out in this quarterfinals. My name is Asarai, and of course, joining with me now is the one, the only, the Black and Blue. So how you doing, man?
Doing really good, man. Very excited for the games to come up today. This is, of course, the fourth quarterfinal here for our week number 2 of stage number 2. And so whoever wins this is going to move on to play Alpha Esports in a bit. But let me ask you the same question, Asarai. First, how you doing and what do you expect?
I'm doing great. I think I slept all right. I played a couple of games yesterday, some unrated, some D-ranked, but you know what? It doesn't matter because I finished my battle pass, so it's all good in the hood. But with regards to the game, I honestly, subconsciously, I would think that Bren would win this 2-0. But Dax did point out that, the production, the team for PPGL asked us what our predictions were. And I actually said Walkure 2-1. And
Really?
now thinking, yeah, exactly, right? So I'm thinking about it again. Why did I think about that? And I feel like one of the main reasons was to counter Viminal's point is I feel like Walker, or rather, Bren is going to be in a state of transition. I don't think they have had enough time with Wits here, even though he's a godly player. Yes, guys, I know he's amazing and everything like that. It might be too much great players who like to do highlights, but not enough support around the entire team. And I feel like Walkure here, on the other hand, with Wild Oreo being at the helm, has done a fantastic job at that for Walkure and their team. But we'll see how that pans out. Of course, it's all predictions and whatnot, and we'll be seeing that as this best of 3 happens. But Black and Blue, I also want to point out as well that a couple of the maps here might be maps where Bren isn't the strongest, but that was when they still had Humi. Now that they have Wits, there could be a different dynamic here.
Yeah, I totally get your angle. There might be, it seems almost like too many chefs in the kitchen is what could happen here for the Bren Esports squad. Of course, some of these players like Borkum and Wits, they have played with each other in the past, as a panel did point out. But as you're also talking about the maps here, I'm predicting a 2-1 Bren. And that's only because, well, first of all, they do historically here at the VCT start off slow. Map number 1 has never been their map to really win for the most part that we have seen in the previous series that they participated in. And more importantly, Icebox is kind of a 50-50 map with them, where in Walkure, they're quite good on Icebox, actually. And so as we move into Bind and Ascent, that is, I think, where Bren are really going to make their mark. And I guess, dominate and show their might. But for the most part, Bren Esports, Icebox, it hasn't always worked out for them. It seems like, though, that before this lineup, Bren Esports, their best map was Mind. It became Haven. And then now, as they have Wits once more in the lineup, with Borkum, I think, stepping back from that duelist role once more, he's going back to the controller at least, or, a flex situation. Bind might just be their best map, as we were talking about it. So I think that's where we're going to make a comeback. I think Walkure are going to start strong here, take the first map, wherein Bren gets the 2 afterwards. So, of course, as we're talking about the team here, they are Wits now part of the lineup. He even has the old jersey, right, on him.
Is that the old jersey, or did they add him already?
No,
and Vash
that's
seems
the
to be
old jersey.
just a jacket. Is
I
Vash
think
just a
that's
jacket?
the old jersey. Oh, well, look at the other guys. See the Dubstep here and Dispenser. They've got the whole arm part of it. Even their shoulder is part of the yellow stuff. But
It's more diagonal.
it is.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Well, Jesse Vash is kapoofed into, seems like a jacket and chair.
Yeah. Oh, and this is them back on the office for Bren for Bren Esports. So this means that they're back to arguably their full form in terms of their setup, because last week when they went up against Hashira, they, I think, were at home setups. And again, guys,
They were.
we're just pointing it out. Something that I think a lot of the teams as well would want to be able to do is play with their entire team physically, so that they get that more real-time-esque communication when they're playing. Of course, it is a factor nonetheless, but maybe now that's something that they can use up against Wildcore here. Bren do definitely have the advantage. They do have the upper hand, but this Icebox map has been such a 50-50 for them. They haven't really exploded in it. We've seen multiple teams push them into overtime, whether it's winning or losing. Bren still seems to have a lot of disparity when it comes to the chilly tundras of Icebox. And now, coming into this, are we going to be seeing dubstep on Ayoru? Because please, I do want to see the Japanese man come into the play.
I know you play Yoru quite a lot whenever we do stack, and so I'm sure you'd be a fan of seeing dubstep on this. Now, Yoru, as we are playing the 2.06 patch right now, he has been buffed on up, and so you're kind of expecting these type of agents that have been buffed to be played a bit more, and you can see their Borkum actually kind of hovering over the Viper, wherein Ryu actually looks like to stick on that. And so I'm very interested to see how Walkure are going to apply the Viper here. They did play it last week, though, on Icebox as well, and so not the best, because of course, they didn't buff that 50 insta decay as soon as you walk into it yet, because we weren't playing on 2.06, but now we are. This weekend we are on that Bucky nerf patch, the Viper buff patch, and as well for Yoru. And so I'm very curious to see how things are going to go. I don't think Dubstep actually committed to that Yoru, did he, at the end of the second?
No, he didn't. He went for the rain, if I'm not mistaken. And just to add as well, I have been seeing some teams in the Philippines utilize the double controller setup, because with the rise of patch 206 comes also the, I think, double controller meta. At least for NA, it's been a trend now where use Astra and Viper to basically clear out corners and dominate, or it's basically having like a wild animal mark its territory on one end of the map, and that's what Astra and Viper do for you. And it's very strong, and I haven't seen much of our teams here in the VCT utilize it, but of course we are on a different let's say trend of how we translate the game, and maybe just now it's just not comfortable for everybody, since we do love our double duelists. True. Shebang. Double. Yeah.
Round number 1, pistol, starting off here, and you can obviously see that, Bren walking in to the A site. Actually, a full 5-man push already coming on here. Walkure is going to be prepared for this take. There are 3 defenders on it. He's going to walk on through that. That 50 decay hurts instantly, but still, Winterlove doesn't have a care in the world. Wit's taken down.
Oh, Dubstep is here going to be on top of the site, but cannot connect the shots onto Winterlove. Do they know that somebody's down into the corner? But Jesse Bash, the balls on this man, just charging right out. Borkum behind you. It's going to be the one, but the connection from the Spencer just help him out there. His teammate is there to give him some love. That's going to be the shutdown. And it seems like this walk up from Walkure, it should have gone exceedingly well for their team, but Bren just also did the same, and it's got the better of him.
Yeah, I think they should have kind of played a bit more maybe conservatively, they didn't have to full commit into that full A main pusher coming from the Wildcore side. They did get that opening pick on Wits, yes, but even after that, maybe just, okay, you get the opening pick doesn't necessarily mean you have to fully commit, although I see why. They were already inside. They felt like they had to, and in the end, maybe just the wrong call. But as we're moving into round number 2 here, see, Marshall has been taken out here by Jesse Vash. Looking down towards mid, no information gathered from him yet. But the Wildcore side here, they're walking their way up towards B mid, keeping mind of their zones as well, not exactly extending further past that B main position.
That was just a dink for our Wits there, and the man of the hour for Bren gets his first kill here in VCT. That is just going to be a lineup for Borkum. We talk about how this man is just able to flex on any agent. He gets a 3K, and as his opponent, as Winterlove was charging right in, it seems like Winterlove had a choke, but it was only Dispenser. Take him out from far, shooting through the smoke as well.
Well, as you said, Borkum is the best player. That's why he's kind of like the flex here. At least he's the best one playing on most agents. So triple kill for him. He has 4 right now on the board. He found the first on the pistol round. And so spraying on down, making quick cheese of their Swiss. Walkure here, finally able to invest into some rifles, as you can see, and we're going to see what they're going to try now this time. Seems like a bit more of a split here. They do have that Viper wall all the way towards B to try and... Actually, both of the Vipers for both sides are here committed towards the B side, but as the push comes in towards the A side, it's going to be Witsy, the man of the hour, as you said, finding that opening pick to the nice guy. Not so nice this time. They do have some sort of alley to push up here towards the A side, but look at this flank already coming in from the side of Dispenser. He's all the way here at the bottom of this tube, and he can actually potentially catch RU out on this rotate if he does swing wide. Now, RU being very careful of that. The rest of the Wildcore squad already walking their way towards the A site, where in Bren Esports, they have 3 defenders there. So they're ready to really seal the deal here and stop them from even getting in close. Doesn't seem like they even want to play for retake. They want to take this face on, and that might just be the right idea. They put out the Leer. No frag being found at slow orb. Just the right job, and the recon will get some information. Actually, quite a bit. They now know there's at least 3 players here for Wildcore towards the A site. And once Winterlove swings wide, Dubstep's going to shut him down, punishing for that. Wits will find one of his own, and RU will get the trade-off at the very least. That's a double kill now for RU, and Flippy will get Witsy all the way down.
This is very tricky for Walkure, though. They will be able to at least save RU on this Viper, and that's going to allow them for this post-plant. Nice little angle there from Flippy. Spotting out Borkum, who's a bit too overeager, but Dispenser, of course, with his lurking ways, spots out with a nice little flank. This will put Flippy on an island. Does he spot him? He sees the corner of his shoulder and spots him out with the bullets, with the Vandal, and that's going to be Dispenser clutching the round. Might have been even more messy here, but we do see that Bren had everything under control, leaving it to the capable hands of Dispenser.
That's a bit of a lesson there. Like, if you were Flippy in that situation, that's why you kind of want to take a few steps back so that they don't see your body before you get to see them. That's a bit of a lesson there in geometry, but well, Bren Esports.
Angles.
3rd round on the board for him, and for them rather, as Dispenser getting that clutch off, of course. He's at 5 right now. Battle Sage truly coming alive. Flippy, 3 on his name. He got actually a bunch of those in that last round, as well as RU, and so now he's the only one who can actually invest into a rifle here. Vandal, they're gonna be playing this kind of like, you know, VIP strat, protect your president, and see how it's gonna go. But Borkumon just starting things off with a double kill already, spraying down through B main, and well, I remember his name.
This is the difficulties that you have to try to traverse as hitting up a Viper, especially when you know that the Viper's setup is already there. Can you really push through it and risk the extra 50 damage and not be thwarted by the Bren boys here? In any case, Winterlove is going to be showing his forces. Flippy is going to get countered here, and the pinch from Bren is just going to be flawless. Look at that. Dubstep picks up a quick 3K, and he's pretty heat up here. We're talking about how Bren, they're such a slow team to warm up, but maybe with the addition of Wits, maybe with this explosive player who's always hot in the hands to just go for those fights, maybe that also allows Bren to not be as inactive as they are when we start these best of 3s.
I just want to point out, this is one of the few rare times we've seen Borkum on a agent without the flash. He's normally on somebody with a flash. Name a flasher, you probably has played it in a tournament setting. But as we move on to round number 5, yeah, they're, as you said, starting off stronger than we initially thought. They didn't normally do this, especially on Icebox, but Dispenser, he finds that opening pick on Winter Love, the opposing stage, and that's a big find. Oh, that Aldron just knocks the paint shells back. Yes, bail on out, and that actually gets Dispenser the free frag there into Wild Oreo. Now Jesse Bash looking their way towards Kitchen. Are you again find this frag? He'd potentially find a second, but right under him is going to be the waiting Dispenser. So he realizes, okay, I can't push that out anymore. Let me try and rotate here and see what I can do. But now it's a 3v4 situation, and as they make their way in, make that a 4v2. Shut down from behind, though, is nice guy. Does get the trade-off into Borkum. It's a 3v2 coming on here towards the B-side. Spike is capable to be planted, but Ryu's going to shut things down here, finding that opening pick. Dispenser will get found. Dubstep will get the trade-off on him, and it's a 1v2 now with Spike down.
Lots of reads. If you're seeing the movement of Walkure, they have no information at all of where the opponents are. The only way that they can get some gist of where Bren is by trying to force the contact. And you can see, Ryu, he knew that Dispenser was there just because Dispenser was still shooting at him through the kitchen entrance, and he went all the way through Tube underneath on the entrance of Orange and spotted him. And then he was trying to figure out where the others were. And this is, and why I point this out is Walkure, even if they have Flippy, it seems like they aren't able to get that information that they need to work these sites. And a lot of the instances that we've seen them in these past 5 rounds, Black, has always been just a lot of contact plays. And when that is something that you want to play for, somebody like Wild Oreo needs to step up to the plate. But he's been extremely cold this first game with bottom fragging for the Walkure team. I know that he's been entry fragging and whatnot, and he really needs to step up to the plate right now, or else this type of playstyle for Walkure will be there and doing. The double shock are coming in from Vash. Flippy does get out of the way, but we are seeing right now that Vash has added more to his lineup arsenal than what we saw in the previous iterations of their Icebox matches.
Ooh, Witsy looking alive once more, where he is at home there on the operator. We got the frag, but the quick res coming in from Winter Love here, and a nice guy. So they're back to the full 5-man lineup, but they have burned the ultimate there, the Sage. Now it gives them even more ways to capitalize on this. The Killjoy, they know where the lockdown is. It's right around here on pipes, and so Dubstep, he can potentially get the frag and dismiss on out. Oh, and maybe even destroy this lockdown if he wants to, but Lear comes out. That's to back off. They're going to give it up and play for the retake instead. That wall will cut him off for going into mid, but he's going to be able to safely escape anyways. Now, they do detain a single player. I believe that's Jesse Vash inside the site, and he is taken down here by Argu. Now, here comes in Dubstep. He finds a frag on the Flippy as they're making their way in. That's another frag here for Wits. That's a double now for him. Argu will get the trade-off on the Borkum, yes, but Dubstep is going to be waiting here. He has full HP. He can definitely walk onto this, and oh, he actually almost gets it right onto Argu. Very low now, Argu. 2 HP on him. A single bullet will do him in, but he's going to find a triple kill still. Borkum, even after the res, takes him on down. Gets baited into it. A 4K now for Argu. Will he get the ace? No, he won't, as Winter Love will shut things down here and gaining Walkure for their first round here in Icebox.
Messy round, but that is the power of the Viper Pit, able to just dominate a site. If you know how to play inside of it, it's incredibly difficult to wiggle your way through as the opposing team, because there are ways to win in the Viper Pit because visibility is at a minimum. But the thing that always will be your advantage is once you get inside that pit, I believe it's like an insta 50 damage because of the buffs to Viper, and then the decaying damage, you can actually be like 1 HP if you're not careful. So there is a little bit of time that you have to try to charge right in on, and it seems like Walkure were able to just play around that. Of course, they can't use it every single round. That's not something that they should be looking forward to here, and they need to win these rounds before, rather without that particular Viper's Pit. In any case, it seems like Walkure are going to be working their magic onto the A side, already having one on top of L here. Wild Oreo, he does have his double satchel. He's going to be starting it off, and the catch onto Wits is the perfect moment to strike onto the A side. Winter Love is just waiting. They're going to want to get this showstopper maybe into the arsenal of Wild Oreo before anything stops in or starts right in. And as that wall drops down, maybe this is their chance. And there he goes. Wild Oreo trying to get a target. Will not get the connection though, as that was just the opening to the Raptors side, but this has opened a possibility for Walkure to get into it. While Oreo is into the top, Dispenser is already there, and look at the damage that he's done. Yes, that nade will connect into his face, but in the end, it's still Dispenser with the 2K, and Vash even dipping into the bowl with a operator kill by himself, also picks up the Vandal and shuts it way down. Now, Aryu, does he have enough time? Does he have enough prowess to destroy, to dispose of this delay on that post plan? He's got to have to make this happen because it's already half. Spots out the 1 onto Dispenser. He needs to get that kill, but it's not working out in the end. He's got no more Viper Pit, but look at the damage onto Zesty Bash, and he should be able to do this. Oh, he's running for dear life. He's not going to be able to do it. No way. Oh, no. He didn't. He didn't. 1-6.
Yeah. A bit too late on that, and so, I mean, honestly, that was a pretty good round for Bren Esports. If you notice, they burned all 5 of the ultimates on Walkure in 2 rounds. Now, Walkure, well, you saw that they used the Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper to kind of initiate the push there on towards the A side, right? And it did open up space there on the A side for them to get the plant off, but I think they should have just maybe kept it for, I don't know, post plant, at least the Hunter's Fury. I mean, the round previous, they already burned 3 ultimates just to gain that 1 round. And you're burning your last 2 immediately to open up the site coming into this. It's not necessarily a good use of, I think, like your ult economy, or at least not the most optimal. I do understand why they did it though, but I mean, you already had the pick. It seemed a bit unoptimal for me, and in the end, it could have won them that round. But Bren Esports getting the defuse off in his face, and they get a 6-1 on the board. But now Walkure, they are quite spread out here, actually. It looks like they kind of want to take mid control here, but they're being quite wary of it. You did see actually 2 for here from the Wildcore side walk in towards A, but they did back off from A main, and that tells us that they really kind of want to split things up here, especially with this wall actually going its way, cutting the A site in half. Seems like they want to try their luck now towards the B site this time, wherein the opposing Viper, which is Borkum, has been waiting, and he finds and strikes onto RU, the opposing Viper, as well. Winterlove will get taken down, but Borkum, a quick trade-off here coming from Wild Oreo. As they push on in, it's a 3v4 right now. The only player inside is going to be Dispenser, but we know what he can do. He's going to try and peek out here. Wall to try and help him escape. That nade won't be able to force him on out. Wild Oreo here, get taken down. Dispenser, a double kill once more from him. Flippy, swinging wide, he finds a frag, but it's a 1v3 here, Asarai. What can you do? He's trapped in yellow. It might not seem to really last him too long, but oh, he finds Jesse Vash. It's a 1v2 now, but Dispenser, I think he has his name, a bullet with on it. There it is, 7-1 on the board, and Bren are once more taking away with this lead.
You can see the movements from Bren. You wonder why wasn't Dispenser doing his lurking strats or lurking plays and whatnot, coming from B side to B long to the spawn of Walkure, but there wasn't really any information from Wits that Walkure was committing to the A site, and that's why they just waited onto the B long, and it worked because Borkum was there, Dispenser was there, and I'll just say it already. Viper, she's not a controller anymore. She's her own Sentinel, man.
Yeah.
Just because of the abilities that she has right now and the effects that it does, I think she's turned into a full-blown Sentinel, and having a double Sentinel on a B-long area where you could slow, damage, make your opponents vulnerable, it's such a disgusting way to defend it. And you can see the difficulties that Walkure have to go because the visibility is limited just because of the smokes. The push is going to be thwarted because they don't really have anybody to go on top of B-long. It's only going to be Wild Oreo. But even then, you can see the difficulties that a team has when you don't get that top B control, just because you're going to go into these tight corners where it's the left of long B or it's the right of long B. And either one of those can get slowed and poisoned, and then you can just get shot even without any confirmation for Dispenser and Borkum. They can just shoot through that, and if you get dinked, that's going to be a terrible time for you. And now Walkure, they had their chance. They had 2 gun rounds, and they got just demolished by Bren here. They're going to try to make some magic happen. Dubstep seems to be... he's taken down. It's going to be the heal for Flippy. Maybe it's a step in the right direction, but you can already see that Bren is starting to make their move. If they're not careful, if they don't check this right corner here, Wits has a perfect angle to just demolish them. But immediately, as Walkure sees the setups, as Walkure sees the darts coming out, they just come in here and just try to rotate away. If they go into mid, Borkum has a kind of cheeky little smoke that he is set up for himself. Now as they hear the rotations coming in from Walkure, 2 members of Bren are here. But if you can get dubstep, that's going to be big, but Mr. Nice Guy gets denied.
Well, I think he heard dubstep coming up the stairs, and so you kind of want to take a bit of an off angle on that, but still, I think he should have just held it as Flippy does find Jesse Vash. It's a big pick, actually, to find, considering the fact that Jesse Vash, well, I think he still did have, like, shock darts for that post plant, and Now, they're making their way towards the A side, which they initially had the intention of doing so, but Wits taking up here very low now here in this health. They have to back on up, and they're going to get the safe plant here for them. Now, they do only have Sheriffs, and Dubstep is going to show them exactly why that is a disadvantage. He's going to walk on through it, though, not a care in the world, and he's going to find a third frag here in a Flippy. He's making their way in. It's all going to be an RU. What can he do? Not much. He's going to get shut down. Wits will finally get his revenge. There it is, an 8th round on the board for Bren. Now, Walkure, this is, I think, a perfect example, Asarai, of what you were talking about just a round before, wherein Viper, she's more like a 70-30, where in the 70s a Sentinel, 30% controller, because that single wall coming up there and then dissuading Walkure from walking on into the A site is kind of similar to like when you walk into a site and you see like a bunch of either Cypher traps or a bunch of like Killjoy gadgets around that place, and so you back off. That's something that like Sentinels do, right? It's a Sentinel thing, and so the way that you play her right now is kind of like 70-30, where like you're almost like a Sentinel, but you still do have that identity of a controller, almost a similar light to like how Sage isn't necessarily a Sentinel, right? And so as you're moving on to things here, well, an 8th round on the board, and Wits, he just shuts him down, getting him completely confused there, trying to destroy the recon dart, and Flippy happily punished.
We haven't really seen this much from Bren. I think teams who utilize this a lot more, and by that, and what I'm talking about is these catch-off plays, has I think mostly been Hashira, Wildcore, and who's another super aggressive team, like Dreamfire. I think when they were still Dreamfire, when they weren't with Ching and whatnot. But Bren with Wit seemed to kind of work with this pretty well. This man is just fearless, and he's charging right in, all at full confidence. You don't see even Dubstep and Borkum do the same thing, or even Dispenser. They do it very slowly because they're tactical in their brains, I guess, and they just don't want to charge in. But with that, and the addition of Borkum, I believe, using his Viper Pit, this A-site's just for them. Unless they can catch Borkum into the smoke, it's just going to be Wildcore just hoping that somebody pushes out. It's not going to work. They're going to try to go for B. But even then, it's going to be Dubstep and Dispenser to hold the site. If Dubstep can get a kill, that's going to be perfect. But as Flippy shuts down Jesse Bash, maybe an opportunity. Another hole opens up, which is the mid into the screens. And this circumvents everything. The spot onto the B, the spot onto the A, this could work. But Dispenser and Wit is holding the crossfire, and they haven't shut down the Sage. And now it's only left to Winterlove and Wild Oreo. But as Wild Oreo does spot out Wits here, maybe, just maybe, a hope, a chance, a dream. 10 seconds onto the timer. He needs to clear out the site for his teammate, but Borkum is coming from the skies like a madman. Drops right in, spots out into the front Wild Oreo, and says that Viper just doesn't dominate the ground. She also has come from the sky with a bit of a high, and that is another round for the Bren boys.
Well, that's kind of like the problem when you're going towards screens there, is that if you don't have control, or you can't at least hold down the Raptor's position and as well as Boiler, you're literally putting yourself in kind of like a bullet sandwich, right? And when you do that, you see what happens there. 3 frags fall cleanly in the way of Bren Esports without having them to do much, and in the end, in a 2v3, a bit too hard to deal with. Of course, Borkum flying in like a bird, and he just sticks the landing too as well. That gains him the 9th round on the board here, Asarai, and I mean, how else do we put this? Bren Esports, they have too much firepower in their hands, to put it simply. Wits, he's already, I mean, we've always known he's nutty, right? And he's showing full use of that. Him being able to be on this roster allows him to, like, just go as aggressive and just do all the hijinks that he wants to, because he knows the other people around him are going to be able to hold down the line, and they can just be as aggressive as they sometimes are too. And so, Wild Oreo had an opportunity there, almost found the frag, luckily, for the side here of Borkum, able to escape.
Well, Walkure has used a lot more Wild Oreo peaks than before. Maybe they need to do something else, but Dispenser, he's got the God Wall, the God Boost. He's gonna get spotted out there, but I do like the nice little verticality. He's watched some grim YouTube videos, and Jesse Bash is just charging right out, no care in the world. He almost gets chipped by the Snakebite, but still, in the end, he gets a kill to the advantage of Walkure, or rather Bren here. Mr. Nice Guy is going to be holding the flag. He needs to win this battle against Wits, but he's holding the Titan himself by his lonesome, and it seems like Wits is about to take his head. He's got to be careful, because now the pinch is going to happen. It's going to be very difficult. The Snake, rather the Viper Pit, is here, but this is 4 members of Bren, and it's all left into the capable, maybe hands of RU. I like that he uses those smoke here to provide a little bit more cover. He's going to get spotted, but look at Dubstep point blank into the operator. What worse could happen? Minimum visibility, it's in the smoke, it's in your own ultimate, and you still get shot by an operator from dubstep. That is just pure, what's the word here? Humiliation coming out.
Pure
to
confidence coming out there
Yeah.
on dubstep. Like, he literally does not have a care in the world. Okay, you might be smoked, you might have to fire at each other point blank range, but I'm still going to pull out my op. I got one chance, and that's all I need. 10 rounds on the board here for Bren Esports and Asarai. Well, Bren Esports, what else can we say? As once more, so much firepower on these guys' hands, and you can see the exact effect of that. And Wits, a great flank from him as well to really force Mr. Nice Guy there towards Belong out of position. And the fact that he couldn't deal with Wits meant that their hold is pretty much all shot. If you don't have Belong in that situation, your defense is your post plant defense is rather dead. And so as we're moving into round number 12 here, we can see if things are going to be at least alleviated from the side of Walkure, but they do have the long flank already coming in here. He's walked up towards two, but Borkum, I think he's caught on. Oh no, he's made some sound, and so now Winterlove, he has an idea on what exactly the jig is up, and he does find a frag here in the Jesse Bash once more towards mid. That opens things up here. They can actually pincer here towards a boiler position, but will Walkure do that? No, they walk towards orange, and Borkum has just walked over him too inside the tube. Dispenser, he goes down taking two, and so what the flank coming in here. Borkum will finally find Wild Oreo, but it's actually Winterlove who's done so much damage here to the Bren Esports defense.
This is perfect. This is like Winterlove has basically won them this round, and now it's only Valkyrie to defend against the rest of the Bren team. It's gonna be difficult because I feel like they went up against the three high-intensity fraggers of Bren. It's Borkum, Dubstep, and Wits, but they have everything set up. Flippy is even going to use his ultimate here just for safety, just to kind of push them back as much as possible. But as Borkum finds the kill onto Winterlove, there's still an option here. Wits comes right in with the charge. Dubstep will be faking that defuse already, but they do get taken down one after the other. The setup, the post-plant mollies, nades, however you kind of want to call it for Walkure, it's just too much for Bren to handle, and there's just not enough time for them to execute that retake. And that was definitely brought back to life by Walkure's Winterlove. What a play. And now we're going to go to the second half with the pistols, with Walkure being on the defending.
Yeah, those basically AoE denial utility that they did put out kind of forced them to have to swing yellow when they lined up for Flippy. Thus, he gets a double. But we're moving into the second round here of the pistol, and Bren are going on the attack, which is quite the favored side here on Icebox. And so we know that Bren, they're a 50-50 right now when it comes to Icebox in tournaments, especially here in VCT, it seems. But at least this one, they are the 50s falling to the right side for them. They're up, 8 rounds, and that's definitely not a bad score to have. Now, Flippy, they actually do tag each other up here with these recon darts, and so they do have some information either way from both teams. Recon dart out, and Wits is going to find the opening pick in RU. It's a good opening find here that brings down the wall, and wow, Oreo, just a double from him with a ghost, definitely making a ghost of his own here. Actually made 2 of them too, and so this just completely shuts down the push. But Jesse, Bash, and Dispenser and Wits, they all answer back. Flippy finding one of his own, but now it's a 1v2. Dispenser is low. I'm not sure if he still has a heal on him, but Jesse Bash is holding the cross here as he comes on in. Dispenser will finally find that frag. And what a round from these teams coming on the pistol. It almost seemed to swing the way here for Wildcore, but Bren Esports, too much firepower, too much to deal with, and they get the second pistol of this half.
That could have been so brutal, because again, Viper's utility diminishes after 2 seconds, and Wild Oreo, you saw that he was frantically trying to get into under rafters for some cover, but he got 2 fadeaway shots, beautiful shots, mind you that. And unfortunately, it's still not enough to stop Bren. It seems like Bren can do no wrong in this game. Yeah, they've lost like 2 rounds, but they have read this first Icebox map significantly well. And now, it's been an age-old question. Can Bren actually win an Icebox map decisively? And it seems like with one of the top teams that we have right now in the VCT, it looks like to be a resounding yes. Now, Wits, he's got to look underneath him because there's going to be one. Never mind, Mr. Nice Guy was taken down by Dubstep. Out of camera, Wits is just going to charge right in onto Kitchen, yeah.
Yeah, just no fear in the world. He knows they've got the weapon advantage here. Borkum will find that frag. Witsy finding... Actually, no, it's Dispenser who does get Flippy, and it's all going to be in the Wild Oreo, but I don't think enough milk in the world for him to dip in would be enough to get this clutch off, as Borkum does find another frag here. Man, match point already, 12-10, 10 rounds a lead. To say that this is a molehill to climb up of for Walkure would be undermining it. It's more of a mountain. right now, Bren Esports, they seem to be at the top Olympus for this. Finally, Icebox, as you said, yeah, they very rarely do win an Icebox map very decisively, and this is one of the most decisive wins we've seen from them, or we will see if they take this next round on Icebox. Of course, only two of them got rifles. The rest now for Wildcore able to finally buy up here. It's a full gun round coming in from them. You see how things are going to pan out. I'm not sure if they're fully stacked up in utility though, but we'll try and make it work.
Did they even buy into the shields? So they were able to buy up, yeah, because they did at least fully save that last round, but you can see the difficulties that Oreo has to put himself in just to make these possibilities for Walkure. Because again, I'm not discounting any of the other members from Walkure here, guys. Don't worry about that. It's more of because Wild Oreo is this raised duelist, at least from that first half, he needed to make something happen. And it seems like everything was just neutered as Bren has every form of lockdown and every form of sight here. Flippy, though, this is something that they definitely need to. While Oreo does get the takedown onto Wits, has to back away, but if that spike tries to get planted, he does have a showstopper to, well, halt the amazing things that Bren has been doing. They're playing a slow, methodical game here. I believe one was pushing in onto two, which was Dispenser. He's about to get the flank of his life, but as you can see, members of Walkure have an inkling. It could be somebody here. And Mr. Nice Guy, he's not have a good day at this first game. He's not hit those shots and has really haltered a lot of the opportunities for Walkure to win these rounds. And Dispenser, he's just on a hot streak right now. 20-ish kills already on this man. And he's even able to bring back Workham to life. And I just want to point out that this is something that we would normally see on a team like Hashira with Hatred, who loves to go for that Sage. Dispenser, he's always the Sentinel, but not always the Sage, if I'm not mistaken. Dubs is going to be holding his teammate for the moment, as Winterlove does spot out Borkham here, but that spike is going to get planted on A, and win this 2 versus 3, we need to find that first kill ASAP, and that is perfect for Flippy here. Now, Dubstep and Jesse Vash, where are going to be situated? Oh, that's so bad. That's not good. And that's worse. This is going to be GG.
That's a GG for sure. It seems like Walkure were going to make another round. Seems like Walkure here were trying to, well, get that round on the board. They almost seemed like they were able to actually at the end, but, well, when it comes to it, Bren will get that match 13-2 on the board. And even though Walkure were the team that actually found those 2 opening picks, it was them in a 3-man situation at the end of things. And so a very valiant effort for them. But yeah, I think what this tells more is kind of a statement from Bren. They're back here. Wits has been working and is working now for their team. They're back in boot camp. They're back in everything. No excuses anymore. Finally, a decisive win in Icebox. And for the other teams here at the VCT, especially for Walkure, they have a bit of a story to really try and challenge here, because Bren, they're looking to tell theirs.
Yeah, a lot of teams definitely watching this best of 3 right now. Curious to see what the addition of Wits has done to Bren. And for this first game that we have, they produce a 13-2 against Walkure, who we know is such an aggressive team, who can do these setups, who can actually opt to initiate a site wherever they want and be able to take it as much as they want. In any case, guys, we're going to go for that quick break. And when we come back, we're going to finally find our answer here. Is Walkure just on a slow start, or has Bren come into this one with a new set of skills, a new set of weapons to come into the VCT? Don't go anywhere. This quarterfinals best of 3 will be coming at you in just a jiffy. There we go.
You guys should be glad you did hear just that pun.
And I will do it again.
Again.
Is
Reset.
it time? Is it time? Has public Brenemy number 1 come back, or will Walkure walk it off? I don't know what's gonna happen here, but this bind map seems to be, or will seem to be, a doozy, because we know that Bren is just devastating, disgusting. What's another D word that is something along that line? Destructive on bind? Yeah, I think that's pretty it. Delicious. Demolitioning on bind? I don't know. Anyways, guys, welcome back. Deceptively good on bind. Yeah, exactly. So how did you feel about that second game there, Black? That was or first game rather. First game.
Already on bind.
Calm your tatas, all right, man.
All right.
Okay.
We'll chill it down. Speak of, we are on Icebox. We were on Icebox, by the way. And so yeah, to say that it was a dominating performance, Asarai, that's a bit of an understatement. I mean, 13-2. What else can you say? They just came out here. It was a statement match from them. They came out, won that 13-2. Too much firepower on their side, to be quite honest with you. Wits, Borkum, Dubstep, Dispenser, and then the brilliant mind of Jesse Vash. It's one heck of a team to really be here in the VCT. One formidable team definitely to come up against. And Walkure, well, they're the first victims of this pain train from Bren Esports. And man, as we move into Bind is what we know them to be good at. But let me remind you guys that not only are the teams here playing to win, but you guys can win as well. All you guys have to do to join our giveaway, which we are going to be doing here right now, is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Of course, guys, that's on Facebook. Like and share the stream, and with the caption of the team that you are rooting for. Make sure the post is public, by the way. Otherwise, you won't be able to find it. And also, do remember to include our official hashtags, hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. The total of 10 winners will be chosen at the end of the day after the final series, where the panel will announce it on who those lucky people are. Get your friends and family involved. Get everybody involved. Who knows, if your mom wins it, then maybe she might just give it to you. Your papa too. But guys, of course, do remember to join our giveaway. Who knows, you might just be lucky. Sometimes some of you guys do win it. But Asarai, we are watching the English stream. Am I not right?
I mean, you're not wrong. That's true. And if you guys are wondering why we're only talking in English and you hate this particular language, we can give you a Tagalog broadcast, because we have 2 language broadcasts here. I don't know how I did that, but yeah, you're now watching at twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH for the English commentary. If you want to go to the Filipino commentary, guys, it's facebook.com/PPGLGG. But if you're a masochist or you're just a big supporter of VCT Philippines, you can watch both of these at YouTube, which is bit.ly/PPGL-YT. And the bonus of that is after every broadcast, it's going to be immediately uploaded on YouTube. So if you missed anything, we got you guys. If maybe Facebook isn't working for you or Twitch isn't working for you, it's gonking up. YouTube seems to be the most stablest here in the Philippines. I don't know why, but you know what? It's a nice little... It is what it is, and it's a nice little reprieve for us who might not always have the cleanest of Facebooks or cleanest of Twitch feeds there. But when that is all said and done, back to the brass tacks at hand, it is the second game between Wildcore and Bren Esports. Now, I want to point this out as well. Wildcore is no joke of a team, but Bren is just that good in Icebox, and I'm thinking we're going to be seeing something of that same remark coming into Bind.
Yeah, I have to echo your sentiments there, Asarai. I mean, to start things off, Bind was kind of like the map for Bren, right? It was their best map. It did move on to Haven for a while, but I firmly believe, and I think you share the same sentiments too, that Bind might just be their home once more. As they're coming back into it, What's this time going to be on that Breach? Very interestingly enough, I do like Breach actually here on Bind, so as you move into it, they're still going to be pulling out the Viper here on Audio, and it seems like Winterlove will be pulling out that Sky. I know you were quite a fan of that pick, and as we look at things here, Brimstone on either side, actually no, it's only Walkure that does have, then yeah, Walkure, they're a team that has had quite a bit of experience in tactical shooters. They also are a very aggressive team, and we know that they play Icebox kind of well. So for that to happen to them, 13-2, is kind of a big deal. And them coming into Bind, which we are kind of expecting to be Bren's home once more into this, I mean, they might just have the writing on the wall already, but they're going to have to prove us wrong first here, and I'm sure we'd love to see that.
Oh, we're going to see Borkum and an Astra!
Did he? At the last second.
He just, I mean, I was looking at the Viper, but either way works. So we're slowly integrating these newer or refurbished, newly released controllers for Valorant. It's going to be the Viper and the Astra Show. Walkure will be picking up the Viper once again for RU. And for Bren, like I said, it is going to be the Astra. I am so hyped for this because we saw it, I believe, yesterday used by Hashira, or was it the other day? But I haven't seen it used by such a utility-heavy team such as Bren. And now we're going to be front and center for this one, guys. Let's see how that pans out. It seems like, oh no, Ryu's not going to go for the Viper, if I'm mistaken. So he's back onto the... was it the Brimstone, or are they going to go for the double controller? My mind might have.
We did see, I think, RU right before cutting off in that Viper. Actually, yeah, he will stick on that
double
Viper
controller. Okay, double controller. There we go.
Yeah, as you pointed out, it's actually something we have seen more and more increasingly popular here, especially in the VCT PH. But, well, we did also say that Viper is more kind of like a sentinel in how you use her sometimes. And so, Flippy here pushing out towards Showers. Look at that dash coming in from Dubstep. Very aggressive, and Flippy's going to rightfully so punish him for a bit of an overextension there.
That was a bit too courageous for Dubstep, but maybe, just maybe, he knew that he was already pincered in, and the rest of the members of Bren were already situated on the B site. So, a bit of distraction, a bit of confusion will allow them to take this B site rather uncontested. And as you can see, Mr. Nice Guy is in elbow corner. First contact will be Wits, who is playing on the breach. He's played this with made in Thailand, if I'm mistaken. And Mr. Nice Guy, he's had some difficulties in Icebox. But when we go to the more desolate lands of Bind, it seems like he's able to connect these shots that he needs to. And this is Walkure winning the pistol, a much-needed pistol win for them to, I think, get their mental up right now. And Jesse Vash gets spotted by RU trying to stop that spike from getting diffused, and not gonna happen, bro. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, they well, stopped the book from opening in the first place here. Good opening pick by Flippy there on Dubstep when he did dash on in. And then, while Bren, they did fake, yes, the push towards A, and they were able to get the spike planted on B. Walkure just on point here with the retake. You see that they firmly held control of elbow, and that really allowed them to, well, surmount the retake here on the B site and the Bravo site. And once more, Bren seems to be taking their attention towards there. They do only have a bunch of pistols, frenzies, and sheriff is all they're going to work with. And Wild Oreo here at the Spectre is looking to make some minced meat out of the Bren Esports members. He does have a nade in hand, paint shells to really, well, paint this canvas wide, and he paints it red with Wild Oreo finding that frag in Dubstep. Here comes the Boombot out of Roomba. What will it clean up? He has to know there's at least two players there. You can hear all the classics ringing on out, and so still going to be holding his angle very closely. Fortunately for him, there isn't a way for them to actually force him out of this position just yet. He finds a second frag as Dispenser will get Mr. Nice Guy there towards B long. They do have control now of the B site, but this double hookah stack is going to be very painful now for Bren Esports to ride retake. Wild Oreo very low though. Spencer does toss out the Nano Swarm.
I like that little flank play that the Bren was able to do here. They did get a Spectre for Dispenser. I'm assuming it's because they got the kill onto Mr. Nice Guy, and immediately, look at this rotation coming in from Bren all the way from spawn. You don't see that every day, but that is going to be the spike planted down. They don't still have the best of positionings and the best of weapons, but this could work out. Spencer does drop his turret for some quick bit of information, as a lot of the members, if not all from Walkure, are going to be charging right in onto short. Got a spot at the one, but look at this big flank coming in from Jesse Bash. He will have a pistol in hand, and his damage is going to be done. This is going to pinch Walkure. They don't know what's happening. They don't have that information walking to the walls here, but Borkum is going for this nice little play on top of Heaven. This is working. This is working for the members of Bren. He does have to reload that classic, but I think the damage has been done. And with just positioning and a bit of thriftiness, yeah, exactly that, it's going to be a clutch for Bren.
What? Man.
The damn hell.
Just how? Well, initially, it kind of seemed like a done deal, right? As they lost two picks going towards that hookah position, but they were able to find that pick towards B long and gain the octagon control, walking the B side, realize, okay, if you guys are going to force stack inside hookah, inside mid, we're just going to go to the A side. We're going to beat you on the rotation anyways. And that's exactly what they do. Able to get the spike down and able to play the post-plant positions, make use of what few SMGs they did pick up, and steal around very thriftily from Walkure. And that's just by the book and how you kind of want to play these type of situations. Play your numbers game, play what you have, and put the tools to great effect. And that is exactly why Bren are at the top of the game right now. But Dubstep able to find an opening pick here in the Walkure because the stars and well will shine bright enough for them to gain an opening pick once more. Yes, they will. Dubstep this time is going to find Flippy, and the A site is ripe for the take.
I just gotta say, man, Bren has probably got one of the strongest bluffs in this game because they had no right to win that round, and with pure positioning and threat, just basic threat to Walkure, they were able to win that one out. Now, a couple of the smokes from the Astra is being utilized here, but you can really see that Bren is working with the timings that the Astra allows him to. Wits knowing that angle from Winterlove, there was no chance in hell that he's going to be able to walk through that, and of course, through the gravity well, through the gravity suck, Borkum just charges right in, and he shows to us that his Astra game is just as strong as his Viper game from that last game.
Dude, Borkum is so good on so many different agents, it's insane. I think the only other player in the VCT, at least in this week, that kind of is similar is Envy, who is also very flexible. Envy on Hashira, of course, is also very flexible on playing multiple agents, but for Borkum right now to put Astra into such good effect right now, you can see just the full utilization of it, her smokes, all the stars, shining all the lights, and so Borkum only a single one away from his big wall, and right now, this might just be what could turn the tide of the war. They are pushing towards his B long site, and as the smoke comes on now, it's a very interesting smoke, because when you see this, it typically tells you that the B site defenders kind of want to take aggressive control of B long. In this case, I think they felt the pressure and the push here from Bren Esports as they do find the frag, but the quick trade-off on a dubstep found here by Mr. Nice Guy. He finds a double too, but finally Borkum will shut him down. It's a double kill now for him, but still, damage has been done, which is very low too.
They can't really do too much. These pop smokes, I'll call them, you know, the refund smokes for Astra, really allow you to just block a bit of vision so that you can transition and bait your opponent that you already got out of harm's way. And you can reuse it. It's such a nice little tool for Astra to keep the opponents on their toes. So 3 versus 3, I thought it was a 3 versus 2 because Woods is down to like 3 HP, but it still works out in the end for Bren here. Dispenser will try to figure stuff out onto the A side. They've pushed him all the way here to try to fight against RU, who is on a Phantom. He's not going to be able to win this one, but maybe he can make a little bit of noise so that Bren can force some rotations from Wildcore and make them a bit honest. And there's not really any ultimates that can stop Bren if they try to get this spike planted down. And as Borkum just gets the perfect timing, as Winterlove gets that information play, this is just going to the way of Bren, because look at the angles. It's going to be double on elbow, one on hookah. So if Flippy pushes out here, he will get spotted coming out from Murder Hole. And if he tries to go here, it's going to be the crossfire from Wit as well as Dispenser. And this could be... That doesn't even need the crossfire because the pre-fire angle from Wits just takes the head off of Flippy, and now RU left in a 3 versus 1. This is not a situation where he can go in, especially now that he doesn't have his Viper smoke. It's gonna even be worse for him, and the suck. Oh no, the vacuum cleaner. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, that seals the deal. Borkum, a 4K on him. Witsy, as you said, yeah, it doesn't even need to crossfire. This man seems to have a reaction time of what, 150 minus? Seems like the man is, to say he's nutty is selling him short. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, Astra. The fact that, you know, Astra can initiate her smokes and then retrieve it if it doesn't pan out too well. It's kind of like a Green Hills buy, you know, you buy something, you maybe buy a I don't know, like a charger, it doesn't work, you give it back, it's like, yeah, it's not working this time. It's kind of like that. And so for Astra to be able to do that, it really helps into this whole kind of system that teams have been applying a lot, wherein you initiate, you retreat, then you retaliate. It really fits into that style, and for Astra to be put on a team that is as capable as Bren Esports is definitely a scary thought. But right now, what they have to be worried about here, Walkure, is this pain train coming towards the A site, because look at this, a 4-man push already with the short being held down. They're going to try and take control of showers, which they have, but as a bunch of smokes comes their way, you realize, okay, we can step on the brakes a bit. Let's try and reinitiate somewhere else and see what we can do. We've wasted some utility here from the defensive side. Let's see now how we can reapply our own and maybe make a push somewhere else. It seems right now that alleyway of attack will be directed towards the B site, and wherein there are 2 defenders. Yes, Wildcore does have a judge to try and make something happen, but the jury's out on how that exactly is going to pan out.
So here's the thing. Oh, that boost spot. It's not going to get spotted, but the shot will not connect from Winterlove. Honestly, well, actually, did it connect? No, it did not. And because of that, because Bren knows that there is only the Marshal at the spawn or at this site, there's not really much that can stop him. And Dubstep, he just wants to get those kills, those resets for his blades. Not going to work out in the end. As you can see, that a lot of the members of Bren, actually everybody is here. Wild Oreo is going to be coming on top just to stop the spike from getting planted down. It's going to be a messy fight here for the Bren boys. Are they going to be able to wiggle this way throughout because RU has the perfect flank onto Hookah. This could be the perfect pinch. Dubstep is about to get taken down by the snake bite. And as he drops in, it's only left into the capable hands once again of Borkum and Jesse Vash. Spike is ticking. Mr. Nice Guy does get spotted, and the double peek from Bren just ensures that there's no chance that Wildcore will be able to get that one back out. And Wildcore, it was a good fight, but it was a messy fight. And Bren seemed to have been able to plant the spike in the process, set up the post plant, and even have enough time to stop and get the kills that they need up against the Wildcore roster as they were coming in to that site. And Black and Blue, this is just not looking their game at all. Look at the kills. Winterlove is at 0. Mr. Nice Guy, Wild Oreo both at 4, while Borkum is just leading the pack at 8. And this is a 4-1. And what are you doing? What are you doing, Wild Oreo? Oh, here comes. Oh, not even a connection.
And Dubstep punishes him for it. Now look at this. I mean, they did have full ultimates come up into this round, but what have they gained from it? They've already burned 2 of them. Wild Oreo and Mr. Nice Guy have burned their ultimates, yet they still don't have a frag. They still don't have any really powerful positions. Mr. Nice Guy is going to be caught out here in the hair, and Whips will cut him for it. Winterlove will get the trade-off, but Borkum will get the trade of his as well. It's now a 2v4 situation. Jesse Vash is taking some damage in return, yes, but what does it matter when they're all the way here towards the B site and are going to get a free plant once more? Smoke's on down, the stars are going to shine bright, and that is going to light up the site, letting them get that free plant once more. Dubstep holding the flank now here in RU as he tries to go for the flank. I think Dubstep just has his name written on it. That's going to be it. I mean, 1v4, Flippy. He's not having the best game yet, and right now, just not looking too well for them. I mean, time and time again, it seems like a bit of a miscommunication here on how exactly things are supposed to pan out for the side of Walkure. Before this round even started, on the last one where they're doing that retake on the B site, you saw like Wild Oreo just hastily push on out from that hookah position without any seemed like call from the rest of his teammates to back him up. And now once more he does it, and I think it would have been better maybe with like a flash play or something like that. Of course they do have the sky for that, but otherwise I don't know, it just seems very, very messy right now from Walkure, to put it at the simplest. You saw there, he did have a good idea, and if it wasn't Dubstep on that jet, if it wasn't a jet, he probably would have found that frag, so I get it. But just so unfortunate that, you know, he's able to dash away, at least for the side of Walkure, and punish him for it too, wasting his ultimate, the showstopper, and as well here the stim beacon. Just, they've burned so many ults for 0 gain.
I think they knew. That's why they only sent out Dubstep for the initial peak. It's because they knew that the Wild Oreo's ultimate, you can check, guys. If you're playing any game of Valorant, just check at the top. If you can see that his name is, what is it? Man, for the life of me, I forgot immediately. If it's glowing, that means that they have their ultimate up, and Bren just knew. And that's why I think they only sent Dubstep out, because they had an inkling that Wild Oreo will have to do something that catches Bren off. Because this entire game, it's been Wildcore respecting Bren too much with how they position around the map, and it really has allowed Bren to get to do anything that they want to. And now, with Wild Oreo having his ultimate out, maybe he just wanted to have something like that. But now they just line up onto Wits, and this is not how this would pan out well for Wildcore, leaving it into Flippy, who is stuck at bench, and it seems like his time at bench has been done. There's a little big flank from Borkum. Flippy had an inkling. He knew that something was coming, but as we know, sharks cannot be stopped, and they will just gnaw at you, charge at you, and make a gaping hole into your belly. And it seems like Bren here, just a wild animal, charging right in non-stop, and Wildcore cannot counter. They just cannot run away from this aggression.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the sharks, they smell the blood in the water right now, and obviously the prey has been Walkure. But like that, you saw that push towards U-Haul, very misguided, I think. There have been better ways to do that. They've initiated with utility and done something more, but in that case, well, just isn't been looking their way. Dispenser will find that frag onto Wild Oreo here as well, peeking in from Hookah. So that gives him free control of the Hookah position, but they still do not want to make too much of it. Flippy taken down as well with a great Hunter Spirit from Jesse Bash. And Borkum swings wide and finds Are You Very True. Now, 5v2, last two defenders on the B side on the rotate here for Wildcore. SRI once more. Seems like we're going to go up 7-1.
Yeah, I mean, everything is just falling into Bren. Dispenser's lurk, that wasn't even late lurk, because Dispenser, again, I keep telling how this man is probably the best lurker that we have right now in the Philippines. His ability to read the timing on his opponents, that wasn't even it. He just charged slow, or he just walked up slowly onto Hookah and spot out, who was it? I believe that was Flippy or Wild Oreo he got. And again, these minute kills that Dispenser is getting is pushing Walkure to just, rotate out of position, out of time, and Bren is going the other way. It's caught them off unawares. Winterlove's just about to spot out one, but he looks right behind him. The timing could not have been worse, but maybe he can just get the kill onto Wits there. This is something. That's another one. He is getting thwarted. Maybe he can get the ace, and that's just something that could boost the morale for Walkure. While Winterlove just showing to us that he is not somebody to be trifled with, immediately boosting his kills to 5 after that 3K, but point still stands here. That was not the round win. Walker is stuck at 1, and Bren is just gashing at the wounds of Walker here, and non-stop aggression. Just beautiful use on utility as well.
Well, Winterlove showing his aim is still on point today, but do you think it could be a problem where they don't have a true sentinel on their side here for Wildcore? There is, of course, that Viper, but otherwise, it doesn't seem to be working too much for them. They have trouble holding on to the site, and so what it tells me is that they should try and play for a retake a bit more. They do have the Sky to kind of enable that, as well as the Breach and Sova as well, so that maybe a bit of a change up in game plan here, considering the fact that they only have a Viper as their kind of sentinel. So I'm curious to see how exactly you're going to flex into this, but they're already walking their way up here towards B main. They've given up position of it. The rotate has been pulled in from Wildcore to try and support this B site. You can see all 5 defenders are here, wherein Dispenser is still actually lurking there, roaming towards that A short site. So if he finds that this is open, they're definitely going to TP on out to rush the A site. That's what I'm being curious of right now. Recon Bolt on out. Cloudburst here to gain them some concealment, and he dashes on in towards this short position on the elbow, but will he get the frag? He finally confirms it, burning on down through it, but he's able to get the confirmed frag. Wits will find one of his own. Jesse Bash, that's once more a frag for Bren Esports, and here to 5-2 again. Sheriff's in hand. It's a great anti-eco coming in once more, and Bren Esports seem to be looking at an 8-1 already.
I love that ultimate from Wits. You know why? It feels like it's a better ultimate compared to... Nice little shot there from Flippy, but to finish my point, the reason why it's a better ult than if you just use your Rolling Thunder on the site is if you use your Rolling Thunder on the site, I think there's like small crevices or point that you will not be able to reach your opponent and daze them and knock them up. And even if you dash as a jet, you have to peek so many angles just to find your targeting. And after that, if you can't find one in time, you might actually get fragged yourself, which is risky. But using it solely on elbow, make sure that nobody can wrap around the site and stop you from defusing the spike. You get a clean kill onto the one onto the elbow, and you even have a sure shot at people coming in from spawn. And with Dubstep having a tailwind of his just charge right in, it just works so well for them. Now, into this 5 versus 5 we go once again. It seems like Mr. Nice Guys has had enough. He just charges right out with the Fury. And Dispenser gets caught. No more Sentinel here for Bren. You're gonna be spotting it out. Will have to shut down that one. And Wild Oreo was into the corner. Lots of bait plays coming in from Walker here, but it's falling really well into the hands here. Borkum, can he find a shot? Looks like that's gonna be a no. Now we've left it to Jesse Bash for the clutch. 1 versus 4 here, Black. But the thing about that is the spike wasn't even in his hands. It's all the way onto market. And he hasn't had no information whatsoever of where they are. And I just noticed this. Vash is also using the Prism Axe. Looks pretty damn cool. If you whip it out once again, look at that animation. But that's off the topic here, off the point. Jesse Vash. I'm gonna start with the recon dart. Is he gonna try to get the site, or is he gonna go to the teleporter and run B? Could be though. Could be.
Could be B. Well, I think what did work out for Wildcore here was that they kind of played with Bren's confidence. Bren knowing that, they're feeling it, they're hot, it's just push. Walkure realized that, and they're like, okay, you guys do that. We'll actually set the trap and set these crossfires, and when you do push, we're right and ready to counteract it. And I think this is a better way of them trying to receive the Bren Esports attack instead of them trying to, take it up front, go mano a mano and fight Bren with those angels, because they can't do that. Case in point, they will lose, simply put, when Bren, if they go up against a 1v1. And so what they will have to do is play their team game. Let them come on in, let them filter into the site. If they really want to push a short position, okay, we'll play the crossfire, we'll bait them into looking like we have a weak position, and then we swing on out, actually capitalize on the space we have given them. And you can see actually a long B smoker. That's exactly what I was talking about. When a team smokes B long like that, typically tells you they want to go for either ult charge or, well, take that B long control. In this case, they go for the former, and well, Borkum will find an opening pick on the Wild Oreo. That's a good one once more. And this is what I was talking about. You can't play those type of positions because Bren are going to check you and punish you for that every single time if you're a team like Wildcore. And you really have to play a bit more conservatively here on the site and let them walk on in and then capitalize on the space that you've falsely given them. And that's really the game plan I think should be here for Wildcore, because Bren right now, they're in the site. It's not going to be up to Walkure to respond, and how they're going to do that exactly is up to them as the post plant will come in.
Spencer spots out Mr. Nice Guy onto the site, and it has been the fight of the 1 versus 1s for this Brimstone and the Killjoy. I don't know what's the backstory of that for Valorant, but there's a backstory here happening right now. RU does spot out one Winterlove onto Dubstep. They know that one was onto the corner there of Shower. All he had to do was just wallbang it. But now into the corner, flash plays coming in. Borkum pops out. Oh, this is not looking too good. Winterlove into this one, and the Wits and Borkum, the connection on these former teammates, just overwhelming. They didn't have the numbers on them, but the flash and I think just the force on that pros don't fake thing to defuse the spike for Walkure was there and doing, because Flippy just never let go of that defuse. And look at that, just, or not Flippy rather, but RU. And it was just unfortunate for them. They charged one after the other, but they should have just maybe hold their angle a little bit more, because RU was the only one exposed. Maybe Flippy and who was it? Winterlove could have baited their own teammate, or Wild Oreo could have baited their teamate and just gone for the kills rather than defend the diffuser. Because as long as he can get that spike halved, that was already a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I don't think they should have committed to that, but well, the deal's done, and Wild Oreo will find an opening pick here in Dispenser. I think he's maybe feeling it a bit too much, trying to go for that off timing there and maybe steal a frag away, but heftily and rightfully so punished for that aggression. And now Walkure, well, it could be another 13-2, but let's see if they can get a few more rounds than they did on Icebox here over Bren Esports. Of course, it is the very last round of the half. We can see how this will be played out. Of course, nothing will necessarily transfer over to the second half, but if they can get this round, Walkure, that will at least give them some positive energy and positive momentum to bring into the second half, where they can hopefully win the second pistol. Right now, Bren Esports, I mean, it's a telltale sign already for you to see that Bren Esports are winning their pistol rounds, because in some of the previous weeks, that has been kind of like their pitfall. They're not able to take the pistol rounds away, and the fact that they're doing it here and Walkure and doing so good, it's already a sign of how much they're feeling today. But B site, I mean rather A site, firmly in control. After that 100 Sphere expires, they will get the plant off, and Dubstep will get the free frag on Mr. Nice Guy there. That will be the plant now, and well, here comes the showstopper. Oh, Wild Oreo does find Borkum, but they trade off on each other, going down the martyr here. 3v3 situation with Wits quite low. Trackers on out as well for Walkure.
Vash is all the way outside of the spawn. Oh, he saved his shock darts. He even has a recon dart for that. Oh, this is going to be brutal. Because even if they can get the kill onto Dubstep, which I don't think they can, because he just has his ultimate at that close range, it works like a pseudo shotgun, all right? If you can hit your right clicks, it's the kill. You only need 3 of the body shot. This recon dart's going to be so annoying because it's going to connect. RU have to respect that. And it doesn't. Oh,
yeah, he does.
He does. That's going to be a retake for Walkure. I thought there was more recon darts, or rather shock darts, for Vash to use to shut down RU, but I think he only had the one. And wow, that was so close for Walkure, and they were still able to squeeze in that victory. Every single round helps right now, because it's not only the points that they need, it's definitely a lot more of their confidence, because it seems to be a bit shaky here. A lot of these rounds that we've seen, Black, is, how to say this, they've been respecting, I think, too much the map control of Bren. Whether it's a bit of fear, it's a bit of just playing a bit more passive, they need to challenge some of these angles together, especially when they have Winterlove on that flasher. But we haven't really seen it as much, maybe because they got punished way too often. But it just goes to show that there is something that Walkure are trying to do. That's why they still have these 3 points, these 3 rounds. Now, as we switch the sides, they need to bring something more to the table. Wits and his teammate will be starting here on Octagon. Take a little flash there from Wits. But everybody from Walkure and their mothers is going to be charging out on Hookah. Because that Nano Swarm's right there. It stops him just for a smidge of a second.
Well, Spencer finds a double here with a classic in hand, and will give us a classic third. Nope, Mr. Nice Guy gonna get the trade-off out, running out of bullets, and Wits will get one of his own, as well as Dubstep. While Mr. Nice Guy, he does find a double kill coming his way. He's gonna need an ace clutch here to really win this round, and so, I don't know, might be a bit too difficult, and in this situation, they already know where he kind of is, and he's gonna be walking around here towards this long position. Will they catch him off guard is the question. It seems to be the case. Mr. Nice Guy, Wits, it's going to be 1v1. He will get pincered on, as Jesse actually knows where he is. He's going to try and crawl up to behind him, and Mr. Nice Guy, to say that, he has a deal cut out for him, a bad one, too. It's going to be quite of a thing, because, well, Borkum will shut him down, 10-3. At least they get one more round than they did on Icebox, but right now, 2 rounds away from match point here. Bren Esports are looking to walk away with this.
There was a Nano Swarm underneath Hookah, but there was no star from Borkum, if I'm mistaken. But that delay that the Nano Swarm gave, and that point where Walkure couldn't charge out of Hookah, I think Borkum just put out his gravity well, and I think at that point Walkure was just, you know what, F it, we're just going to charge right in, hope to whoever that we will be able to overwhelm the site with numbers, but it just lined them up. It's like you're Texas shoot him. Oh, Winterlove, he had the perfect time to just charge right out, but his opponent just jumped in. He needs to find this little flank coming in from the showers, but the damage is already done, and it seems like he can't be able to do that. Borkum, though, a bit too antsy with the charge out. Dubstep's going to be here into the corner, using the updraft for a bit of information gathering, but Wits has spotted where Flippy was. Fash will get the final kill, but it's 2 more rounds before we see a dominant Bren just manhandling the Walkure team. 3 rounds in this second map, 2 rounds in the first map, and like you said, Black, this is just not looking to be the game for Walkure.
Yeah, but what it can be is a learning experience, of course. Coming out here from the side of Walkure, they are, I mean, you learn more from a loss than a win, and so in this case, lots to be learned from them, lots to be applied to Dubstep, making use of that flash, but not able to capitalize on it. He had to pick 2 targets, and he went for the gap in between. Jesse Bash and Wits able to find a frag of their own, but Wild Warrior will punish Dispenser there for pushing on in. This leaves us now at a 3v3 situation with it possibly going either way, but now see this. Look at this fight actually here towards this market and like longer side. Borkum will find a frag in the Flippy. We don't normally see fights happen around this place of the map here and towards the lobby and towards the spawn, but they're making it happen. Seems to be Borkum. Another one. Wild Warrior once more in this clutch situation. I don't know, man. It's not looking too well.
There's a lot of emphasis to try to retake that spike, and because of the pressure already that Walkure have been feeling, they felt like they had to get the kills that they need so that it will be easier for them to retake the spike. But you can immediately see the lineups for Bren was just there to stop everybody, and you did say that this isn't an angle that you usually see teams fight against each other, but I think those gaps from the entrance to short to the exit outside of shower is enough for Astra's utility to just basically mess you up, and it shows. Pretty sure Aryu charged right in through the gravity well as well, and just got caught off. And now here we are, match point. Very, very decisive set of rounds for Bren here. So not yet the victory, but if you're looking at it from a perspective, maybe, just maybe, it is going to be the win for them. No heals will be had for Dubstep, but he hasn't even taken any damage whatsoever, which is kind of the interesting point. And Wits just lines everybody up through that gravity well. And here's the thing, that suck, it doesn't only suck you into the center. you know, like the gravitational pull. There's also a vulnerability, like a literal debuff of vulnerability when you charge right in on that.
Yeah, you would be quite the expert on that topic, Asarai. As well, let's talk about the Valorant game here. Flippy finding a 2v2 situation as he does take down Jesse Bash, but that seals the deal, and well, now we can have our meal. 13-3. Well, at least they get a round over they did on Icebox when it was a 13-2. But well, to say that this is a coming out dominating performance, a show coming here from Bren Esports would be an understatement. These guys, well, strutting the rut, and they definitely, I will not continue that
Strut the
rhyme.
stuff,
Yeah. Victory here coming in for Bren Esports, and they're moving into the semifinal. They're going to go up against Alpha after this, actually. No, after this. The third match of the day, and that's definitely a match to watch. But to talk about things, I mean, how else can we put it, Asarai? Too much firepower on the Bren Esports side, too good on the rotations, and too great in their compositional play. They're able to make full use of these different compositions, having Viper, having Sky, having Astra especially here, and Walkure just seemed lost in how to deal with it. I think that's one of the biggest factors, actually three of the biggest factors, of why it was a complete stomp.
I think right now we're seeing Wildcore come prepared, but prepared for a different lineup of Bren.
Yeah.
Maybe they weren't aware, or maybe they weren't looking forward to, or they just weren't knowledgeable enough to how to counter Astra plays, how to counter Viper plays coming into this one, because it seems with what they were doing, it's just the thing that they've been doing ever since we've seen them come into the VCT, which is Wild Oreo in the front. They got a bit of a little bit of support from Winterlove when he plays the flasher, a bit of support from RU when he plays these smokers, but it seems like the addition of Wits and this new set of strats that Bren has employed in the VCT has caught Walkure unawares. And now, like you said, the question is Alpha Esports prepared for this brand new Bren? I know that Ling talked about that that Alpha Esports are doing their homework and whatnot, but this is a different Bren that we saw from before. Now we're going to go for that quick bit of a breather, and we're going to be seeing who's going to be fighting in that semifinals. Actually, why am I talking about Alpha? Because it's going to be Hashira versus Alpha Esports after this. So don't worry, guys. We're going to go for that break, and the panel is going to be breaking it down. So don't go anywhere. VCT will be right back.
Game number 1 of the Valorant Challengers PH Stage 1 Week 3 semifinals between Oasis Gaming and the First Order. At the map ascent on the 10th round, TFO's Coco stood his ground and staged a solo comeback to seize the round. The grit, the grind, and of course the creativity. The fuel to fire these top-notch plays during these high-level competitions. Ever wonder what's going on in a pro's mind as such moments unfold? My name is Asarai, and this is Galawang Pro Gaming. Let's rewind a little bit. We're having an almost back-and-forth action from both teams, with Oasis Gaming the crowd favorites to win this matchup. This came out of a round victory to put themselves ahead of the First Order, 5-4. Now, on to the 10th round. The First Order goes for a divide-and-conquer approach towards both A and B sites of ascent. But as the round opened, they were once again lured into the trap laid by the defenders, and now they find themselves 2 squad mates short for the attack. Now, with the rest of TFO moving to Courtyard, slowly towards the A site, they managed to get in the position to spike up, but at the expense of 2 more TFO bodies on the floor. And for this moment, we turn our eyes to the First Order's Omar Coco Lopez, the Sentinel player and the man of the hour himself.
I'm Omar Lopez, aka Coco from the First Order. Cool info, si Papi Chulo ng Bren, siya yung dati kong team, yung una-una kong team, naging kampi ko siya.
His prior FPS experience notwithstanding, it looks like his agent of choice, Killjoy, is a key component to his laid-back but impactful playstyle.
Sa akin, maganda talaga siyang gamitin kasi yung mga abilities niya, kaya magbigay ng info. Kung magkikilljoy ka, dapat yung abilities niya magamit mo ng maayos para yung maximize ng abilities niya is magamit mo.
Going back to the game, after Zerg plans to spike, he got peeped by the opposing Omen. Short numbers and a very precarious position and situation, Coco needs to come up with something and he needs to do it fast.
Alam kong nasa A-main yung Omen, kaya nilapag ko yung turret ko, tapos minoli ko siya. Inaantay ko siya na pumik.
And exactly as he predicted, Ripper peeked towards the A site after he took down Zerg from A main, and he met the waiting eyes and cold barrel of Coco for the frag.
Yun, buti pumik siya, napatay ko siya. Kasi kailangan ko mapatay yung A-main dahil yung position ko, lilipat ako, titingin ako sa heaven, ma-open ako sa A-main. Kasi yung dalawa manggagaling ng heaven, kaya nung napatay ko yung Omen, mas napadali.
Relying on his intel and his good read on the situation, Coco turns his sights on the rafters of heaven in full anticipation of Oasis Gaming's retaliation. From being the hunted, now the hunter, Coco avoided the incoming 2v1 trade skirmish and brought the engagement into separate 1v1 duels where he is at the winning advantage.
Anong pagkapatay ko sa Omen, pumik ako, napatay ko yung Sova, nag-fallback agad ako para hindi ako ma-trade nung Killjoy. Nag-iba ako ng position, lumipat ako sa kaliwa, tapos pinik ko siya, sakto napatay ko naman siya.
And that was Coco going absolute loco to wrap up that clutch of a round.
Overflowing with the blood of his opponents, but Coco gonna be able to hold yet again 1v2 scenario, and that's gonna be Sova going on down. Coco right now looking absolutely loco, and there you go, he is insane in the membrane. The triple kill for TFO to clutch it out.
The VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines is still ongoing, with the stakes going higher and the competition getting better. How will you face this evolution?
As a team, syempre, everyday kami dapat mag-practice, gumawa ng bagong strat kasi hindi naman pwedeng paulit-ulit lang. Tapos, kailangan everyday may natututunan kami kasi hindi lang kami yung nag-i-improve, pati din yung ibang team. Gumagaling din sila.
Your road to the Masters starts here at the Stage 2 of 2021 Valorant Challengers. Welcome to the evolution.
Good luck and have fun and enjoy the game.
Don't forget to like and follow the PPGL page so you don't miss out on the updates related to the Valorant Challengers. My name is Asarai. See you on the next episode of Galawang Pro Gaming.
Bren Esports, the Kings, have they returned? We'll find out very, very soon. The semifinals coming up, though. But they have taken a very decisive victory up against Wildcore in a 2-0. And each of those games were pretty much quite a stomp here. To break that down, to talk about that victory here, we have a very special guest. The first time we're interviewing him here on VCT, we have none other than the man himself, Wits. What's up, man? Welcome to the show.
Ayun, hello.
Hey, okay. First of all, I'm gonna start. Congratulations, and I guess I'm gonna start by asking you, how does it feel to be back on Bren with former teammates?
Pwede ba Tagalog? Sorry.
Yeah.
Ayun, it
Yeah,
feels
yeah,
good
yeah,
kasi
it's fine.
kasi nabigyan ulit ako ng opportunity ng ganito. And ayun, it feels so good lang. Parang alam mo yun, na-bring back ko ulit yung confidence ko sa sarili ko.
I feel like you getting back on the duelist is really a big thing for you, right? How does it feel to actually, I think, play a role that you want and to play with a team who I feel like you're more comfortable playing with?
Actually, hindi talaga ako duelist dito. More on flasher role ako dito. Si Dubstep pa rin yung main duelist. So, kasi feeling ko mas comfortable ako sa mga support type agents lang.
Okay, that's very interesting to hear, and I'm glad you cleared that up. But now, I'm gonna ask you here: how does it feel like adjusting to Bren coming back? Because we know that they're a solid 4-man squad. Does it feel like it's a difficult transition, or do you feel like it's like very effortless?
For me, konting adjustment lang naman yung in-adjust ko since nagigets ko naman kung paano sila maglaro dahil sa mga experience ko before. So, ayun lang.
Yeah. All right. Well, one last question before we pass it off. How does it feel to be back in the country and representing Bren, and of course, to be, I guess, supported by the home team, all the fans or all the Filipino fans out there?
Gusto ko lang mag-thank you sa mga fans na sumusuporta sa amin, lalong-lalo na sa akin. It feels so good to be back, lalo na dito sa Philippine tournament. Ibang-iba kasi talaga dito. Yung scene natin dito sobrang laki. And nakaka-hype talaga.
Okay, one last thing before I let you go. Any shout-outs? Anyone you want to give thanks to?
And shoutout sa mga friends ko dyan and sa mga nasa Discord ko. Kilala niyo na kung sino kayo. Sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, sa Bren, sa Wits, and family ko. Yun lang.
Sa mga shorties.
Tsaka sa mga shorties.
All right, congrats. Laying down the truth from Bren there. I like it. I dig it. All right, well, congratulations. Good luck on your semifinal later, and thanks again, man.
All right, thank you.
You heard it from Wits and Dubstep himself. Shout out to all the shorties. Yo, what's up, guys? Hit them up. True legends right now.
Oh my gosh.
Link's kind of like frozen, so we're gonna just bypass it for a couple of seconds right here. Forgive us, as we know technical issues are just inevitable here in the country. So I'll welcome everybody back to the panel here. I'm Lustrado, this is Viminal, and this is the after image of Ling. I really want to get down to breaking that match down. I feel like Wits. I was very apprehensive here, Viminal, at first when I saw Wits coming in. I felt like there might be too much of a collision of roles on Dubstep and Wits. But, Wits just said he's more comfortable playing support type roles, and they can play double duelist with Wits whenever they want to. It might just be a match made in heaven. What do you think?
Now, here's the thing. When we saw the Icebox game, in which we're taking a look at the series highlights here, it confirmed that, of course, Wits is comfortable playing on Jet. But coming into game 2, I felt like he was a lot stronger as that breach, as that initiator, that flasher role. It just seemed to suit him more, going for those refrags and waiting for the opportunity as Dubstep was allowed to do Dubstep things. And I kind of agree with you that it kind of erased any doubt in my mind that Wits would not fit into the squadron. And I'm sure a lot of the viewers out here were sort of thinking the same thing. Is Wits going to be a good fit for Bren? And I think
it looks like the answer is
it's a resounding yes.
Exactly. I agree. It just looks like it fell into place. And this has been sort of the recurring trend with whenever anybody comes in place for a team like Bren. First and foremost, they have to have a very high level of understanding with each other that you only get when it comes to having ridiculously good teammates. And we never really... That's when Bren shined with Ching, because Ching, very high level player, star player on his own right, and that's where Bren shines, when you have these masterclass level of players on their team who just understand each other naturally. Wit is probably just going to fit in just as well, because they just have this mental understanding of how high level plays should be done. You know, they have a natural understanding of refrags and crossfires and strong fundamentals all across the board, that everything else is just so much easier to work on. If it's set plays and tactics, it's easier to pick up on that. And when it comes to international experience, well, Wits, he's got that in spades too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, and that's definitely something that's going to be under his belt in order to, enhance his team cohesiveness with the Bren squadron. I mean, all of them have a lot of international experience in spades, and I just like to talk a little bit and break down how they were so successful in that last series.
Right.
And it's not because Wildcore is not a good team. We know them to be a good team, right? But why did this happen? A 2-13 in favor of Bren. Taking a look at the stats, it doesn't really tell the whole story, but I mean, come on, Mr. Nice Guy, 0.2 KD, that says a lot.
Yeah.
And coming into this, it's really just Bren stepping it up in terms of their utility usage. Their utility game is on point. It's all about the utilities here. And we also talked a little bit behind the scenes, and we were just discussing, they are not missing their shots, man.
Yeah, they're not. They're hitting everything, and it's ridiculous. There's nothing you can do when Bren has all of their utility and their team play, and they're hitting all their shots. That is truly something to be afraid of. They're emblazoned. They're, at this point, reinvigorated. This Bren genuinely looks scary. I mean, I was watching the last two games, obviously, and they didn't look like they were really doing anything special, to be honest. It's just a lot of good fundamentals and a lot of good shots. It's nothing that makes me go, ooh, wow, amazing. But still, that's how Bren has always played. They hit their shots and they get the job done. They do the dirty work.
I mean, you can't discount the fact that they're bringing in a new agent comp, Borkum back in the controller. He's on that Viper, he's on the Astra. And then, of course, you have Dispenser bringing out some fancy new Sage tech. That was a pleasure to see. And, that's a lot of impact on the overall game. But of course, I do agree with you there that the largest factor to their success is that everyone was just so on point.
Look, let's be real here. Bren, they made Walkure look like, like they were just toying around with them. They made them look like amateurs. Bren was just so next level, and this is not an easy thing, because Wildcore, they're a decent team. They're not just anybody that you can just randomly toss around.
Absolutely.
They made it into the VCT, for Christ's sakes. But the fact that Bren is doing this is the kind of Bren that we're afraid to see. If they're able to really recreate the success later on today, I'm just a little bit worried about Alpha Esports later. Just when you think Alpha is looking really good, they gotta go up against Bren with wit. It's a
tall order. A tall order.
To say the least.
Alpha Esports, a lot of potential, but are they ready to face Bren in this state? And sort of, I don't know. It's sort of like a souped up, tuned up, hot rod of a machine. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
So you take Bren and then you feed it some,
some sort of
nitrous
nuclear
oxide.
fuel,
Yeah, exactly. Some nitrous oxide. You press the button, you get wits in there, and no, this is like a recipe for disaster. I think this is good for us. I think in terms of SEA though, like if we're talking about fighting up against teams like X10, if we're talking about going up against teams, like Paper Rex or Team SMG, well, this is going to boost our chances. I feel like it. But let's talk about the MVP right now, who the best performing individual member was. And welcome back. Ling is back here. Look like you're finally back with us. So welcome here as we talk about the MVP. Ling, the previous game was a complete shutout, and Wits was the MVP. The first time he's come and played for VCT, he ends up getting the MVP on Breach nonetheless.
Well, I'm not exactly quite surprised on how comfortable this agent, rather this player, looked like playing around this team. And then again, you'd still see how much he actually learned from that international experience playing for the initiator and applying these type of learnings, applying these type of experience here on the Philippine scene. And might have to say, whatever role that he actually played in during the series, he didn't have any point of difficulty in having this adjustment period. This player has that ability to adapt, and it actually shows on how the series actually went.
I agree. It just seemed like it just gelled naturally. But then that always sort of comes when you have a new member on the squad. And I always say this, it's either one of two things. It's either they hit a brilliant honeymoon phase where they wreck everyone, and we've seen this happen with multiple teams in the past before. Obviously, the Sentinels, they've done the same thing, with tens and everything. The same thing happened with 100 Thieves when they freshly came out. And this is, the new team, good energy. But will it last, Vin?
I mean, it's kind of like meeting that person you haven't seen in a long time, an old friend, or perhaps making a new friend. And sometimes, even if you don't know the person for a long time, you just kind of click, kind of like you and I guess. I could say. But it might be okay. Thanks for throwing me on
I'm
the
not
bus.
sorry. I just made this weird, didn't I? But
okay. I was trying to be nice, but okay. It might last, but time will tell, because even if they do make it to the grand finals, they're gonna be, possibly coming up against Empire Hashira, which is another benchmark, another true test for them, for this new roster, and I can't wait.
I agree here. Ling, I'm gonna get your thoughts real quick. How do you feel like the next match is a little bit later on though, but up against a team like Empire or Hashira, Ling, how do you think this new Bren is gonna do given what we've just seen?
Well, Bren is just starting to get back on their feet, and I wouldn't be surprised that Hashira might actually kind of felt a little bit of shock in there, or probably quite surprised that it happened too soon before everyone did. And yeah, they're trying to go back. They're trying to go back to what we're accustomed to.
Yeah, but I will think they'll get there eventually. But in the meantime, of course, excuse me, do want to take some time to thank our sponsors. Of course, over the break, we had some time to check out the new products and stuff they had to offer. But now let's talk about them in particular. So a big thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski and Globe Telecom. Reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Mage Punk bundle. Get yours now on Coda Shop with Globe. And of course, thank you to our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator, #summon your strength. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get #OL together now. As Virtual Hangout Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts, and check us out, PPGL, on all of our social media platforms. That's Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. It's PPGLGG. And Twitch is twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. We also have a fun little TikTok. It's at PPGL. At Hello PPGL. So that's about it for our sponsors for now. But what about you guys? Can you be winners yourselves? We're giving away some really cool things. 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points is up for grabs. We're picking 10 winners at the end of each day. And if you want to be the lucky winner yourself, all you got to do is follow the instructions below, like and share the page, and of course the stream, and share, of course, which team you are rooting for. Use the hashtags. Make sure it's public, just so we can find it. Because if you set it to only friends or private, obviously we can't see that. So we'll be picking out the winners at the end of the day, and we'll be announcing them on the following streams, whether they're in English or in Filipino. So if you want to find out whether you're the magical winner of this 1,500 plus Valorant points in English, you can check it out on the English stream here, which is over here on Twitch, and on Facebook, it's going to be the Filipino stream, which is facebook.com/ppglgg. And Twitch is obviously twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH. Now, all of that aside, let's go ahead and talk about the next match that we've got coming up for you guys. So Welcome back to the updraft here, and you're joining me, Illustrato, Viminal, and Ling. We're about to get started with the second series of the day after a crushing defeat from Walkure in the first one. Now, Viminal, let me get your thoughts on this one. We're going to be seeing, I think, one of the matches that we've been waiting for. I think a rivalry of old here. It's going to be Hashira versus Empire. What are your thoughts?
A tale as old as time, as they say. It's just Hashira being the best they've ever been, Empire with a relatively new roster, but they've been on the upswing as well. We've seen signs of evolution from the Empire roster. Yesterday, they brought a lot of new stuff to the table. Different play style, different mindset, very convincing against Fulcrum Esports. But will they be able to stand up to the defending champs here as we take a look at the Hashira roster?
Yeah, the defending champs themselves, as you know, such a strong roster from these guys. Definitely a big improvement over time. 2766, Hatred, Envy, Jeremy, and Rabbit, and of course a 6-man Amix. I'm going to say this right now. 2766, he's really, I think, a point that we have failed Ling to talk about a lot. But the improvement of 2766. He always started in VCT Challengers, Stage 1, just always at the bottom, always sort of like lagging behind everybody else. But now he's clutching rounds, he's winning rounds, he's top fragging. At some point yesterday, he was 14-2, if I'm not mistaken, before even halftime score. Just the growth of this individual player has been amazing, including all the rest of the members of Hashira.
Well, true. There's always going to be a period of adjustment rather, that each and every player actually has once they are actually transferring from one team at a time. This actually happens once they actually try to adjust what type of play style that Hashira is trying to do. And I'm quite glad, just how we said, that Hashira is one of the fastest improving team, and it already came to a point that no member is going to be left right behind. You'd see how much everyone is basically running at the same pace, and rather this time around, I definitely see that they definitely have been showing these improvements each tournament that we see them in, and I'm quite glad that they are actually being more consistent more than they actually are, and we will definitely want to see and hear more of them for this matchup and rather for the future.
Yeah. And honestly, one of the reasons why I became a big fan of Hashira is just the play style, Viminal. Is the way that they play has always just been historically so exciting. They started off with ridiculously fun, exciting to watch plays, albeit these plays were a little bit meretricious, a little bit facetious sometimes. But for the most part, they were interesting and fun to watch. But the moment that they built those substances, the substance behind that squad just became so much stronger for them as a team. Now let's take a little bit of a look. Excuse me, words are tough today. Empire. Let's take a look at their Empire roster and see which of these players now should we take a quick look at. And we've talked about Nexi at length so many times before, but I think, Viminal, you and I are at this understanding that Symbol has just been off the charts lately.
I was going to say, you completely read my mind back there. Symbol yesterday was just a sight to see. A lot of impact for his team. Definitely, I think, very understated in this squadron so far. When, we always talk about Egypt. We always talk about Nexi. They were firing in all cylinders yesterday, but it was also Symbol who was right up there together with those stalwarts. Now, again, this roster has shown us a different side of them. Can they be consistent playing in this more explosive play style, less structured that we're used to seeing them, less methodical in a sense? So that to me is the big question mark in my head.
It seemed to me that when Virgin left the roster of Empire, and it just ended up sort of becoming like this weird fever dream.
They were in
where,
dire straits.
Exactly. It was, and now they've sort of picked it back up. They've made the adjustments. Even after Stiletto left, they were kind of looking very lost. But Ling, nowadays, I feel like they're a lot stronger. But the question is, will it be enough to defeat a team like Hashira?
Well, you look at the common denominator that both teams actually have for Hashira and for Empire right now is that both teams went up against Bren, and I'm pretty sure everyone is quite aware of that. And looking at the side of things, I would definitely have to say that we don't really know for sure if their performance against that common denominator would be a huge indicator, but
Right.
rather I see this more of them trying to benchmark their foundations in terms of like their team play, which is obviously a lot better than what we used to see them. You could look at players like Symbol, EJ finally stepping up. It's only because there's a lot more structure to their plays, which is something that wasn't exactly present as of the before.
Yeah, and we just saw the head-to-head right there in Envy, someone that we have talked about as well at length, who has been, I think, one of the fastest growing players in the scene. He used to always be quite strong, but never to this effect that he's just playing ridiculous amount of heroes, agents, excuse me, heroes, champions maybe should I have said champions, agents, and just performing ridiculously as well. Let's take a look at the map video though and find out where players like Envy will be adjusting to and which hero agent. I just did it again. Something about today is just not right. Not right here, but we're starting on Haven, and this is the pick of Empire. And I'm not surprised about this because this is where they beat Bren. However, we're ending up on Ascent, which is, Hashira's arguable best map, and Split, which they beat Empire on last time as well. What are your thoughts, Viminal?
Yeah, Haven, no surprise here that Empire selected this map. They're banking on riding that momentum, riding on the confidence of that victory against a team like Bren. But I think Hashira has definitely won the map draft here. Again, Ascent, their really strong map, and then Split. I'm sure they know what to do there with Envy just being able to flex different agents. I think chances are looking pretty good for Hashira.
Yeah, I think that if they got Bind for the Decider map, it would have been the perfect thing for Hashira there. But Split I think this makes it a little bit more close. But let's go ahead and talk about your predictions, guys. Linginal, tell me, who do you think is going to take this series and what scoreline are we going to see and why?
Well, I'm kind of torn of what I'm seeing here right now. I mean, as much as I try to favor Hashira, I mean, Empire still has a lot more to offer as a team. And might have to say I'd give this a 2-1. I'd give it for Hashira. I'd give this for Hashira.
All right, fair
The
play,
map
fair
picks
play.
alone.
Viminal.
All right, for me, I think this is going to be another straightforward series. Hashira has evolved into a new form. The Demon Slayers have become the demons in and of themselves. I think it's going to be a 2-0 against SV Empire.
All right. Well, I think if the maps had been different, I would have said 2-0. But since they're starting on Haven, yeah, I feel like Empire might have a chance at that, especially since Hashira, they actually took a loss against Bren in that last one. But we'll find out. But my prediction is 2-1 Hashira. They'll win the last two maps in the end. But yeah, we'll find out whether that's true or not. We're about to get ready and go into the series itself. It's Hashira versus none other than old arch rivals Empire.
It was demanded of me that I needed to reprimand myself to fix the errors that I have done. It is, guys, going to be Hashira versus SV Empire, not Alpha Esports, apparently. you know what? It would have been a nice best of 3. But this is the true best of 3 semifinals. It is again Hashira versus SB Empire. Again, Hashira versus SB Empire. My name is Asler, and of course, joining with me now is the one, the only, the Dax.
Oh, thank you, man. The thing is, it might happen. If the cards do align for those two teams, they might meet each other in the grand finals. Maybe you're just a day ahead of yourself in terms of the intros, but we'll find out if that is going to be a possibility, because this is interesting. A blast from the past kind of rivalry, really showing us what is the future of the Challengers of Philippines scene. Because when you look at it, you have SB Empire on one side with former members of Team Hashira in their roster. In the meantime, Hashira, they take a member of Empire and put them as their coach. But these two teams looking so unbeatable right now. And it does feel like the defending champions and the up and coming, yet again, Empire, it really are, these two teams, they're on the upswing. And I'm really excited to see what they will bring to the table coming into this set.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I think, things right now that Empire is still trying to work into the motion. You know that EJ has been a fantastic replacement for Version, which is now the co-coach for Hashira here. And we'll be seeing if EJ has the chops to beat Hashira right now, who arguably should be the second, if not the best team right now in the Philippines, because of their track record of teams that they beat, of being able to be the champions from week 1 of stage 2. But now here is that, like Illustrato said, a rivals match, because Empire, basically they lost Version, he went to Hashira, and now Hashira has Version having to guide them as that co-coach. And EJ going into the mix has been a fantastic entry frag, and of course Nexi being the anchor of it all has kept Empire afloat. I know that every other player here does their job, but definitely these two players for Empire has definitely done a lot of things to keep this team always standing here in VCT playoffs. Now, if they can go into the semifinal, or if they can go into the grand finals rather, is a question if they can beat Hashira now in this best of 3.
And speaking of beating each other, these two teams, they've always been fighting in the Philippine scene. Early parts of the Valorant release back in 2020, they're vying for that second slot as AGN as well as Hashira. If you look at the rosters, you got EJ as well as his co-creator on the duelist right now, which will be Symbol. They are, of course, as we mentioned, former members of Team Hashira. In the meantime, Hashira, they have that coach from Empire, and there's just a lot of internal knowledge right now that these two teams can bring to the table. I'm really excited to see what they actually know about each other. Empire looking very comfortable, though, in their comps so far, in their roles. Hashira, in the meantime, they are defending champions for good reason. And both teams took care of business in the quarterfinals in quite commanding fashion. Only one of them can make it to the grand finals. Who will take it here? This is, of course, Empire's pick. Haven has been quite a map for them to remember after beating Bren on this last week and also utilizing it against Fulcrum Esports Catalyst. It does feel like that this is a map that Empire is very sure of, but Hashira is building themselves up, playing that sky, and looking to guide themselves to win it out on map number 1.
Yeah, Hashira has been a team that I think I really do like in terms of their accuracy or their preciseness when they execute into a site. And we should be seeing that right now with Envy starting off on this sky. Like you said, I really do like how he utilizes these flashers, if ever. And popping out that recon dart immediately as it gets an info. Empire, they just back away. They're going to be giving up the A site for the moment. You can see that Batghost has given up the control, but both duelists are on A-Link, so there could be some form of movement, rotations, coming in from the Empire side just to stop them. Envy does make a couple of noises here with the Tiger, and slowly but surely, Hashira make their way onto the A side as the Spike is also already on the short area.
Hashira looking to play for that A. Thing is, though, interesting enough, Rabbit is playing the Omen rather than the Astra we've seen them whip out in the finals versus Bren last week. So it just goes to show that Hashira trying to change it up, going for the Omen right now, and looking to play the dark covers a lot more easier than anything else. Batghost, though, in the meantime, with kill onto Jeremy to start things off here. Empire on the defensive, waiting it out by the link. Hashira, though, cannot plant as yet because of the shock darts, and this gives even more time for SB Empire to set on up play to connector. Here we'll go down the line, and look at that bounce with the pain shells. This forces out Envy to get away from that corner in Graffiti. Batghost will take advantage, and now Empire is on the prowl, on the pounce, and going for the kills. It's all up to 2766 now, but he will fall to Nexi. Empire with a great retake to start things off.
Love the use on those nades as well as the turret, so that I believe that was Hatred that couldn't really capitalize on the positioning, and Batghost just came out into the full swing. Also, point out as well, Batghost had some lineups that did stop. What was it? I think. Anyways, the planter from Hashira from getting that spike down earlier, so they can position for the post plant. Hashira was forced to stay into the site rather than playing a little bit farther back onto short and long, just because they had to make sure that their planter would have been able to put that spike down and commence the timer for starting. In any case, though, Empire did a good job of delaying everything and worked in that delay just to get themselves that advantage. Hashira going to be putting 5 bodies onto grass control here, and they're looking to do that aggressive B take that we've seen them done in the past as well here, Dax.
Yeah, play in the middle and look for the picks. Hatred now going to be having that sheriff, but EJ will get that kill instead. Here we go now with double door take here for the side of Hashira, but Empire have already retreated, and EJ waiting over onto C-side. Flash back on and gets another kill. It's 3 already here for EJ, and he's just slaying Hashira in his way. Empire right now getting that 2-0, a clean round for them, and they're going to be able to keep up with the Spectres. Still a chance here in their bonus round.
Definitely a chance. We'll see how aggressive they are, and from what I could tell, after 2 rounds, EJ should have his ultimate up, right? Because he got that other kill. Yeah, he should have his ultimate already. That is... Actually, no, 1 more kill. But that is something that they can definitely use here, like you said, on their bonus.
This is huge, because if Empire is able to stay in their lanes, wait it out, and wait for Hashira to come closer to them, then those SMGs are going to be bringing in such good damage, especially when you can move a little bit more than your opponents. Hashira, they're down by 2 right now, and they will try to make their single duelist composition work. It has to be, of course, Envy right now scouting on the round with the Titania Tiger, the Trailblazer, checking out a few things. Hashira, they don't want to commit as of yet. They are going to be using their Aldrin as well. And look at their composition as, right? Since they have the Sova and the Sky together, they have so many tools for that reconnaissance. And when they finally figure out that this is a site that they can take, they will go for it. Rabbit there, able to break that turret. Nexi, now he still has the Nanoswarms available, but he might need some help from the upcoming onslaught from Team Hashira.
He saved his Nanoswarm rather than placing it prematurely, just because I think he respects that Hashira can break it straight up, and he can always just use it to flush out and play for that retake. It's a smart decision, but he doesn't need it, because it seems like Bat goes in. What was that shot onto Hatred through the bottom portion of that window? Still hits the connection, and even if Hashira can get the spike planted down, they only have 30 seconds. There's 5 members of Empire here, and this could be such a great job, such a great opportunity for Empire to actually get this retake. Are they going to try to run all the way? Spike will be planted on Godspot, possibly, but they're baiting. They're baiting. They know that they don't have any form of map control whatsoever. They do have the A site, but time isn't of the essence for them. Charging right out. Jeremy spots out 1 into the flank, but here comes the rest of the side of Empire. And now 2766 into the corner. Batco's going to be coming up from the top as well. The Draxi into the center. He's going to be in the back forward position. Let's get the kill onto the A-Long guy. 72 HP. Does he know that he's crept all the way onto hell? And he does not. 2766. What a sneaky little bastard this man is.
Oh, he was just so witty there. Moving on around over to the other side. But it was just because all eyes were on Envy. Yet again, Envy stepping it up. You call him the invisible, you call him the invincible, but he has just been incredible in his run with Hashira so far. This has been his stage, and yet again, he's showing on up with the firepower and the prowess that we expect from him by this point. So Hashira getting on the board. Empire, they made it costly. It was only 1 member left of Hashira before that round was done. It's a big chance here for Empire to put Hashira in quite a conundrum. Bulldog though for Jeremy on the attacking side. Here we go again with potential 8-take. Overall, it's all about patience right now for both sides. Hashira, they still want to use their forms of intel to get that knowledge on who's on what side. But Batghost, he doesn't care a Hunter's View right now. Getting the tag onto 2, I believe, even. And there's the kill onto Rabbit. No smokes now available here for Hashira. Empire able to even it out after the fall of Symbol.
They have to make something of this. I'm going to be using Envy for his flashes, checking if there's somebody into that corner onto the A long. Empire is still playing a pretty passive angle, just holding on the back of the sights as Hashira trying to figure out where they have to go. Kind of interesting, they're going around on spawn. I kind of do like this because they can catch somebody that might be coming out of grass who is looking to the left, not going to be looking at the entrance of that spawn area. Just give them a nice little safe transition onto the C long site, which seems like they are going to be exploding on. Now, this is going to rely onto Jeremy's Cypher cages as well as the flashes that will be coming out from Envy. And Draxi, he has no information on this. His smoke actually blocks the members, but he peeks out just in the perfect nick of time. Paranoia will be executed, but Hatred will not be denied as he takes the site, 45 HP. But this is going to be the spike planted down. Bat goes, does he have any lineup to stop this from happening? Looks like that's going to be a no, and the post plan will commence.
Yeah, Draxi is getting overrun by the Jet in his space. Paranoia, not gonna be too effective when already the duelist is right in front of you. So spike planted, they're flushing out the backside for now, but Hashira, they have stationed themselves all the way onto C-Long instead. The Boombot trying to say hello, bouncing on around, not gonna be clearing any kind of angle here. And now the showstopper is unleashed. Rocket to the face. Seems like Batghost though already with a kill on the Hatred there. Envy in the meantime in behind still. And Jeremy gonna get caught out by Batghost, who has gotten 3. 2766 though on the board. Here comes Nexi getting the refrag. And Envy right now with 4 HP and a dream. There's the push though from Nexi to get the takedown. But I do believe time is not on the side here of SB Empire. Hashira will lose everyone in their push, but they'll still win the round. They will take that score line, but their economy has to be hurting after that one, Asarai.
There's nothing they could do. Jeremy, or rather 2766, was in the perfect position to play that post plan, and all he had to do was peek, jiggle, keep the pre-fire going, because he had the angle. He had the headshot angle to stop the diffuser from getting that spike, well, deactivated at all costs, even if it maybe was halved or something. As long as he can hit the shot, he can deny those 4 seconds. And that walk up from spawn or from site to C-Long is more than enough to stop Nexi. And like you said, he knew that already. There's nothing he can do. Nexi is going to be charging here. And how does he hit those? He was looking all the way on top and just flicks his Vandal to the head and connects it. Now he's going to be switching the weapons here because he's low in HP. But you know, any form of weapon, Nexi can turn into brilliance. And Hashira will be looking for this A-site now here, Dax.
Yeah, Nexi has always been one of the greats, really, of the Philippine scene, especially for SB Empire. Started things off as a duelist way back when, and now he has just flexed on over to any kind of role. Sentinel for him, but he can still be as potent as can be to start things off strong here for SB Empire. Backwards though, no one saw that shock dart, but he will see the Blade Storm right in front of him. Hatred gonna get that takedown. Paranoia now gonna be into play, and Hatred at 2766 just get the combo on the Blades and the Lightning. Just a little too much to handle. And Norse God's gonna be happy about that. Now it's all up the symbol in a 1v3 slate. He doesn't have the Empress though as of yet, but he does have a gun. Will he try to play the clutch or will he go for the save? Seems like he's already conceded this round inside of Hashira. Never mind, he's gonna go for a bit of the push. Try to punish Rabbit at the very least. There's the leer right now. Here comes Hatred with the push. Simple with a headshot on the Rabbit of all things. And he whips out the Sheriff to get the kill onto another one. Dismissed into the front line, but 2766 will be there to get that kill. And now Hashira will take the lead away, but Empire making it costly. On the flip side though, Asteroid, Empire getting the kills but cannot get the rounds. Both sides right now, it's fun to see that the small nuances are really playing a factor, especially the fact that they know each other so very well.
And that's gonna hurt Empire even more here. That was such a great combination play. All started with Rabbit's Paranoia because there was no cover. There was no smokes or counter flashes used by Empire to really stop that Paranoia from anyone from pushing that, and it just lined up. Like, that was just really good utilization of your abilities. And those are one of the, I would say, I would just call it moments of brilliance. That when it just happens right in front of your eyes, it's one of the most satisfying things you can see. Paranoia into a Blade Storm, into the line of the Hunter's Fury. You don't see that every day, and when it does, it's fantastic. In any case here, Hashira, they don't have the big advantage. They have the round lead, yes, but they know that Empire can actually buy up into this one. Symbol has to hit these shots to connect. He has to back away, but he is trapped into the corner. But it seems like Batgos and his combination is enough to thwart 4 members of Hashira. The connection, the shots, to be able to stop them at the seams. Jeremy activates his neural theft just for that information. But this is a 1 versus 3. But as I say that, this is also Jeremy, who's done fantastically for Hashira's side, whether it's on the Duelist or the Sentinel. He can produce brilliance as well.
Absolutely, he's just such a potent player in his own right. But the thing is,
30
Hashira
seconds
right
left.
now, they are getting surprised heavily by Empire and their aggression early on into the rounds. A while ago, it was Nexi pushing through the grass, and now it is just going to be that lobby peek there from Empire to get 4 members of Team Hashira. Still though, it's doable here for Jeremy. He's using the cyber cages. Boombato will say hello, and from up top, it's gonna be EJ spotting him out, getting that takedown, and EJ, saying to his former duelist body that, I got the shot on you. Let me get that takedown. Empire now tying it up, and it really feels like it's such a nostalgia fest for me, Asteroid. This feels like this has been a semi-final match that I've seen so many times last year. And we're seeing it again. Just goes to show, right, that these players, they've been here for so long already, but they've gotten better and better, especially as one of them is now the defending champions.
Seems like these teams have just kind of traded players, traded rosters to a certain degree. And we're seeing the culmination of that, whether it's for the betterment of the teams, which seems like it might be, or because of necessity due to players leaving. Seems like teams have adapted. I think Empire has been the one to adapt to that unfortunate turn of events, as Hashira has been playing with the roster for a while now, this particular iteration that they've had compared to Empire. But it seems like you said, both teams having knowledge of the players and each other for such a long time. It's kept us neck and neck here. And that is going to be it. Hashira will be on this weaker buy. Do secure the spike or the orb for Envy. So they will be having at least the Seekers to start seeking its opponent if they do decide to utilize that this round.
It's just a classic, oh, it's you again. Hello. How has been your family? How have you been? Are you still good in this game? Can I get an easy win this time? And apparently the answer is no from the get-go. 3-3 scoreline. Hashira has been able to play it clutch. Empire has made it costly. And overall, it is going to be easy now with the push. And there you go. Empire again. The aggressive defense has been the answer for them time after time. And it really just seems like Hashira is caught napping at the start of these rounds. Sure, they're able to clutch it out when it's post-plant. Sure, they're able to clutch it out when it's later on into the round itself. But it feels like Empire is off to a good start yet again. Draxi right now holding the line. 2766 though. Makes that sheriff count. Gets a gun in his hands. 1v3. Similar scenario, but Hashira, they're so far away from all of these sites.
2766 does secure a Vandal. Which is fine, which is great for him.
It's something.
Yeah, it's something. There's not a lot of time, though, so
10 seconds
he's just
left.
going to save this. It's a constellation prize, and even sheriffs. It's a constellation prize that he can use. Oh, he's going to run all the way through here. Maybe he wanted to get that spike planted down, but without a smoke, without any form of concuss or, dare I say, just crowd control to cross from the entrance to the site, there's no way in hell he's going to be able to win that, especially just jumping out with a knife. So no chance, no chance. But 3-4, and Empire take another lead.
Yeah. And not too bad. I think the mat might check out for him because the streak money rather than that penalty, right? And okay, if you're gonna be losing that rifle, then it's all right. You're still gonna get a good chunk of money later on anyway. And 2766, the panel mentioned it that he has really been on the uprise and he's really been amazing in this week, especially. He's just stepped it up. He used to be having troubles getting those kills, but no troubles for him right now as top frag for Hashira, and no troubles for EJ because here we go again. Operator now in his hands when Empire whips out the op. Things do change. It doesn't matter who's playing it. It used to be Version, now it's EJ. And Batgos and Nexi still feel it. The chemistry is there. Nexi now gonna get another one. 2766 all alone yet again. And what can the Sova do? He's over to B side. This time he's ready to go for the fight. But Batgos will just be able to catch him anyway. Even with the crouches, Empire still got this. And a flawless win there for SB Empire.
Batgos, you don't usually see this man top fragging for Empire, but he is standing on the top. 11 kills and 5 assists, and we're only 8 rounds in. That is a phenomenal set of stats to point out for Batgos here, who again, he doesn't usually explode for Empire, but he's definitely stepped up to the plate here, and I'm happy to see that because, again, I keep saying that Batgos is one of the most underrated players for Empire. He does a lot of things as the Sova, but doesn't seem to just pop. He doesn't seem to get that rhythm going. It seems that he's always just a tad short getting into that zone, but now seems like it's on a pretty good high, and they've done a fantastic job. Empire's done a fantastic job at just keeping Hashira at bay, and the more that they can force Hashira to go for these weaker buys, the more that Empire are going to be looking so confident, so dominant in this first Haven map.
I mean, it's a tale as old as time by this point. From 6-man to main roster, through merit, through the collegiate scene. Incredible highlights from a guy like this. And, you know, Batgos can pop it off at any given time. Interesting enough, though, it's a battle of the Sovas at the very top. It's been a relatively quiet game for the rest of Team Hashira, while Empire has taken notice, taken advantage, and now has quite a lead versus the defending champions. But here we go. Operator yet again. We mentioned before that when the op is out here for Empire, their playstyle does differ and they become a little bit more lethal on a different straight. It's all up to EJ though to hitting these shots. Hatred, he's expecting it. Doesn't want to peek dryly here. Doesn't want to just immediately die to the hand of the Raze. And overall, Hashira playing it slow and steady for now. Empire though is prepared and are waiting in those angles, in those corners that might catch out the upcoming attack.
Hatred is so patient. EJ as well. When there's a lot more shots here, EJ should start to rotate maybe to Garage, but Nexi does hold it, so he can just keep looking at C-Long this entire time. And this is the dance. The dance of who will falter, who will peek first, who will get denied, who will hit the shot. The double peek and the collateral. You know what? All good things must come to those who wait. And the collateral shot from EJ is just a product of that. Now, Nexi is going to be in the corner here. Jeremy, don't bring the knife to a gunfight as 2766 once again with this spike. He now has a Spectre, though, compared to his weapon the other time. But it's Nexi to spot him. He's not going to be able to get inside. He's not going to be able to plant down that spike. And he's going to be able to get denied once again by Empire. 6-3.
That was just half questionable and half unfortunate for Team Hashira. Peeking like that against an operator, you are lining up just to die. But the unfortunate part of this, really, was Hashira's game plan was neutered because they were expecting the Seeker to latch on to EJ. But Empire, they were expecting it. They understood that the Sky Ultimate was available and Nexi was in the way. He was by the garage. He was the one seeked on instead by that little jellyfish, right? And from that point on, it was no concuss whatsoever. Hashira peeking as 2 and dying as 2, but now it's going to be 2 here for Hatred to go for the push. So the Jet getting entries over to B side, and quickly as they come, it's Hashira now getting back their momentum. That goes though over onto the side of A side. He is waiting patiently, looking to go for that trigger discipline, and Hatred not going to be peeking at the last moment. Backos will do that too before he falls. Rabbit with the refrag, but the damage has been done. It looked to be a clean push there by Team Hashira, but Empire will say, no, no, no. We're still fighting for now.
Nexi, he is the phenomenal stalker right now. 2766, I don't think he even knows he's about to pop out, but Nexi's looking at the wrong direction, and that is just going to be fatal for Nexi. A quick peek to the right might have been just it. Just the formula, just the recipe, the prescription the doctor ordered, but it's not going to work out. Draxi's on top. He's jumping up. I think he was hurt already. And if he drops right down onto Rabbit, who's unaware of this, he might actually lose this. But a nice use onto that paranoia, and he can go straight up, invis into the corner. And that smoke actually worked against Draxi's favor. And this is going to be the 6-4. Hashira strike back.
Oh, the irony for Team Empire. They tried to play the flank. They forgot to check that corner when it was the problem of Hashira a while ago. And in the end, Hashira using that numbers advantage, using those initial entries to give them that extra push. And they finally get a round on back. 4-6 the scoreline as we are going to get into another round of action. Hashira, still a chance here to tie things up. And if Hatred can do that again, step on up and wake on up to get the kills that the team needs, then it will be a lot of an easier time here for the attacking side. And over now, we go over to A side. Heavy stack here from Team Hashira. It seems like Symbol, he's thinking about it. He wants to go for the sort of peak against the Omen if ever. Rabbit is there though on the other side, and it's not patience here from the Reyna. EJ though, gonna be getting a bit of that attention already, using that operator to try and go for the wall bang, and Symbol will take advantage, go for the dismiss on the way. Jeremy though in the meantime with the kill, and 2766 using that shotgun for a bit of cover, and gets the kill on the Reyna anyway. Back to so with 2 so far, 2766 now with the refrag. It's 2v2, A-side though right for the taking here for Team Hashira. But then again, it's still Nexi on the other side of the ball. The lockdown has in place, forcing out the Hunter's Fury. But Asteroid, this is an opportunity now for Nexi. They'll go for the push, and he's trying to go for it, but no, he will get caught out by the up of Jeremy instead, and it's all up to Draxi now.
But Jeremy is still on this operator. This could prove to be an advantage for Draxi, but Jeremy is just fatal. He's just deadly with the operator. And my goodness, that could have been something. I like how Nexi pushed through on spawn, like you said, but Jeremy just knew what was going to happen there. The distraction from that Hunter's Fury could have been an opportunity for Nexi, but the tables were turned, and Jeremy knew exactly where to place his crosshairs, and that shut it down. 2 versus 1. Draxi could not get the kill onto Jeremy there, even though he was down to 30 HP. And Hashira, they're not out. They're definitely not behind. It's only 1 round deficit, but both teams can buy right back up. And EJ, as well as the rest, do have 3 big crucial ultimates here to use. And Batghost, he's been pretty hot this game. If he can find another kill, that is so good to their favor. But it's Envy to get the heal back up to 2766, who was tagged by that Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate. Batghost couldn't get the kill onto the Sova there. At least whittling down the armor of 2766, because he has been a hot hand for the series. It was a bit fun though to see Jeremy on the operator back in the day when Hashira in that other roster. Sometimes it was EJ playing the op, sometimes it was Jeremy playing the op. You could really decide who was going to be a little hotter there. But in that case, Jeremy proves he is as hot right now as the Rays has shown so far. So 5-6 right now. Hashira still waiting it out over the A site. Bladestorm is whipped out here by Hatred. It is the last round of the first half, so ultimates should be used up here by both sides. And Symbol and EJ, they're prepared here on the defense. They have the Empress, they popped it already. Symbol also popping the head of Rabbit there. Back goes in meantime with the kill on the Envy. Symbol down with 2 so far, as Hatred does get rid of the Sova there. But it's 4v2, and now Empire with a distinct advantage, and it's just 1 left, because Symbol, he is just hitting shot after shot. EJ now with a statement with the op, and Empire will keep the lead alive as we go into their attack.
7-5. Not the biggest of leads, but everything that you can get as an advantage, as a way for you to get closer to victory, is something that Empire is going to be happy about, especially up against a team like Hashira. I'm feeling a little bit cold now. We're not seeing players like Hatred and Jeremy pop off. It's 2766. I do know. Yes, we know. 2766 has been popping off. He's been clutching some crucial rounds here for Hashira for a while now, from the previous week as well. But when you don't see players like Hatred and Jeremy for Hashira popping off, this is when you kind of think, what is happening? But as we flip the sides, that could change your decks, and maybe be seeing them do something different. Lots of the members now for Empire will be going for that mid control, as Batghost immediately uses his drone for that mid scouting.
Yeah, we'll see how Hashira is going to be reacting now. They were taken aback by many of the different variances of Team Empire. Sometimes it'll be slow, sometimes it'll be fast, sometimes it'll be aggressive on their defense. But now Empire just going over to B side, planting it down as directly as possible. TP on the way already. Rabbito in the meantime still with a push, and he is confident enough to get a kill onto 1. Batghost though with the refrag. Hashira getting in the way though, getting in the way of those sidelines here. Asarai and EJ now gonna get 2 there. Draxi on the board. Batghost with a beautiful shock dart to end that round. And it seems like for Empire, they were just prepared for the push from Hashira, and every little bit, every body that Hashira was able to bring to the table was just thrown out immediately by SP Empire.
I really love that play from Empire, especially with Draxi planting down the spike, because it's such a strong Chad move. If you're able to just clear out the immediate left as you're going into the B site, as an Omen, you can TP into that nice little corner, plant the spike, and then TP out. You basically don't even have to look at the rest of the site to make sure that you can get the spike planted down. Maybe you just have to worry about nades and whatnot, but if you can traverse those nades, if you can just get yourself there, you can plant the spike and immediately set up for post plant. It's such a disgusting play that does work out in the end. EJ, though, of course, using the tank that is Roomba, he's going to be able to get a kill there. Hatred is blinded by the paranoia, cannot find a connection as Rabbit who's last in the back of the site. His little hidey hole was just abruptly uprooted by the rest. EJ, my goodness, this man is unhinged. 4K blasting himself with a blast back. Okay, we see you, EJ. 2766 just comes out. Futile attempt to go in because Draxi knew where he was about to burst from, and that sets us 9-5. Of course, that was a weak buy for Hashira, but you can see the dominance, the confidence that Empire has brought to this best of 3.
Team Empire is blasting off again here, Asarai, and EJ, that air control to just avoid the bullets, eventually land on down to get that takedown. A bit unfortunate for Envy because he should be able to try and hit those shots, but unfortunately for him also, it hasn't really been the best day at the office. 5 kills only for Envy as well as Jeremy. It's their chance though to pick it up as they are going to have their guns into play. Rifles right now for Team Hashira, but they have been struggling at the speed and the fury of Empire so far. It's just been so lethal, especially from the likes of EJ, and it really goes to show that this Empire configuration just works in this week as they are going over to C site, and Hashira might seed it to play post plant and go for the retake instead.
Look at his crossfire, they're already set up. They spot out EJ here, but do they know that Draxi is into the corner and he's about to pounce? He does get the kill onto Jeremy. Hatred comes out from spawn, jumping immediately onto the logs, and can he be the lumberjack here and basically cut in half the post plant that Empire have set up for themselves? Looks like that's the first kill is going to be good, but the second will not. Symbol repositions, and Nexi picks up the kill onto Envy. 2766 could have the time of his life, but Symbol was just prepared for that peek onto the garage tunnel, and Empire now claim double digits, 10-5.
With a performance like this, Empire might also claim to be the kings of Haven by this point. Being the likes of Bren last week and now doing this against Hashira is just absolutely commanding so far. And EJ with 20 kills, Batgoes with 19. It really goes to show that these guys are popping up to a completely new level. And this is such a strong statement versus the defending champions. Hashira right now looking a little worse for wear. They haven't really been able to win out the duels that they would like. They haven't really been able to get the pushes that they would like. And the only one in the positive KBD right now is 2766. They try to play it quite tactically in going for that retake, using the gun advantage that they had versus Team Empire to go for longer angles. But as soon as they went for the garage, they were surprised by not just one, but 2 SMGs there. And Hashira, they just have to be a bit more keen of what is to come. Empire right now playing their opponents like a fiddle, and it just feels like that Empire has such a good read, not only on their opponents, but also on the map itself.
They're just vibing. And both of these teams are teams that definitely could beat Bren. Hashira, we already know that was it. Empire, they went up against Bren here in, what was it, the quarterfinals or the semifinals from week 1? Yeah, semifinals. They had a bit of a hiccup just because of some technical issues and whatnot. But if that game went through, you knew, Bren even knew themselves, that was when Humi was still with them, that there was a real credible threat for Empire here. And now we are seeing that come into full fruition with EJ being up to 100%. And yeah, Asarai, why do you always keep pushing out Bren? Again, it's a thing to say, Bren is just the kind of marker for Philippine excellency as of the moment, but you can see the teams are here to catch up, and Hashira and Empire are in the forefront, I would say. And watching these two teams go head-to-head against each other is a definite treat, even though we are seeing Empire pull away a little bit more here than Hashira. This could be just because of the map itself. Empire did pick up into Haven, Hashira did choose Ascent, but so far than not, at least we are seeing Empire make well with the option, with the map choice that they have chosen for themselves.
Yeah, and Empire is so secure to just go for B-side directly. And when they kill out the Hatred like that, it's just Nexi starting to off. Symbol also on the board. Goodbye to Envy there. Doesn't care about the guiding light. And another one here for Symbol. It just feels like that this is victory in the horizon here for Empire if they can keep this up. And as clean as they come, SB Empire now 6 points ahead of Team Hashira. Absolutely commanding lead here for Empire. And to build on what you said, there is a reason they're compared to Bren. Not only have they shown their stuff against Bren Esports last week, but their whole history, their whole rivalry between Hashira and Empire was just their marker versus Bren Esports in last year. This is a historical matchup that I feel like gets slept on by some of the other fans because we've seen this so often, but there's such a good reason why we see it so often. These teams are consistently at the top of the game. These teams are consistently at the top of the Philippine scene, and they know that they can take that top 1 spot away. That they have to beat each other first though to start things off. And EJ now with a statement there versus Hatred. Goodbye to the up. Hello to Seaside. It's Empire already building on the foundations, looking to go for that lineage over to C. And EJ, he is just so proactive there, catching out Invi. Batgo's also on the board. It doesn't feel like the Hashira way is stepping up right now because it's the Imperial path, the Imperial mandate of SB Empire.
You can also call it the Empire's new groove because they are shaking to a beat that Hashira could just not, well, beat themselves. And this 12-5 is just a marker for it. I know, again, we are looking at this best of 3, but this game 1, holy crap, look at EJ and Batgos, 23, 21 kills apiece. The only one from Hashira who has broken the 2-digit kill barrier is 2766 at 12. It has really put a hamper on Hashira's plans because they usually rely on Jeremy and Hatred to kind of do, you know, entry fragging things for Hatred and then flanking things for Jeremy, but it's not working out in the end. Whether it's these aggressive peaks that Empire are doing or their own just aggressive aim, just netting them these little W's that lend them these round wins, it has allowed for a lot more flexibility for Empire to just steal these rounds. Rabbit, though, I do like how he's played around this smoke. This could actually prove to be incredibly powerful, and it does. Drops down the spike as well and backs away.
Surprise, surprise, but Symbol waiting on the other side by the mid doors. Apparently, the Reyna prepared to go for the refrag anyway. Hashira right now losing their smokes, but at least getting a kill on to the Sova on the other side. And I like the fact that Hashira, they decide to change it up just a little bit. But fortunately for them, it really feels like they're at the brink, at the end of their rope. Over to B side we go again. This is how sure Empire is. This is so stellar from Empire because it really feels like they're super secure to go to B, go directly in the middle, put the spike down, and try to win. It's now all up to Hatred and 2766. Symbol will get that takedown. And Empire right now, they have shown us the way. They have shown us the law, and they are trying to make sure that the order is upon us on Haven. Can 2766 do anything else? No, he cannot. Empire with such a sure win here versus Team Hashira, 13-5. And you can see smiles all around. Taking a map away from the defending champs is no mean feat, but Empire have done it already.
He's just dancing. That victory, I think, is sweet ecstasy for them. And it seems like this Adidas team has definitely stepped up to the plate. And my, oh my, Empire, they were, what's the word here? Denied of a victory on that week 1. But here in the second, they seem to be on point, still on form, and they're hungry. They want to get into that grand finals. I don't think we've seen Empire into the grand finals. It's always been the semis, if I'm not mistaken, Dax. And right now, they have a legitimate shot as they have pushed Hashira into match point already with such a decisive win. And this day has been decisive wins. Bren, 13-2, 13-3, and now Empire, 13-5. What the hell is happening today?
A lot of different things are happening, and it really feels like statements are being made by teams that have said, you know, week number 1 wasn't really our best. Now it's time to do so. And I think Empire did make it to the grand finals in stage 1, week 1. We can check that out later on. You know, history is such a big deal right now for this matchup, and we're building history along the way. But SB Empire, they are just absolutely secure on what they do on Haven. I cannot stress enough how potent they can really be by taking that B site, going directly into the middle. And where do you see that? Where do you see a team that just knows how to win in the path that is closest to them? Well, apparently, we've seen it here in VCT. And speaking of that one, guys, we will be going into another map in just a bit. We'll take a bit of a break. Empire Hashira still going on. We'll return after a little bit of this time. Philippine Valorant scene had a museum, I'd say the rivalry between Hashira and Empire, it probably needs a wing on its own just before the rise of TMT slash Archangel and of course after the Brenception. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are building history here as we are going to get into the second game of this series, Hashira versus SB Empire. I am Dax. I'm joined by Asarai. And Asarai, I think by this point in time, right, Empire has proven that they are the kings of Haven. They just know so well how to play it. They are extremely sure of what they need to do. And they keep it so simple. They go for a straight B take and they still win those. It's incredible what SB Empire is able to do in that map.
It was just a groove. They're just rotating and getting everything falling into their hands. And like I said, the Empire themselves got a new little groove here. And it's just a beat that I don't think Hashira were able to dance to. And it seems like that is the case for Haven. Could be because Hashira is just on a weaker play when they play on the specific Haven map. Maybe on Ascent, we could see another strong showing from Hashira. But the thing about that, though, is we know historically that Empire also have a good track record on this Ascent map. They have a good solid lockdown on it. We've seen Nexi just be an incredible beast at anchoring specific sites. And he has done things to open up map control even when they're on the defending side. And this has allowed Empire to strike a lot more fear into the hearts of attackers as to why some people don't prefer the Ascent map against them. But we'll probably see that because, I mean, Hashira also has a pretty sick Ascent map.
Yeah, Hashira is so confident on a map like this. And I do echo your thoughts about Haven for them. It really feels like they struggle on that map. It does beg the question why they still let it into the map pool, especially after Empire has shown their dominance on it. But if they are going to be starting these off with a 0-1, all they need to do now is get the reverse sweep and make it to the finals to defend their crown. They're still defending champions for good reason. They just had quite a slow day there, really, on Haven. There were signs of life, though. It really feels like they still know what they're doing. Try to go for the pushes, try to go for the takes, and try to play as disciplined as possible with the retakes. But Empire, like you mentioned, these guys can come out of nowhere, especially Nexi. If he's going to be playing that Cypher or that Killjoy, all about emplacements, all about what kind of setup he's going to go on. And never think that the doorway is going to be something you can get to safely. It always feel like Empire for both sides that when you're in the tree area or when you're in the market area, there is such a big exclamation point that you need to keep an eye out from because it's always alert time here for Team Empire when you get them on the Ascent. And here we go as it is going to be Empire on the defense. Do or die time now for Team Hashira. If they lose this, they are going to lose their crown and they are going to be out of the running of week number 2. Empire in the meantime, can they actually dethrone Hashira right now? This is going to be Hashira's pick, as we mentioned. Seems like Envy, though, back on the sky, still feeling confident, looking to go for those flash pushes with his teammates. And Hashira, since Hatred might be playing that stage instead, Jeremy moving over to that Raze potentially, but Empire have gotten EJ back on the Raze on the other side, and he was popping with the Operator last time.
Last time that Empire and Hashira went up against each other, that was stage 1, I can't remember which week, they were decisively beaten by Hashira 13-6, which is, I think right now, a thing that Empire want themselves to be redeemed on. And I think there was that last round where I remember distinctively or faintly that I think, what was it again? The Empire just basically gave up that round because they already know it was done for and they couldn't do anything. And then Asher just won straight up. And I think right now, coming into this one, they have a lot to prove for themselves, not only because they want to get into the grand finals once again, like you said a while ago, but also it's because they haven't performed well up against Hashira in such a long time. And by a long time, I mean a couple of months. But with how fast Valorant has been tracking in the Philippines, I think it's already a long time here, Dax.
The thing about these two teams, right, they've had their ups and downs all throughout. And it was in different times, especially the down part, because Hashira, they took a break as a roster at the end of last year. And that's when the initial roster was let go and they reformed at the start of this year. And in the meantime, we saw literally a bit of the duelist ecosystem collapse of Empire during the Challengers Philippines. So does seem like now that they are back into full strength, they're in full comfort, and it is time for them to prove that they can try to beat each other, that one of these two teams are making it to the grand finals for good reason, and it really is just all about parity and strength between these two titans of the Philippine scene. But here we go again into the matchup. It's Empire on the defensive, Hashira on the attacking side. Envy already up top, might be an 8-take for them though, as it is just a lurk here from the Rays of the Omen. Still, options are open here for Team Hashira, and Jeremy over that little hut there. He does get the takedown off the EJ. Beautiful flush out with the paint shells, and Hashira get first blood in this set.
Jeremy is on a duelist now. They've kind of invoked the wrath of Hashira. Hatred will be playing onto that Sage, but it doesn't matter. On Ascent, he is a very, very deadly Sage to go up against, and we'll see how they pan out. 50 seconds, plenty of time for Hashira to start moving across the map, get that map control that they need. Because they put a lot of bodies already on mid, you can't see Empire just have to respect that and have to get that information somewhere. But this does leave the B side pretty easy to take. It is going to be Symbol on first contact, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But Draxi, he actually was able to just squeeze his way onto mid here, and it's going to be a beautiful pinch for him. Hatred isn't even looking, but he does spot him out. Back goes though once again. Fantastic fragger. This knocked down to very little. 3 versus 4. And this smoke is going to stop them from coming into the site to, well, stop this the spike from being planted down. And now we go for post plant.
Ooh, Hatred though up top here and gets the heal on. Gotta say, it seems like Draxi was trying to fit on pants that don't really fit him anymore. And as soon as he gets spotted in the middle, it just bursts and his life was forfeit immediately there. Hatred though, still using this watchtower position. You don't see someone stay this long on top of the wall too often. But Hatred, he's making it work. Now he'll drop down over to B main. Symbol though in the meantime, caught out by Rabbit. 2766 and in beyond the board. And Hashira, looks like they're waking up on the right side of the bed this time, Mr. Asteroid. They're feeling comfy in a map like this, and they will get the first round.
Jeremy with that entry frag onto EJ, definitely a big thing, because they would probably need EJ as an extra body just so that the map control wasn't really given up much by Empire. You saw how afraid they were of that mid. They gravitated more people onto market. Maybe they could have actually committed to grass already and pushed right out, and just have allowed Hashira to take the side and go all the way around, where only Hatred was actually guarding onto B. That could have been the better option here, but it seems like he did not see that coming. And now it's going to be Hashira with a pretty aggressive buy. 3 Spectres. And Empire is just down to upgraded pistols. Draxi in the close range with the Shorty. That's about it here, Dax. Maybe Symbol with the Sheriff, but again, that's about it.
We'll see if he does pop off on the side of Empire. Might be able to get that Empress, might be able to give some guns away, but Hashira right now feeling so secure, even their economy. Still running 2 ghosts coming into this one. EJ though, waiting already by the Cubby, gonna be alongside the turret just for a little bit of that helping hand. There you have it, Symbol. It seems like he is that Symbol potential clutch here for Team Empire. Got the headshot onto one. Invi has already gone down, and as of yet, seems like for Hashira, they have to play it slow and steady because Empire looking to respond as much as possible. 2766 though with that takedown. Jeremy right now playing the entry over the Speedway. Has to be careful because that's going to be bad because trying to peek. But still, it's the Rays getting the flick inside. 2766 on the board there. It's EJ right now trying to fight against the Sova, but not quite enough. 3 kills there for 2766. 2-0 now. And Hashira commanding this game to start things off. But Empire, they have the chance now. They can have the guns that they need. We'll see what they can do.
Got everything in the bag for them. Empire, are they going to go for something of a cheeky setup here? I think it's going to be a no. We're going to be placing Nexi once again onto the A site. He's been a fantastic anchor there, but he hasn't had an opportunity to really shine, as I think more of the members of Hashira just feel out the A site, but then gradually or ultimately still go for B. Drax is going to be peeking here onto tiles. Get that at least mid control from Catwalk. It's going to be very risky for him. He's alone. Spy's lonesome here, Dax. And as you can see the motions from Hashira, they know that their opponents are on this gun round, and they respect that. They're going to get as much information as possible. Draxi does take down the Sova drone, but this does give crucial knowledge where Hashira can go and rotate.
Slow and steady wins the race right now for Hashira. Try to get intel. Try to see if these fights can get it can get even closer than anything else. Especially the fact that they mostly have Spectres right now in their arsenal. But the likes of Envy and Jeremy happily contest from afar if ever. Top mid right now for Envy, moving on away through the walkway. And into the cubby, we see the firefight there. Draxi with the takedown of the rabbit to start things off. Empire with the first kill on the board. As I say that, still is going to be a side heavily fortified here by Team Empire. Right, Nexi is positioned up, ready to pounce. We get the paranoia connecting from Jackson there over to one more. And now it's Empire getting the kills that they need. Envy, though, no slash whatsoever getting to so far. He still wants to fight back versus Team Empire. The question is, will this fight be answered? Yes, it is. EJ now with that kill. Empire on the board with that third round turnaround. And 2-1 right now. Hashira, though, see what they got. They have enough money to buy up for everyone.
They actually don't have enough money to buy up for everybody, and they're just relegated to going for 5 sheriffs. I mean, this could work. Not gonna lie, this could actually work. If they get themselves a recon dart pulse to hit somebody and they can wall bang that on the other side, that could actually work here. I'm not sure if that's what they're gonna do, but that's just a pretty fun concept if you think about it.
Sometimes it just happens, right? And in this case, though, we got Empire now breaking that Trailblazer. Feels like it really is a bit more reserved, though, Mr. Asteroid, compared to what we've seen on Haven. Empire not really pushing too far, too deep, and too wide as of yet. They know they have the gun advantage by this point, as Hashira will be whipping out the Sheriffs instead. All about intel, though, here for Team Hashira. And I love the fact that as a team, they have that habit. Try to figure out who's where, who's what, and what kind of abilities or positioning they can force out from their opponent. They have 3 sources of it. You have Envy with the Trailblazer and the Guiding Lights. You have 2766 with the Recon Bolt, as well as the Aldron, right? And then Jeremy, Boombot, plus even the Paint Shells to flush people out. It really feels like for Hashira, it's all about gathering as much intelligence they can and use their intellect to secure the round. Here we go. Mid control now ceded to Hashira. Empire stationed over onto the sites themselves. Draxi with one, looking for the second, does get it. And then now the action will turn over to B. Rabbit will get 1 kill there as EJ takes care of Hatred. It's really just gonna be such a tough day now for Rabbit and 2766 to even do something, because this is the Killjoy getting to. It doesn't even matter. There was no point to walk into that staircase because Nexi super secure to get that round win.
Well, Nano Swarms is not only something that can damage opponents, but also take away at their attention. Look at that play there from Draxi. Took him a slightly longer time to spray onto the second, but definitely still got it in the end. Somebody opened the package for me. Somebody opened the letter. Or maybe just take a grab at that pizza. Looks pretty delicious there, but definitely a delicious little spray there from Draxi. It should be 2-2 now, guys. Don't worry. Scoreboard just a little bit behind. But you know what? It's okay. That's why you have your casters. Even though, at least me, I tend to make a lot of mistakes. I will try to correct them for you as much as possible to get as accurate of info. Yeah.
Come on, Asteroid. No, the mistakes are part of the charm. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. That's the Asteroid way. You know, we have the Asteroid way. We have the Asteroid way, and apparently that's where I put the letter that he sent me the other day. I left it on sent. But here we go into the round, and the Seekers are gonna be used up here by Envy. EJ with the kill on the Hatred. Nexi breaking that Jellyfish down, and now Empire gonna be able to get 2 so far. Looks like they have been quite ironclad on their setup, holding the line steadfast as per usual. And Nexi gonna be on the other side of the doorway. He has just been the doorman to hell and back, because Nexi, whenever he's peeking an angle like this, he can be quite potent. It does seem like he is in a spot of trouble, because we do have one member of Hashira on the side there. 2766 now, and Envy getting on board. Envy though caught out, and Empire actually getting the advantage here because they got the spike down. It's nowhere near the site. Jeremy has to walk into this one into the sight lines of Symbol, and now it's Empire taking the lead away from Team Hashira. What a play.
Envy, I like how he moved up. You saw that he timed his push on Market Stairs by using the sound from the shock dart as cover. And that could have been such a crucial position for him. But the one big fact remains, and you pointed it out already, Dax. He had the spike. And he needed to transition onto it. He got a nice double kill with his teammate on the 2 targets on Market. And then he dies. And everybody from Hash is like, yeah, we need you to be on the side and plan on that spike, and it did not work out for them, and they basically lost that round. It could have been a winnable round, but it just got brought back up because of the mispositioning there from Envy, having the spike by himself on, I don't know, man's land, to be certain.
So unfortunate. I like the play. It really made so much sense because they know Nexi is incredible in those door positions. But you know, that spike, it needs to go on the site. It does not call any other place home rather than A or B, or maybe in maps like Haven, you can add C to the mix. But yeah, it's just the prime real estate. The spike is very picky where you can plant it. You cannot put it anywhere and try to go a spike 3. It just has to be on site and ready to detonate. And speaking of detonation, it might be an explosive push here from Hashira as soon as they get things going. Utilities are being thrown on that, and here they come with 4 sheriffs and the Guardian. Here, Guardian for Jerry, perhaps going for the taps if ever. There we go now with a takedown of the Draxi. 2766 with the kill off Nexi as well. But the Nano Swarm still burning down that Sova. It's 4v3 though, and Gun's gonna get taken away here from Empire. Hashira actually in a good spot because they get the Vandal, they get the Phantom, and they have the Showstopper in reserve.
Sometimes a rush, a well-planned rush is great. Because if you don't show your bodies, your forces at any point in the round, you can catch off your opponents because they're gonna play hella passive. Oh, big blast there coming in from EJ, but that still doesn't do anything much because it's a 3 versus 2 with Batghost being low in terms of HP. But you know what? I don't care. Batghost don't care because he's been so on point as of recent. Envy in a 1 versus 1 now, and it's not going to work out in the end. There's too much angles, too much pressure, and Batghost will crumble. Hashira 3-3, and that was a thrifty for Hashira. The only buy that we saw from them was Jeremy on his Guardian. That's about it. And they basically brute forced their way on the B side. Lots of Bs, and they got it.
Sometimes you just gotta give someone a keep, and in this case, it's Super Jeremy to the rescue. The hero Guardian to get the shots on, apply that pressure, and then suddenly it was just a perfect angle against the Killjoy over into the boathouse, allowing Hashira to take the side, take the guns, and eventually take the win. So we're all tied up, and Empire now gonna be on a bit of a back foot. They're still gonna have some credits though coming into this round. They still have quite a buffer from the streak that they've gotten so far. Asher though, in the meantime, with a thrifty win, then they're pretty good in the hood and pretty good on the backside as well. More or less, we're gonna get more and more fights from these guys by this point because it's all about arsenals into play. It's all about full strength here for both Hashira and Empire. And we see it again, Asteroid, that both teams are just so tied up at the start, but it does feel like that eventually one of these two teams will pull away. But for Hashira, they have to be the ones to do it, or else they're out of the running.
And this is one of the most important tournaments for VCT that you can get into, because this, I believe, secures you a chance to get into Masters 2, which is in Iceland, Reykjavik? Did I pronounce that right?
Go, try. I want you to use this technical plus to try to pronounce the place people are going to in Iceland. I'm not even gonna bother. It's
a cold place. It's the country with a lot of ice. All right.
Yes, Iceland.
Yeah, exactly.
Is a place with ice. But then you look at Greenland. Does it have grass? No. So what does that say? What does that say? Answer, right?
Oh, here's a fun fact. Iceland, I believe, is the home country of Thor Bjornsson, which is the mountain from Game of Thrones. So if you can get into Iceland, maybe you can go to his place of work or something and maybe get a picture or so. That's cool. I'd say it's pretty cool.
Doesn't that guy work here also in the Philippines or one of the mountains? Didn't he have some things in the usual telenovelas you get at the afternoon? But hey, that'll be fun, and especially if we do get a Philippine rep. Like, no, all jokes aside, if you get a PH rep to Iceland, that'll be credible. It just means that we are on top of the SCA scene, and as Asarai has mentioned, the highest stakes are here for these upcoming weeks because they can be that rep in the Challengers Final. They can be that rep for SCA into a LAN all the way in Iceland and prove to the world that SCA is one of the best regions that can bring the action. But we'll see though if that can be a reality, as EJ already realizing his potential with the Operator. As I always say, SB Empire, whip out the Operator, and here we go. It's all about the tempo for EJ. He has got a 4 systematic, automatic, one shot left in the chamber. Can he stall on over with the ace? Yes, he can. A full clip and a full wipe. It's SB Empire taking the lead in style.
I'm sorry.
I was just reacting too much there, but that was the chattest move I've ever seen someone use. And yeah, fine, get your nice little artwork of Jet enjoying a slice of pizza, but nobody challenged him on tiles. And EJ, knowing this, sets up his boombot just to make sure nobody's gonna be, shooting that on tiles or whatnot. Peeks up onto top mid, gets 2. The third shot is where I lost my mind. Fadeaway shot onto Rabbit, and then you knew at that point EJ was just vibing, feeling himself off. Draxy's in a really cheeky angle here, and if he can not get a kill, this could be bad. But he does trade onto Hatred, which is a good step because wall, heal, and slow all the way from the board. This is a workable 4 versus 4 up against Hashira, who don't really have the weapons. Maybe Envy with his ult or his rifle, but that's about it.
Such a good call for Hashira. Rush on down after getting atomized by the operator a while ago. But Empire still with the gun advantage, and here comes Batghost to wipe out Rabbit. Empire now on the board yet again, and just, this was a quick round, so we can just fanboy about the other one that we saw, that ace from EJ. Man, EJ, are you okay? Are you okay, buddy? EJ, are you okay? Because you have just hit everyone like a smooth criminal. Hatred going down just like that, and even the prod loves it. We get to watch the replay from 2 rounds prior. He's just so quick at hitting the shots. Blast back up top, get up the double box, and when it rains it pours. I guess EJ, he heard us during the technical pause, right? And he says, I want to go to Iceland, so this is how we're gonna do it. Operator ace, and he did play a good part in that previous round. Also, showstopper to flush out the hell. Got caught out though by the A main, the attacking A main side. But besides that, it still was the operator being saved by Team Empire, and they go back again to a 4 rifle 1 op setup as we go into another round.
Shadows traveling. This is such a disgusting show of force for Empire. EJ, you know what? When he's hot, just let him go and obliterate opponents left and right. He's not even touched us yet. Oh my goodness, he knows he's there in the corner. He can wall back for days. On the barrel, and EJ is just on point. He even claims the spike. And Hashira have definitely gone and possibly lost this round, but EJ is going too ham at it. It should have been a 4 versus 3, but he charges in. Granted, of course, he's allowed his teammates to get this spike in their own hands, but this could get bloody and bloody fast. That's going to be the trade for trade, but of course with Symbol here, he's not going to get faltered. He's not going to fall behind his own comrade, and that is going to be 6-3. And look at that tactical crouch, just to show that Hashira is no beat here in Ascent when Empire is on the case.
And there you have it, Empire pulling on away, whipping out the aggressive defense and feeling so confident, especially with the operator steering this ship. The biggest thing right now, besides the fact that Empire really adjusts their playstyle when they whip out the op, has to be the fact that they're so willing to challenge Hashira no matter what. These guys just have balls of steel, really facing off against the defending champions. And it does seem like for Hashira, they're just taking it. Sure, they had the right idea in the round a while ago when they rushed it down as soon as they lost the op ace, right? But besides that, we haven't seen the challenge against EJ. We haven't really seen Hashira go for the fight in that op versus op style coming into this map. And a map like Ascent, it was very popular back in the day to run even double operator to go for that mid control. Sure, it's very costly right now if you do that, and it's a big gamble, but I feel like it's time. Jeremy, time to show your former duelist comrade how it's done. It has to be someone shutting down EG right now, or that operator is going to be watching over every single person of this game.
I don't know what's been the issue for Hashira. They definitely have been struggling here, and it's kind of showing. The duelists, the starters for Hashira have yet to really gone hot. And whether it's them just not finding their step here, or it's just this aggressive style of peeking from Empire that has caught them unawares, or it's just EJ with the operator always hitting his shots, it has really hampered any form of Hashira getting form of any kind of map control here, and just the overall situation from this is great. And EJ, he saw the back of Rabbit here, and there's gonna be the biggest flank from Batghost. And Rabbit's attempts futile. And there's the attempts from Jeremy and Hatred futile once again. Leave it only into the hands of Envy and 2766 to try to make something work here. And even then, it's not going to work.
Envy, just the last man.
This way Empire's playing, it feels like they're the evil overlords with cats on their laps. And Symbol now gonna wrap up the round after Envy takes care of Draxi, but Empire is just feeling it in such rhythm. Look at this, the newest groove of the ball, you know, Astra, I'm gonna go with you because this is really the beat of Empire's drum. These guys have brought in the war chants, have shown us a national anthem of the Imperial Accord. And SB Empire, they just pull away in such dominating fashion. When they get the win streak that they're looking for, it really feels like Hashira is being blown out of the water. And from what we've seen so far in the series, Hashira has been unable to answer back. They have the right ideas, sure. They know what to do. They're defending champions for good reason, but it still has been answers for Empire. But Hatred with a tap like that can really help out the Accord here of Team Hashira. Symbol though with a kill onto Jeremy. Here we go now with the Seekers into play. They are gonna flush out Empire from the site though. Hashira gonna be able to get that plant, but still difficult right now for Hashira. They go for the res to give them the numbers advantage, but guns are in favor of Empire still.
This is gonna be risky. They said it already, they have the guns, but la-di-da, that is just gonna be the perfect setup there. Paranoia into the peak. Hatred's gonna be holding the charge as he does have the credible Vandal in his hands. And now Nexi and Symbol left to their own devices. A big wall will be stopping the door there, so they have to make their magic happen here on Heaven. But as Symbol doesn't have his heal or his health up to full, and he is still yet to have his ultimate. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the step that they need to. But what is happening? Nexi drops down. He's looking. He gets it. What? 2 versus 5. No time, though. But they just wipe out the rest of Hashira.
Man, it's like we said last map. Empire, these guys will make it costly for Hashira no matter what. Hashira sure got the point, but who won the duels? It was Nexi. And just in that round like that, sure, it was an eco state there from Hashira, but Empire, they still fought back in such a good degree. 3 kills there for the Reina, 3 kills for the Killjoy. Hashira doing an incredible job, though, to buy so much time to win that round. They needed that one. They need that scoreline just to bring them back with the arsenal that they need to fight. Empire are making statements here, Asteroid, that they were screwed over in their semifinals last time. They couldn't make it to finals because it was out of their power. They want to make it now to that top 2. They're happy to dethrone the defending champs to do so.
Double operator for Bat Ghost and EJ. They do have some rifles somewhere hidden here as form of, just as a little bit of safety for them. Bat Ghost does go straight up for the Vandal, goes straight here onto short. About his teammate, use that Sova drone. I do like this. This gives them a lot of control for mid, but members of Hashira are hiding on tiles, and there's a counter drone as well. Spot out Symbol for the moment. Can see Hashira give much respect, but they still have to work their magic here. Not a lot of time left. If they try to commit for the A site, this will leave them very little time to rotate if ever they do decide to do so. And with that dwindling down, this is going to be the chase. It's going to be the take. Draxi gets spotted, and that is a beautiful showstopper to start things off. Rabbit and Hatred simultaneously getting these kills. And now it's Nexi and EJ to work to prove themselves good in this 2 versus 5. But as that flash comes out, as the blind pulls through, Jeremy, well, he's going to be just an exceptional entry fragger. And look at that, a wall as well to stop. And Rabbit, oh no, Nexi, I don't think he even knows it's coming from right behind him. We should be playing Jaws music, not Rabbit music, but there it is. Bam! Oh, knife. Stab him.
Knife.
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 Sharks in the sky.
Knife.
Sharks
Knife.
in the sky.
Oh,
You missed. You missed.
Oh
You missed
my
again.
God.
Rabbit. Come on. Unlucky. And Nexi, he knows the round is over. He will tell his opponent that you cannot hit me with that knife. But Hashira, they will take the round. And even though we have to say it, Rabbit, I'm sorry, the utter failure of the Rabbit knife. This is why a rabbit is the prey, not the predator there. But the Hashira way showing up in moments of peril. They needed a round like that, and we saw the standard from Envy as well as Jeremy. They went for the flash into the peak to get the takedown, but Rabbit, come on, your shame. It has not just been added on, it has been multiplied because we got the replay. So tragic for Rabbit. Ah, man.
Nexi strafed.
he didn't expect him. He didn't expect him to move. It's like, why did you move? Why did you take that line? Well, let's bring it back. Come on, Hashira. They showed up there, champion form in that round. That was exactly what they needed to do. They were very secure in taking that A site. And again, the flashes have been one of the best parts of how Hashira plays and how they capitalize on it, and they did it in that round. Now going into their defense, they have a chance to try and tie things up if they get this pistol, but Empire, you know they're hungry for that win, and they want to get momentum coming into this half-ass array.
Jeremy's positioning is pretty good there. He can choose to just throw his grenade out, and that'll stop definitely the rush coming out from Empire here. In any case, for the moment, there is going to be the throw there. Jeremy has to back away. I do like a double pinch coming in from short. This does allow him to stop Jeremy from, well, thwarting anything with his utility. EJ's into the close corner here. Somebody has to close the door. Spots out one, and he will almost clip him through the legs. EJ's got to back away for the moment. Envy waiting for the heals. There's the shock dart. There's also the retake coming in from the rest of the Hashira boys. And they're coming in. They split apart the attackers here, and this is bad because Hell is occupied by two. Although here, Dax, Symbol and Badgos are working their magic. Only Rabbit to remain? No, Badgos is going to be onto the left side, getting charged right out. He will get spotted, and there is supposedly enough time for that. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. He redeemed himself, but I honestly wanted to say that Rabbit knife him. Paranoia knife, just to redeem yourself. But you cannot do that in a tournament. You cannot try it twice. And very respectable play there from Hashira to go for that retake and secure the round. They need that one just to get that momentum. And it really felt like Batgos had a good handle in that round. But then again, still Hashira came on strong, came on with the play. And I'd say it was a bit of a banana split approach from them, going over from different angles, trying to go for the fight and taking back that A site. So now it's guns in their advantage, a chance for them to tie things up. Let's see if Hashira can do it again.
And see if they can operate with 5 sheriffs. I like that 4. Next, he does save up for it because I think he wants to go for that full buy next round for as much utility as possible. And we'll be just spread out all throughout the map. And this kind of spread play that you're seeing here, it's more really of a confidence play that we've seen for Empire. Rather, I think EJ is just very much sure of himself when he goes about that, not having anybody there. But also what it will do is basically this. Lots of the members of Hashira would probably think more of the forces of Empire would be on mid, and a little bit of peek on short is something that they need to not really do as much. In any case, Symbol's just going to wiggle his mouse a little bit for that information. One is already there on Hell, and it seems like Symbol cannot take out Jeremy. Possibility for Empire to get a spike planted down goes lower and lower. But this crossfire from Draxi and Nexi, the C's, maybe they can make something happen, but that flash right there is just not going to be too good. How does Draxi get these shots? He's not supposed to be able to do so. Nexi's going to reload, and as he was about to put the magazine into the chamber, 2766 shuts the dream, and that's going to be 7-7. Hashira has evened it out, but now is the buy round for Empire.
Yeah, seems like the C's could not see because of the guiding lights, and now it is a chance here for Empire to reel it back on this half, prevent Hashira from snowballing out of control and taking this map and forcing a game number 3. But here we have it, all tied up as Hashira would like. 14 kills though on the board here for both Envy and EJ. Envy again stepping it up when he is needed the most, and he has really been quite the show, quite the wonder really of Team Hashira. It's been incredible how Envy has evolved as a player more so than anyone else. You know, 2766 getting his retribution, Jeremy as well as Hatred always supported Rabbit, a leader there for Team Hashira. But Envy has really been someone to watch out for time and time again here in Challengers Philippines for Hashira. On the other side, Empire, absolutely no slouch and putting the defending champions in such a bad spot. Still though, the attacking side playing it slow and steady, looking for the picks. They've left the spike behind all the way in spawn because they can't even decide where to go for now. But then again, Hashira is so disciplined, so ready for any kind of peaks, and are waiting all the way on the other side of map, playing as safe and sound as possibly as could be.
It's a lot of utilities expended just to get this mid control, and it could work. They force Hashira to back up all the way on their spawn, but thing about that though is there's gonna be a quick amount of defense for Rabbit here. Paranoia for Paranoia, This will secure the short, but because there's no smoke here, the cross is not safe for the moment. Jeremy is just that crucial of a shot. He will not know that Bad Ghost is already on Jenny, and Bad Ghost, like I've said, man, this guy is just on fire, able to set things up, able to follow through for Empire, and has really led the board for this team. Usually you'd see probably Nexi or EJ, but Bat Ghost, 2 kills in a dream. And now Hashira, they gotta go for this retake. This big lurk, or this big push coming in from Heaven is gonna be crucial. 2766, but EJ once again, pop shots coming in. 2766 does drop onto the side, maybe hoping that he can ninja his way to a defuse. But the 3 versus 1, that's not gonna happen too easy, and it's not gonna happen at all now. 8-7, Empire lead.
EJ just so eagle-eyed in that last part, and now it is going to be Empire keeping that lead alive, as you mentioned. Hashira, though, struggling on the economy, actually. They're not going to be able to get the guns here, and this is a bad sign, because if Empire, you give these guys a potential streak, they not only take that ball, they not only roll with it, they throw it all the way on the other side of the court, get a 3-pointer from half distance, and honestly, this is scary right now for Hashira because Empire has been building on so much positive momentum all throughout the series. Nexi, though, trying to play mind games here, making some noise on the slow orb, going to force out a little bit more there from 2766 on the other side. Still, that spike moving across the middle. Yeah, be careful. Wall gonna be in the way here on B main, though, trying to break it down. And now here comes the darts into play. Slow orb gonna be there, and a potential with the wall back. 2766, Ares in hand, gets the kill. Beautiful combo there from Hashira.
They just didn't respect it. They want to get that rifle. Look at how many members of Hashira are being pushed out here. EJ could be in a really bad spot, but I mean, at the end of the day, it seems like he's thwarted the option for Hashira to do so. 4 members were already peeked out, but Empire, because they are in a 4 versus 5, they don't bum rush their way onto the A side just yet. They're waiting. They're getting that confirmation that at least Hashira are still here on B. And as Draxi creeps up his way on A main, this could actually be it. EJ's left here to his own devices. Oh my goodness, that's going to be very close. And he's down to 2 HP. He has to just run all the way hack onto left. A. Leave himself not exposed because he can always be a threat. Now having that showstopper of his, Draxi's about to push in 20 seconds onto the clock. And Hashira, they've really expended Empire's time here. But in the end, it still should be the spike planted down. Oh, ooh. Electric Cha-Cha? Oh, it does hit Draxi though.
Jumps away. Perfect timing there to dance off, shuffle off from the spike. But EJ, man, this guy is basically bleeding profusely in a sense, 2 HP. So difficult right now for EJ to try and fight, but he has a showstopper. If anyone can get distracted for him, might be able to unleash that rocket if ever. But 2766 with 1 kill there. Simple in meantime, gonna get a double. And now it's time for the rocket to be unleashed. The red glare will connect. It's back goes though to wrap it up. Empire taking another one, but Hashira looks like they're trying to take a page of the Book of Empire here, making it quite costly for the attacking side.
That was definitely costly, but I mean, they have the buying power anyways to just straight up use it, or straight up just, you know, recuperate their losses. EJ using his showstopper as an extra safety measure. And again, that does make a lot of sense, because if you're going to be somebody who has an ultimate in Valorant, and you're not sure when to use it, just use it when you feel like you need a sure round win. That's about it. You can always just charge it up with a kill or orb or death. Doesn't matter. It's not like any other hero shooter out there. It's not actually a hero shooter. It's just another utility that you can use from time to time if you have enough charges for it. And EJ, just knowing that, secured it, made sure, because if Bat Ghost, or if he did not get the kill, Bat Ghost might be in a 2 versus 1, where we might have seen Hashira win on a pistol, where we saw Bren do that to Walkure a while ago.
Well, the thing is, EJ is also so secure of his spot right now as top frag that if he uses a showstopper, then he might be able to get a new one very, very quickly. But Rabbit with first blood here in the round. Battles will go down. Simple in the meantime with a kill. And Nexi doesn't care if 2766 upgrades over to the Odin. He will still get the shot, and he will still get that takedown. Wall now dissipating. Hatred, though, still waiting on the other side. But Empire wisely backing on a way to go for the regroup. They're not too sure if Sage is nearby or not. They might be considering that Hatred is just looking to pass upon them. Can we see the edge here from Hatred pan out? No, the ponytail will flip on by as the demise of Hatred is confirmed. It's Nexi again showing on up when Empire needs him the most. And now we are over to B site to play that post plant.
It's gonna be difficult, but Jeremy and Envy both have their big boy ultimates. That Seeker is gonna spot out one, but it doesn't stop EJ from hitting its mark. What was that? Usually, you get phased, you get distracted by the of the Seekers, right? But EJ was like, nah, I got this, bro. I will be able to hit this, get that 2K, and secure the double-digit rounds for Empire. 10-7.
I didn't know Jellyfish made noises like that. That's right. Could you do it again? I'm gonna record it, send it to National Geographic. They might need to know that. They might, you know, there's a song.
Hey man, it's underwater. You don't know what jellyfish do sound like, right?
There's a song that goes, "What does the fox say?" Apparently, you've answered another question. What does the jellyfish say? And here we have it. But yeah, EJ, he was just unfazed. He made sure the side of Hashira just felt like dominoes, and it looks so clean and crisp. It's like 4K, but not. EJ, just incredible right now. And he's really showed up here for Team Empire overall. When he was added on to the roster, he couldn't make it to their first shindig in last week's Stage 2. But when he came on through for the roster, he just showed up to the best degree. And it was such an unfortunate situation that he had so many technical issues that really broke Empire's run last week, but now it just proves how strong he can be. He was part of the Hashira team for good reason, and that Hashira team was also a top team, but he's joining another top team now alongside someone trusted, Symbol, and it really goes to show that this Empire roster works in the configuration that they're at. But Bat goes, he barely avoids his demise there. EJ now will take advantage of that small little peek and get the kill on the Hatred. Aldron's starting to say hello, sees Rabbit there on the other side. Symbol right now with the kill on Jeremy after Jeremy takes care of EJ there. And it's Nexi waiting on the other side of the smoke on the B side. He will go. Draxi in the meantime working together with Symbol to form up the firing squad. The Empress is just being panning out here for Team Empire. And now they're over to the side to put the spike down.
We've turned into a slugfest, and Empire, they're just getting everything. Rabbit, oh, unfortunate. The weapon, it has a very, how do you say this, interesting recoil. After the first shot, it becomes wildly inaccurate, so you have to space your left clicks properly. If not, it's just gonna go everywhere and maybe even nowhere. That is going to be 11-7 for Empire. And okay, I know that you corrected me, Dax, a while ago, and I also wanted to add to that as well. I did say that I thought that Empire was not able to get into the grand finals for VCT. My memory is very bad, guys, so I do apologize for that. They actually did get into Stage 1, Challenger 1 Stage 1 up against Bren. They got 3-0. So if they win here and now against Hashira, they have another shot to get a glimpse, a taste of grand finals. And those matches for Bren, they were all 13-7, 13-8. And it seems like right now, this is a new and improved Empire, and they're really looking to avenge themselves and to prove themselves to be one of the best teams here in the Philippines.
That's the story of this week. The proof is in the pudding, and the proof is in the play. Empire might have that chance if they get 2 more rounds coming into Ascent. And he needs to make sure also that Bren needs to win it out against Alpha later on and the incredible semi-final after this match has been settled. But Hashira, they won out Lastic for good reason, but they have to be careful because it is going to be them getting a face full of Empire, and they will still hold the line. 2 will get detained, but they don't care. They have gotten 4 instead. Multiplicative, that's going to be the numbers going in favor of Team Hashira. And you can see no fear here from Team Hashira. They don't care that they are down by 3 because they are going to still hold as strongly as they can, as securely as they can, and as surely as they can.
That was just so brutal. Everything that they can throw from smokes, slows, and flashes just to make sure that they can stop the momentum of Empire there. And weirdly enough, Empire, this is where you as a team, if ever you're going to be pushing, right, even into the viewers out there, to our viewers out there, to our precious, precious viewers out there, pushing outside onto a site when everybody is setting things up is no bueno. Because all of you don't have any of your guns out, and you cannot react properly to somebody who's at the immediate corner or immediate side of that smoke, and then you just get punished heavily. And you saw Empire; they were just fumbling for their weapons, where they were just throwing out their flashes and whatnot, and it just backfired on them. I mean, it doesn't happen always, but when it does, you're like, we could have done better, and that's something that I think Empire set us straight up with a tactical pause because they don't want that to happen again.
It's like, wait, guys, remember, set up first and then go to the side, because that wasn't even the corner Hashira. It was just Rabbit literally in the face of someone. It's like, hello, welcome to A side. May I take your coat? May I take your gun? And may I take your life? That was just the biggest balls of steel we've seen so far. They knew they were gonna get detained, and they still stuck with it. So Hashira always have these tricks in the bag. The combinations haven't been the most numerous compared to what we've seen last week. But when they show up, when the Hashira way is glowing and going, then they just know how to work so well as a team. And it really feels like Hashira is a team that really trusts each other so very well. Empire, I could say the same, but it really still is them forming on up. They have these relatively new players into their roster. You can see that they're vibing very well with one another. But Hashira, they have accomplished something that none of the Philippine scene has done so far. And it has been to get a championship here in VCT and dethrone Bren. So they know they can do it. They know they can make it again. They know they can beat anyone in their way. And that confidence will never be lacking no matter the situation.
I highly agree. But a lot of these teams, I think, now have shown to us that they have the skill level to... Any single one of the teams that we have right now for the VCT has a skill level to get into the grand finals. And Hashira, maybe they're setting up a lot more to face possibly Bren looking into the grand finals. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just something a little bit off for them today. Again, like I said, we haven't seen players like Jeremy or Hatred really pop off for the moment, but it seems like it's just not going about their way. Maybe it's because EJ's has been so freaking hot. He's not even stopping. He got a refrag. He got a chase down with a showstopper. And as 2766 was trying to catch him off with an off angle on door, he just pushes right on through. He will not have a chance for another ace here, but he's definitely allowed his teammates to just flounder on into the site and basically gnaw at the scraps that EJ has left them. Of course, this will net them a round win, and it's 12-8, and now match point.
If Empire ever gets a space program, they go out in outer space, they see the stars, they see the constellations, they see the other planets, and they realize that the glowing sun is absolutely named EJ. He has just been on fire and more. The degrees this guy has right now is just unparalleled, and it really feels like EJ has just been the captain of the ship for so long already. He just brings in that momentum. It becomes EJ's time to shine. And EJ, are you okay? No, he is just insane instead. And time after time, you give him that gun, you give him that chance, he will not disappoint Asteroid at all. Match point now for Empire.
They have everything to be able to win this, but Hashira have everything to counter that as well. 4 big ultimates to use. It's not an easy feat here, and it's not actually a big stretch for them to push this into overtime. 4 rounds could mean a lot. It could be a lot when you're up against Empire, but Hashira, they've shown that they can do the same thing. They can push this into overtime and maybe reset this bracket, push it off of regulation, and have a chance to push this into a game number 3. For the moment, though, Empire, they're just waiting outside of B here. Maybe they're baiting Hashira just to peek out, just to be a bit more greedy. And then when they get that 1 kill, they'll explode. But here's the thing. They've held off for such a long time that now they need to commit to a site. A few more seconds, and 2766, he's got a perfect angle here. He spots him, backs away smartly. He knows he doesn't have to die here because he can use his ultimate to counter that plant being dropped in. And they can just play this as calmly as possible. There it is. It's not going to connect.
That is beautiful because even if Draxi does go down, the spike will still get planted. It's the 5 versus 5. There's the paranoia, and look at the shutdown coming in from EJ. He's lining them up, able to reposition as well. And look at the shots, look at the moves. It's gonna be EJ, and he is just gonna do it. 8 to 13. Empire get into the grand finals.
Empire have done it. They have taken the crown away from Hashira, and they have a chance to be the ones at the top of the Philippine scene, going strong and showing them that this is gonna be one peel to throw away. Symbolic in that victory also. And my, oh my, Empire right now, confident as a crew. SB Empire is your first finalist. Hashira will be going home and will be going again next week. But wow, just a statement being made by EJ. He is not okay at all. He is just absolutely incredible. And that raise, he saw the chance. Hashira overcommitting on to push on to be main. Everyone putting their back against EJ. EJ's like, are you really not gonna look at me? Are you gonna let me do this? And exactly that, SB Empire allowed to just dominate. SB Empire allowed to do the things that they needed to do. And Hashira, the way was there, the strides were there, the combos were there, but it just wasn't enough against SB Empire. Not enough in terms of the quality and the quantity.
Empire with the fire back. A lot of confidence, a lot of happy faces for this team, and it's a definite deserved win. They haven't gotten into the grand finals ever since stage 1, and now they're back at it once again. Whoever wins between Alpha Esports and Bren will go and face this team who seem to have a refreshed view on competitiveness because, like I said, because of EJ leading the charge. And if nobody bats an eyelash to EJ, he will make you regret that. And what a performance, what a series that we've seen from Empire. 2-0 against Hashira, where Hashira did the same thing on them on Ascent, 13-6. And Empire was just like, here you go. You know, we give it back all the way to you. And that is just a great, great series for them. Honestly, I thought it was going to be Nexi or Batgos to start everything, which they did. But EJ was the one to finish it off, Dax. And now they're just going to be taking a bit of a breather, maybe watching the show here again, twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, and seeing that next match with Bren and Alpha Esports.
Another 2-0 at the very end of it all, and Empire stand at the top. And like with Asarai said, with a whole new group and the new set of players, an amazing run from this squad, defeating their rivals Hashira in a decisive 2-0 victory. And we're about to speak with one of the players. We've got none other than Draxi himself about to come on the line. I think we got him now. What's up, man? Draxi, hey, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you po. Sobrang worth it po kasi simula week 1, simula stage 1 pa po namin talagang araw-araw po kami nag-grind. Halos araw-araw mappings, tinitignan po namin yung mga mali namin. So, ayun po, napakita naman po namin ngayon. At ayun po, gumana naman po.
I'm gonna ask you. You guys have improved so much in like the short span of time. I think it was like 2 weeks, and you've left this panel. You've left me, everybody here, and all of your fans so in awe. Like, how did you guys do it, and why are you guys getting so good so quick?
Siguro po naging factor po yung pinag-aralan po namin yung Hashira maigi. Last night po, pinanood po namin lahat ng VODs nila, tinignan po namin kung saan sila mahina, tinignan po namin saan sila malakas, iniwasan po namin yung mga strengths nila. Pinuntahan po namin sila sa mga weakness nila, kaya siguro po naging factor po yun, kaya natalo namin sila.
I think one of the actual ways that you won actually was you were able to shut Hashira down on Haven. You made Jeremy's lurk ineffective. Your pushes on the defense were always so effective. Was this something that you planned to play that aggressive and to counteract Hashira?
Hindi. Sa Haven, ano lang po eh. Hinayaan ko lang po sila ng kanya-kanyang play nila. Kumbaga, kung gusto po nilang umaggressive, sige, go lang. Basta may trade tayo at ganito pa rin yung play natin. Wag mawawala yung discipline, yung trades. Siguro, swerte lang din po talaga kaya nananalo kami ng duels.
Yeah. Honestly, you guys were hitting off all the shots today, and amazing work here. I guess my last question for you here right now is, you're going up against either AE or Bren. Are you guys ready for it tomorrow?
Ready po. Wag lang po talaga mas mawawala ng kuryente sa mag-brand out.
All right, man. And last but not the least, it's your time right now. Anyone you want to give thank you to, anyone you give a shout out to, the floor is yours.
Shoutout po kay Boss Sam Versosa, sa sponsor po namin syempre. Kay Kuya Ali, kay Sir Chip, sa mga walang sawang suporta po sa amin. Sa mga fans po ng SB Empire, patuloy niyo lang po kami suportahan at di po namin kayo bibiguin. Sa girlfriend ko po, sa family namin lahat na nanonood. Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations again. That was Draxi. And congratulations. See you in the grand finals, man.
Thank you po.
All right. That has been it from Draxi. Honestly, I'm so happy to see Empire playing back to their old selves again. I think let's focus on that first. Empire are back. And they're back in a big way. Ling, I'll start this off with you. This is the best we've seen Empire perform since week 1, stage 1.
Well, we're pretty sure about that because given that how much he actually struggled during the first phases of the qualifiers, I might have to see even if they lost their main duelist and pretty much have been having trouble struggling with their identity overall, I will still see this as a best color, or rather this new color on Empire definitely works so well out for them. We have not seen them been too aggressive at this point, and this has been working out so well for them. And I might have to say I really do hope that they could actually bring a little bit more in terms of their play, because honestly this is looking great. They're more refined and I want to see more of this.
Yeah, and Draxi mentioned this a little bit earlier on, Viminal, that they really did their homework on Hashira, and it shows the number of times that the plays, were exploited. The defense was exploited from the Hashira side. It was just evident. It seemed like everything that they could do, everything that Hashira came up with, Empire had an answer for it.
Yeah, actually. What was going through my mind the entire time while watching through the game is that, excuse my Filipino, but basang-basa talaga yung plays ng Hashira coming into this. and it was clearly evident during those couple of games. It seems as if, again, Empire has been renewed, has been refreshed, and maybe it was just an alternate dimension that Hashira was able to best out Empire. Maybe, this is a new timeline and a start of something new for Empire here.
Yeah, this is definitely a new time for, I think, everybody. I'm genuinely happy. It's a little bit bittersweet, if I'm being honest, because now we start to see where Hashira has a lot of weaknesses, but at the same time, we get to see, that opportunity for them to grow. They had an amazing run last week. Unfortunately, they took a big loss this time. So let's, I guess, now focus on Hashira for a second. So they, and I'm going to start with you, Viminal. They seem to always struggle against teams who have really good aimers. They struggled against Pirates, kind of, when Sapphire Saiyajin was just tearing up house. They struggled with Ching and Georgie to some extent, going up against GXR.
Yeah.
Do you feel like this is an aim thing that Hashira needs to work on, whether they need to reinforce their own personal mechanics, or is it just more of, I don't know, what's going on here, Viminal?
I mean, it could be a mix of factors. Obviously, it is. Coming up against a team of equal or greater mechanical skill is always going to be a challenge for pretty much any other team out there. But when it comes to the point wherein you can't outsmart your opponent anymore, then it becomes a problem. When Hashira went up against GXR, you could argue that GXR had superior mechanics, but Hashira just played a lot more disciplined and a lot cleaner than they did. But this was not the case for Hashira's Empire. Clearly evident here in the scoreboard, 5-13 in favor of Empire.
I still think that the match could have gone the other way around if only there were proper tradings happening in the game, which is pretty much what I've been seeing, given how well they're easily being picked off one angle at a time. And I don't really see much the type of synchronicity that I've seen Hashira play from their run during this tournament. I mean, yes,
agree.
they're great overall, but I just don't see that this is exactly the best form that they have been in. I'm not really sure if this matchup has been affecting them mentally, or rather just this not being a really good day for the players overall.
That's a great point. I actually was chatting obviously with the team right after their loss. I was talking to Hashira, and they were really saying that none of them were hitting their shots. It's a really off day for everybody, and that's just a factor. Even if they did amazing last week, there's always that issue of sometimes you have an off day and you can't help it. But there's some things you can do to sort of attenuate that, to sort of mitigate the damage that an off day can be done by strengthening your aim, strengthening your communication. But let's face it here, Hashira, they did a lot of things right. They had good setups, but in the end, the calls were off, the shots were not being hit, and there's very little that you can do when it comes to situations like that. Viminal, the thing is, consistency in Hashira, they've been consistently getting better, but to stay consistently on the top form, at the top of their game, that's a very high demand.
Yeah, this is a completely different beast, a completely different story. You know what? I'm sort of begging the question, did Hashira become a little bit overconfident, perhaps stepping beyond what their normal comfort zone is against a team like Empire? Maybe they underestimated them quite a bit. Again, this is more of an internal thing. So It's really all just speculation.
It's hard to say when it comes to those kind of things, though. What we can be sure of is, holy bejesus, EJ. This guy, man, every single round he was pulling 3 kills, 4 kills. He's getting that magnificent ace. I don't think we've seen anything like it here in VCT. One of the sexiest aces for sure that we've seen. And they're going to need this star power coming up against Bren. Remember, previously, they were able to take a map off Bren. Could they be the next team that takes it against Bren to defeat it? I'm getting a little bit giddy. I'm getting a little bit excited, right, Ling? Because, who knows? Maybe another team can beat Bren. Maybe it's not just Hashira. Maybe Hashira paved the Hashira way for Empire to do the same thing to Bren.
Maybe the rice cooker was right all along. I mean,
boy.
looking at the glimpses of what's happening in the matchups here, I mean, I wouldn't be so surprised if they will be able to be they will be able to overthrow Bren once again, even if they have been confident after seeing their first matchup. I mean, looking at EJ's performance, I'm pretty sure he has this type of mentality right now.
Yeah, and honestly, I've been a big fan of Empire since they came out in First Strike. The way that they play is very different to how they play now. They used to play slow and methodical and tactical, but now you're seeing them evolve. I love what Empire brings to the table. I'm just so surprised that it came out in this way, 2-0 against Hashira. And I don't think any of us expect. We all predict. None of us predicted this. This is absolutely insanity here. And then we've got another match here. It's AE versus Bren. I feel like that might just be a
caster's
will it
curse?
be a curveball? I don't know, man.
A caster's curse, perhaps.
It's been rough for us casters, for us panel this week. The predictions, it's been kind of strange here. I don't know about that, but you know what we got to do when things are, I think, a little bit, iffy, a little bit hairy. What we can do is we can take a moment to sort of breathe. And you know what? To thank our sponsors. Big thank you to PPGL, the largest multi-game esport league in the Philippines, organized by Mineski and, of course, Globe Telecom. Globe hashtag reinvent exciting victories in Valorant with the new Mage Punk bundle. Get yours now on the Coda Shop with Globe. It's not the Mage Punk anymore. It's not. It's, is it still the Mage Punk?
No, it's not.
It's a new bundle. It looks pretty cool.
I totally forgot. But it's all right. It's pretty cool. Yeah. All right. Let's just go with that. Hashtag reinvent. Oh, I just read that. Thank you to our official gaming PC and laptop partner, Predator. Hashtag summon your strength. Globe Virtual Hangouts will reinvent esports and bring it to a whole new level. Let's get hashtag all together now. As Virtual Hangouts Go Esports brings events and programs like no other, starting with an apprenticeship program led by the pros, stream takeovers, and local and international tournaments. Download the Globe One app and click on Virtual Hangouts tab to get updated on the latest happenings on Globe Virtual Hangouts. Make sure you check us out also on our pages. I went Canadian there for a second. Check us out on Facebook.com/PPGLGG, YouTube.com/PPGLGG, and of course, Twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH. And check us out on TikTok, where we got a lot of cool stuff too, a little bit more chill, at Hello PPGL. So yeah, that's it from our sponsors, but we're also giving you guys a chance to win some exciting prizes. And if you want to do that, we're giving away 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points to you lucky fans at home. So if you want to be able to do that, all you got to do is follow these instructions: 1, 2, 3, and 4. Simply like and follow the PPGL Facebook page and follow that up with a caption of which team you're supporting. Use these hashtags that we're writing down below. We'll be taking 10 winners at the very end of the day to win 1,500 plus. And we're going to be announcing them at the end of each day. So be excited, guys, because it's going to be, at the end of the day, it's going to be a wild ride here. We've seen 2-0s, but things might change here. A lot of upsets. But if you want to find out in what language you can watch these streams on, check it out on Facebook or on YouTube and Twitch as well. So we got twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH and the YouTube as well for both languages. And for Filipino, it's on Facebook.com/PPGLGG. We got the panel discussions all in English, just so everybody can really truly understand each other. So if you're wondering why I'm speaking in English, it's because we have to. That's my job. So yeah.
Yes,
Right.
indeed.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, this is this is why they pay. I mean, I'd rather be on the desk casting, but it is what it is. No, I'm just kidding, guys.
Excuse me.
No, I'm just kidding because we are, and I'm honestly just happy to spend some time with Viminal and Ling. Just the three of us hanging out. I like how nobody else agreed with me and just like, you're on your own, buddy. Thanks for throwing me under the bus, guys. Really appreciate the camaraderie on this panel right now. So fine, let's go ahead and actually do our jobs instead of having fun. We got another game coming up for you. It's AE versus none other than Bren. I think a match that I think everybody is really looking forward to here. Viminal, I'll start with you here. AE, do they have a chance in hell? Or when it freezes over? What's your thought on this?
You know what? AE, I'm going to straight up put it out there. This team is something else when it comes to their potential, when it comes to their passion and dedication to the game. I was doing a bit of research on their backstory, and it turns out that before they actually moved here to the Philippines, some of them dropped their day jobs and flew within weeks' notice to move to the Philippines to participate in the local scene. And that's incredible. That speaks volumes about their passion to the game. But you know what? Passion can only take you so far. In the end, it's what happens on the field. It's the raw data and the stats that come out on the screen. And I think that perhaps Bren is just a league above Alpha Esports at this point in time.
I think it's gonna take a while, Ling, for them to get to the level where they can take on Bren. And honestly, I'm a little bit worried, especially with Wits coming into the roster. But before we go and talk about the Bren roster, let's talk about the Alpha Esports roster here. You got a really good foundation. You got GK Baby. We'll actually pull up the whole roster on your screen right now. Ling, what are your thoughts on this whole AE roster, who has been showing a lot of growth lately?
Man, I mean, they've said so themselves that there has been a lot of pressure being put on to their team as well, especially for in terms of in terms of their individual plays. And I would definitely have to quote that GK Baby did mention that this wasn't exactly one of his best games of his life. That I do hope that they could actually bring something out of the table, out of the blue here, once they actually go up against Bren. I still put a lot of faith in terms of like the roster overall. Sure, there's a lot of potential that they could definitely been able to channel, but for a team like Bren, who has dealt with newer players, newer faces on the scene, I'm pretty sure they could be fully capable of handling this new roster or this new kids on the block.
Yeah, well, new kids on the block they are, but not new kids on the block are the roster of Bren Esports. Take a look, guys. This is the 5-man squad that they have currently, and as far as old guard goes, as far as vanguards and veterans go, these guys are it. All right, these guys have had decades of FPS experience under their belt. Borkum, Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Vash, and Wits. Literally the legends of Philippine FPS right now, barring a couple of others like Captain Hannibal from Mineski. But these guys, if you talk about legends of FPS, these guys are it, Vimino.
Yeah, based on experience alone, definitely the odds are against, the new kids on the block, Alpha Esports. And of course, with Wits being introduced into the roster, their total amount of experience just went up exponentially. It's just kind of crazy to think about this. But yeah, again, with Wits being introduced into the roster, he seems like a good fit right off the bat. We were talking about Hashira having an off day today, but let me tell you, the complete opposite is happening to Bren. They're absolutely on fire today based on what we saw during the first series.
They are, definitely. And I want to point this out. So you have on the Bren roster, and this is, I think, very crucial to say, Dubstep and Dispenser, who have been together for like a very, very long time. They've been playing forever. And now you have Borkum, who is rejoining his former teammate Wits. And they've been playing forever together as well. Jesse Vash might be the only outlier here, but it seems like him being a fifth wheel in this occasion actually benefits them because he gives them such a fresh voice into the team. I'm curious to see how things play out right now. But before we talk about that any further, we got the head-to-head coming up for you guys, which two teams players will feature. But, like I said, Ling, these guys in the Bren side, they've known each other forever. They used to play together in the same community servers that we used to be in. We know them like so well. And my concern here, my fear, do you think that they have capped? Do you think that they've hit their maximum potential? Or do you think there's more?
Well, I highly doubt that they are, because given that they are going to be playing on a different esports title, you still have an infinite possibilities on how their playstyles could actually evolve and change. And this is where we're actually going to be seeing them put out their talents to a much better use. You see them play on roles that they're not usually are comfortable with, but they still try to make it work, and they have tried to make it sure that they have fully mastered and embraced that.
Yeah, let's remember that in the heyday of Bren CS, they were winning international tournaments. What is that reaction from you? Like, why was that funny? I'm gonna grill you on this. Okay, later on, maybe. But yeah, in the heyday, they were winning tournaments in CS internationally as Bren CS, and then they actually moved on, and now to this Valorant roster, where a couple of the players are actually here. If they can translate that success to Valorant, we might actually be able to see a Filipino representative going to the Masters. Do you agree on that?
I mean, for me, these guys have been winning international tournaments since even before I got back into gaming. years and years and years ago. So
Oh,
this
yeah.
this is, I think it really goes without saying that if there's a team that has a lot of potential to represent us in Masters or to challenge a C final, it's going to be them.
Well,
Well, I mean, the rice cooker could be right, but at the same time, I've seen Bren falter against foreign teams and to be introduced on a different flavor, such as the boys from NA. I mean, they could still have this some sort of challenge that they still have to face and overcome. And I'm pretty sure this matchup will definitely let everything do the talking, let everyone's odds be defied.
Right. And, we're about to find out what the next map is. We're going to be playing on the map Vito, just pulling that up on your screens right now, finding out where exactly in the game where we'll be facing off. So to start things off in this best of 3, we're going to end up on Icebox here. No, and then followed by a Haven. It looks like Bren have finally decided to go back on it. And then they're ending up on Ascent here. Veminal, Icebox, selected by Alpha Esports Pro. Is this where we're going to see Gian Sanity do his famous annoying lurk all across the map and open things up for his team?
Could very well be the case here. But, we heard from GN Sanity himself yesterday that they've been doing a lot of homework on pretty much every team that they're willing to face here in the Philippine scene. And historically, Bren hasn't really been the best on Icebox. So this is, I think, a pretty good move on them. But again, different lineup, different tactics, double duelist, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? But what about you, Ling? Here, we're gonna end up on Haven and I think it was Ascent, right? Yeah, it was Ascent. How are you feeling about those last 2 maps here and the odds of Bren coming to that last game?
Well, for Bren, during this tournament, I would say they're slowly trying to build up their confidence, especially with this fresh roster that they're going to be running at. And I'm pretty sure they will be able to take away at least a single one. That could be Haven that they could secure. I mean, then again, Ascent is still a 50-50 map. A lot of fundamentals being applied here. And I'm pretty sure both teams have these type of foundations present in their team play.
Final predictions before we get into the game, because we're about to start with AE versus Bren. Ling.
I would give this sort of like a 2-0 in favor of Bren Esports. No doubt.
Okay. Viminal.
All right. Now, this is a very important match for AE as well, because this is the opportunity that they have been waiting for. Obviously, people are going to favor Bren, and all of our predictions are going to favor Bren because historically Bren has the most impressive track record in the Philippines. It's just, there's no going around that.
Right.
But the ball is in the hands of AE to prove everybody wrong and to step up to the plate and show everybody what they're made of. So again, much respect to these guys. It's going to be a tough challenge, but I know they're going to be up for it. So in the end, my prediction will still be 2-0 for Bren.
I'm going to agree with you. 2-0 for Bren here. I think it's the panel is clear on this because, the reality is that I think that Alpha Esports should use this opportunity to learn as much as they can from a team like Bren. I mean, the fact that they're going up against them alone in a tournament like this, it's a big deal. We'll see if they can come back though in the upcoming series next week. But before we talk about that, let's dive into the game. We're about to get ready and get started. Again, I'm going to leave it in the hands of the casters. So for the last series of the day, it's none other than Alpha Esports versus Bren Esports.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, friends, far and wide, Dungeons and Dragons, boys and girls, all the things in between. Guys, we have an amazing match coming up here with Alpha Esports versus Bren Esports. One definitely titular title to be fought against. Guys, I'm Black Blue. With me is the ever amazing Dax. And first of all, how are you doing? Second of all, what do you think about this next game? And third, what's for dinner, Dax?
Okay, how am I doing? I'm doing fine. Second question, I'll work on it later. What's for dinner? Absolutely nothing until we are done with the series, because I feel like that this is gonna be a meal for us here, and of course for everyone who are rooting for these teams, because in the big sample size that you intro Black and Blue, gotta say, maybe the Alpha Esports family as well as the Bren Esports family, the fan bases, they have to be bigger. There'll be a lot of voices right now trying to make it heard, and it really feels like that this matchup has been one that many have been awaiting. To be the best, you have to beat the best. And in the Philippine scene, to be the best, you have to beat the Bren. And Alpha Esports, we know their aspirations already. We know they have made that sacrifice to move from NA all the way here to the PH. And they're not just going to be stopping with like, okay, semifinals, we're good, we're growing. They know that their goal is to become the #1 team in the Philippines. But right now, they're going to be finally tested. It is finally time for them to try and fight against Bren Esports. And the thing is, they have earned this slot. They have gone through trials, simulations, and all the like. It hasn't been the rosy fields that they expected to see in the Philippine scene. It's all about the amount of variety we have as a region. And you look at Bren Esports as a team, right? And it feels like comparing it to the quarterfinals that Alpha had versus Pirates, where they're able to play an NA versus NA style. When you get against Bren, it feels like you're facing off a Korean team, because these guys, they have so much strong executions. And as we are going to be getting into Icebox, it's time to see what the defense of Bren can do versus the attack of Alpha Esports.
And well, here's one thing to start things off. Borkum once more on that Astra. We saw him put it to good effect, to great effect actually, a while ago versus Wildcore in that quarterfinal. And if they're going to try to replicate that success here versus Alpha Esports, they better not take it too hastily, because Alpha, I think they're a different dog as compared to Wildcore, but still, Bren Esports are the top monster here in the Philippine scene. And if Alpha, who are looking to prove themselves as the best team and maybe overtake that title from Bren, they're going to have to beat Bren and do it very decisively as well. As we're looking at it here, Borkum, will he stick on that Astra? He did a while ago, but this time seems to go for the Omen, a bit of a switch up here. Now, as we talk about Alpha, of course, we know a lot of these players are, quite popular, and there's lots of fan base behind them, but you're going to need more, as we saw like from Kadiliman last weekend. You're going to need more than just that fan base to be able to secure yourself, the proper slot and proper title as a top dog here in the Philippines. And they're looking to show their strut right now, as we're here in the week 2 of the VCT semifinal. Of course, whoever wins this is going to go up against Empire tomorrow in the grand final. And for this, Dax, I think we all flat out predicted for Bren Esports to win this series based on our predictions on that PPGL Facebook page. But then again, we all predicted Hashira to win the last match, wherein Empire did win that. And so, how are you feeling about this? And what are the chances for basically Alpha to pull kind of an upset here?
Well, the thing is, Bren Esports, this team looks just so acclimated putting wits into the roster. It really felt like that for Bren last week. They were trying to get back to their roots, trying to just find the foundations, and they realized that they cannot rest on their laurels anymore. They need to be getting that renovation, though, that innovation that has really allowed them to be at the top of the PH scene. And after what we saw from Wildcore, I wouldn't be surprised to see them look to dominate yet again. It feels like Bren has realized exactly the power level of the Philippine scene for now, and they're going to be trying to match that, do better. And that's the thing about Bren. They have said before that they want the scene to get better, but they never said they were giving up that throne. They aren't just resting on their laurels. They aren't just resting whatsoever. It's up to them now to prove to us how much progress they have as well. But Alpha Esports, this is the team that has the biggest voices now looking to be heard. And it's time to see if their shouts can be heard into the Philippine scene, as Dubstep already on the board, taking care of Chris M. Looking for another one, just peeks but runs out of bullets there. Bring you in the meantime with the kill to Jesse Bash. Wits and Borkum on the board. But here comes G Insanity and GK Baby. And in the chaos of the middle, it's 2v2 now. Spike though drop, in the between area here by the blue box, and now it's Dubstep getting another kill.
Well, it's a 2v1 right now with Gian Sanity here versus Dubstep and Borkum. Well, sentence to say as well, in the 1v1, Borkum will get the trade off there on the Gian, and they will get the first round on the board. So, Bren Esports, initial contact being shown there by Dubstep, pushing up into that tube, and as soon as he saw there's a bunch of members from the Alpha Esports side in mid, that called the whole rotation from Bren to push out B main. They were not able to win that fight, but the rest of the mid position was kind of a scramble. It ended up in 2v2, and well, Gian Sanity in that situation, outnumbered, outgunned. In the end, it will be Bren taking that first pistol, but you can see already here Dubstep fully investing into a rifle to start things off, not taking any chances. He knows if you give Alpha here an inch, they can turn it into a mile. In this case, seems like the mile that Alpha wants to run is towards this B main position right now. There's quite a bit of utility already dumped here, so it's going to kind of hold them off from doing that exactly. They steal away the ultimate charge, I do believe, here from the side of Bren. And right now, Alpha still playing very calm, but oh, what a shot. Are you Ryu? You are done. Dispenser will get taken down. That's an opening pick here towards the B side, but still, even after that, you can see how calm Alpha here. Not going to push on out yet to the B main side, even after finding that pick. And so I'll drone here towards mid from Jesse Vash's Sova and give him some information, but he has to be very careful what he's doing here right now, Dax.
Ari Ryu, he was the boom boy yesterday, showing up with the explosives, and now he brings in the bang. Speaking of the bang, though, it's Jesse Bash now with the tap on back. Dubstep, though, with 2 so far. Vandal in hand gets the 3rd there, and just utter dominance from the Reyna. I love what Bren is doing here by the green box. They're putting up this cloud just to get in the way, abuse the decay system now on that Viper. It's 50 damage immediately just to allow them to go for the peak, go for those takedowns. And it's all up to Chris M now. What can the Viper of Alpha Esports do? He only has a classic, and it seems like for Bren Esports, they're just going to be hunting this guy unless Chris M can get a gun. So I'll take this time to ask you, Black and Blue.
Yes.
You come from a very tactical FPS shooter experience. I, conversely, do not. And it has, it just to, show us to our audience, what is the biggest reason right now seeing all these veterans here for the side of Bren, as Chris M will get a kill there, looking to go for a little bit more. Time has run out. Bren will take the round, and Chris M, he wants to fight back even just a little bit more, but Dubstep will get 4. And yes, now as we get into the next round, what is the significance of Bren being Bren and Bren being the tactical FPS history team they are? Honestly, it's interesting.
Basically, dude, a bunch of these players I've been following for quite a while, right? Even before, the Valorant scene emerged here to such the huge monstrosity that it is. Now, for players like Wits coming in here to Bren Esports, we expected him to fit like a well-tailored glove, and he does. I've seen this man across many different seas, many different tournaments, and he's always played perfectly, especially with one of his former co-partners, or co-teammates, former teammates on Borkum. They were on that Bren roster in the past, and so for him to be playing here with this roster, they're all definitely familiar with each other. I think it's a perfect fit. We're gonna see though if this will be one that will last for the test of time here in the Valorant scene, because the Bren roster has switched things up quite a bit in the past few months. With Humi dropping out and even replacing him, and even before him there was another player, so it's always been kind of 4+1 situation. But right now, Dispenser, he's going to be the first one found. Gian Sanity finding his first here, and Borkum will get a trade-off on a Chris M that leaves it at a 4v4, with Alpha setting their sights towards, well, the Alpha site, but still not committing to that just yet.
Yeah, and this is their chance now. They have the guns into play, and Borkum, he has moved on to back to the controller role. For quite a while, he was flexing on around, played the flash for the team, but in this case, he's more than happy to acclimate to another setup, acclimate back to the smokes to allow Wits to prosper on that duelist. Then again, though, we talked about a lot about Bren Esports and how historical this team is, not only in their run in the Valorant scene, but also prior titles as a unit. With Alpha Esports, they are absolutely no slouch. As we said, the micro decisions that this team can do have really been unparalleled so far. And in terms of their contact, it's one of the best you can really see based on our experience in NA. And they're putting the spike down over to B side. But Borkum on the board there. Ryu gonna be turning on round. Dubstep in beats. I'm still gonna get that kill. And Bren Esports just making a sandwich right now out of Alpha Esports. It seems like for Alpha, the struggles of yesterday is still gonna be here today. They were running out of time. Bren Esports putting on the pinch, and it made it a lot easier for the defense to hold 3-0 right now for Bren Esports.
They're actually quite lucky there, to be quite honest with you, Alpha Esports, because they wouldn't have even been able to get that plant off because Snowman, it wasn't smoked off. And for it to cross on over from yellow to Snowman just literally out in the open, he's super lucky that the players inside Snowman from the side of Bren Esports didn't immediately shut him down. The timing just was quite fortunate for them, but still, Bren Esports, they do get the round. And one thing I'd like to ask you, Dax, is, well, I might have come from a tactical shooter, yes, but you did come also from like this kind of hero, composition-based shooter. And I want to ask you about the composition here, coming from both sides. Obviously, Viper with that buff coming on out here. Do you think maybe the lack of a hard smoker is something that Alpha Esports are not as prepared to do as compared to Bren, who have been playing this lineup as Wits finds an opening pick there on Gian?
Yeah, and the thing about playing the Viper on Icebox, right, is you have to figure out how you're going to be playing that Toxic Screen and how you're going to be looking to play that Poison Cloud. One of the other things that you can use it for is for that post plant. In this case right now, as Borkum gets a kill onto ITZ, is we aren't really seeing Chris M set it up the way that we really expect. It's more or less Bren utilizing Toxic Screen on one side, using the Poison Cloud on the other, and using it for the offensive. But Alpha Esports, if they're going to be playing the Viper, they want to commit onto the side they're smoking on out. Cordon it away, just quarantine Bren out of that area. And a flawless win here for Bren Esports. But back to my point, right, and back to your question. If Alpha can use that Viper to the same degree that Bren is doing right now, we're going to see more success for them. But right now, the poison, it is just suffocating Alpha Esports. It's hurting their chances. They don't want to be pushing into the cloud whatsoever. And that just allows the likes of Dubstep, the likes of Wits, the likes of Borkum himself to get in position and get those takedowns.
Yeah, well, this situation right now, it is looking a bit bleak, although it's only 4-0. We've seen crazier comebacks happen here at the VCT, and Alpha Esports are definitely one of the most formidable teams and capable teams of doing exactly that. Now, GK Baby here with an opening pick on Dispenser, and as I was looking at it, I already was thinking, Dispenser, you gotta be careful. Gian, he's gonna find it on Wits. A bit, I get the initiative here coming from Wits, but I think a bit misplaced. They did have a 4v5, which I guess it was a time to try and make a play. But out left in the open, no support around him. It was do or die, and, well, the latter happened upon him. As they come on here towards the A site, rather the Bravo site, sorry, the B site, coming from Alpha, they do have at least some decent control, okay? They have this wall to play off of, and the smoke as well, but Borkum is waiting inside his own. And Pinoy Jet, that's actually Gian Sanity, will get the trade-off. GK Baby, that's a second frag for him now. Dubstep is left all alone. He might be the Reina, he might be the Empress. I don't think this is a kingdom that he can necessarily overpower and dethrone as well. 4v1, Lear on out, gave his position away. I think it's a done deal.
Yeah, Alpha Esports, when they get those initial picks, they are so sure at their secure. You can see right now that we finally get Chris M setting up that Toxic Screen to play onto a B side. They're ready to pounce, ready to go over and out. And this is going to be a round taken by them. It really feels like for Alpha, they just need that initial gust of wind. If they get that tempo, if they get that sure kill, then you can really see a team like this prosper. But when they are getting choked at by time, that Bren has been able to do for the past few rounds, then that's where they struggle. But this is a good chance, and this is a good start for them. If they can keep this up, play it in such a sure way, either on A and B, especially with the Viper walls alongside any kind of setup there from Ryu, then Alpha Esports should get back on the board.
Well, finally a round on the board here for Alpha Esports, and GK Baby is making that operator work. Seems like he's found his home. We're going to see if that's going to continue to ring true for him, as, well, he's found two of that from that previous round. ITZ still yet to wake up here, especially Dispenser as well. But we do know Dispenser likes to play that lurk game, and so far the alleyways that he's kind of chosen to try and pursue haven't been working out for him. But you can see here, early slow orb towards this green position. Now, Alpha trying to see what they can find, trying to push on out, but they know that they can't necessarily strong arm this, and so being also patient. So very good hesitation coming in from Alpha Esports. But as the lockdown comes on in, that alerts Bren Esports to try and counter it with one of their own, and so here they come to try and stop this push from happening. Now the smoke does get them some leeway to push into yellow position here, and that Viper's bit is going to make things very difficult for things happening. Ryu will get that plant off, and here we are in the post-plant Dax, a full 5v5 take.
Alpha Esports able to back on away. If you give Alpha Esports any kind of itch onto the map, they will take it, they will move on, and they will get the plant on down. But we are not done. Bren Esports on the other side, prepared to go for the firefight. But GK Baby, of course, on that signature operator, trying to go for the shot, doesn't get the connection. It's Chrism instead with a kill on Dispenser. Borkin, though, trying to go for that fake. Here comes the Hunter Shooter right now, as Wits has gotten two so far. Here comes GK Baby, though, and ITZ just letting it rip. But Wits right now is looking like quite a wizard. It's 4 in a row there for the Jets. And this forces ITZ to try and rush it down. Can he actually get it done, though? Wits, though, trying to get the defuse. Is it too little, too late? ITZ with the clutch! And the Sova from afar will make it happen. But oh no, Bren actually got the defuse. And even though the kill was there, they couldn't get the point. That was so close. But Bren Esports, they got that halfway, and I got a little excited there for Alpha, but it was Bren just stealing it away, stealing the hopes and dreams from Alpha and from us too.
You're not the only one too. I thought for a second there it's had it, but well, I guess it was not ITZ, but it was ITZ Wits coming here, as you said, like a wizard, pulling stuff out of his hat like magic. His sleeves seem to be incomparable in depth. He somehow found a 4K there with the Blade Storm, and I mean, this is what we were talking about a while ago with Bren Esports versus Wildcore, is that they have so much firepower in their hands. If it's not Borkum, if it's not Dubstep, Dispenser fragging on out, it's gonna be Wits too. And so these guys are just so formidable at these type of things, and Dubstep is showing you exactly that. Falls on back, doesn't even need the dismiss nor the heal. Just goes on in, and here we go. Wits holding the angle for him as well. I think he actually might spot out the G Insanity here if he's not careful. Oh, he does spot out the shoulder there on the GK Baby. So he has to be very careful. Oh, there we go. A single tap away is all he needs, and G Insanity finds Witsy, taking him down. So 4v4 right now. They can storm the site. They're making their way on in. It's going to be Dubstep inside the site. There is a Reina. He can dismiss on out to safety, but he's going to need a frag first to be able to do that safely.
There we have it. High ground right now for G Insanity. Sees Dubstep there, and that will be the takedown that he needs. But Jesse fast now, so fast, so good, and so with the triple, forcing GKBB to back on away. Now Wits is back to life. It will just be the Jetto on the other side, trying to go for the firefight, and gets the head cleanly there in the center of Maz. Jesse Vash, a little too much on the crouch. I gotta say there in that last round, Black and Blue, the W in Wits stands for win. So if ITZ means in the zone, Wits might mean win in the zone. And this should be another one here for the side of Bren Esports. This time, there are no fakes, no way to try and figure anything out. There are no mysteries whatsoever. It's as clear as day that Bren will take it. And not only that, they get rid of GK Baby's operator. That's a big hit on Alpha Esports and their economy. Bren right now showing us how, honestly, how well-oiled they are. This is really one of the best Bren Esports days I've seen in quite a while.
Seems like our director is quite a fan of your wordplay and puns here today, Dax. So props to that. But what you do have to give props to is how Bren have been so good on holding onto these sites. They didn't even need to play for retake. They applied the whole initiate, retreat, and retaliate in the single round without even having to give up the site. And it speaks volumes to how confident Bren are right now. Lots more cleaned up here on Icebox. We said earlier on Wildcore that Icebox can be kind of a 50-50 for them. But in this case, well, Icebox looking a lot more cleaner. That Hunter's Fury does burn the dash out from GK Baby, and that's actually quite a big thing. Although, they are quite scattered right now if you see Alpha Esports. Borkum has to be careful in trying to peek this. He does let that poison on out to let them know not to continue to aggress further up to 2, but that will just hold him off momentarily as Chris M finding a good opening pick here in the Jesse Vash. That leaves the boiler position open, which Dubstep will rotate to, and his Wits goes down as well. It's a 5v3 Dax. They've taken some rifles with them. They have the Phantom and the Guardian, a bunch of Sheriffs in the Classic as well to support that, and we know if the rifles here are able to soften them up, those pistols can definitely hurt no matter the range.
Yeah, it's just incredible. You can really see just it's all about damage being done, but Alpha Esports, at the very least, here we go again. This is what they need for these rounds, Black and Blue. They need that security, they need that comfort that they have the numbers advantage going onto the site. And that's the thing, they have the mechanical prowess to get these entries going in the first place. But Borkum with the spray down into takedown, ITZ will fall there. He was ITS in the spots in the site. Unfortunately, he will just be dead on the snow instead. Viper Spit though gonna get popped. Chris M It's just gonna be trying to envelop it with the poison, and he's spraying it down. Dispenser though gonna get caught out here by GK Baby. He wants to find another gun. He wants to try and make amends. But Ryu now with the res onto ITZ, giving Alpha Esports more of the advantage. Dubstep though is not done. He has gotten two so far. The Empress looking to get crowned right here, right now. And Dubstep inside the poison, looking around for the Viper. Will he see it though? That will be the question. It's Chris M on the board yet again. There's the spray down versus G Insanity. Dubstep back into the toxic mist, and that should be his demise. Ryu gonna get that takedown. Alpha Esports again capitalizing on the initial entry. Ryu, that was so close. So blocked by that turret. He almost would have cursed G Insanity's positioning there.
Right past the event horizon of the Black Radiant explosion. Well, still able to get away with it. Unfortunately, Chris M could not, but he's done his part, pulled out his ultimate, and they made it work. Second round on the board for Alpha Esports, but they did burn quite a bit to get to that fact. Still, though, it was from kind of a light buy, and they made it work. So, well, props to them. Now, coming up here, Bren. They do have economy to buy up once more, but it won't last for too long if they lose this round. They're going to be forced an eco, which should definitely be strung 2 in a row from Alpha if they're not careful. So Wits this time back on that operator, and you're going to see where are they going to go.
Last minute pause here, Black and Blue. The walls are gone, but they're still there at the same time. They're just invisible. It's a pause. So if you pause at 0 seconds, they dissipate, but you still can't go through.
Can you actually walk through it? You can.
You cannot. You cannot.
Okay,
it's still there. It's still there. And I think if that actually happens, then Riot's gonna need to patch it immediately. Because I remember there used to be that whole Sage plus Omen thing that to get past the walls back then. That was a spicy time indeed if you're playing the ladder. But besides that, this has been quite the game. Bren Esports has shown us that they are in peak form. And you know, the fact that that is really the play of Bren right now, if Alpha Esports finds a way to win this series, then it's going to be oh so sweeter, because we can see right now that Bren Esports is playing so comfortably as 5. It is just working for them. They're all so potent. They understand what to do. And the newest addition, of course, Wits just in the zone right there, winning it out with that 4K a while ago, with an amazing clutch defuse also. So things are looking good for Bren, but we're not done. Alpha Esports, you're seeing that their whole playstyle now that has gotten them to success here, Black and Blue, is play for picks and go for the push. And they're looking for it, but Dispenser, will he challenge or will he back on away? Seems like the answer is the Sage doesn't want a piece of that one whatsoever.
You're right. They do play this kind of spread out style where they're kind of looking for picks and just pushing the lane that they do find a pick in. They don't always do that, but for the most part, they have been, and I'm not sure how much of a consistent thing it is to be able to win rounds consistently. And so right now, this is very awkward positioning, actually, with a player right under them in Tube here. Jesse Vash, I think he has to know of this information being called out to him since, well, Dubstep is already waiting there. GK Baby, he has been spotted out. He's made his way towards yellow, and the rest of this Alpha Esports side are making their way towards the B site. Well, here comes an opening pick from G Insanity. Borkham will be taken down. 10 seconds left on the clock. They will get that spike planted. Nobody dare to deny it. No plant denial coming here from Bren. And so they're going to have to go for a retake once more. They're going to need an opening pick. Well, make that 3 as Jesse Vash finds a double and Dispenser chimes on in as well. So 4v2 right now. While he might have been detained, actually 2 of them have been detained from the Bren Esports side. It doesn't matter. It's a 4v2 still. You have lots of time to work with. Look at this positioning coming in from Bren Esports. A solid line of attack, and Wits will shut GK Baby down. Last one left alive here is going to be ITZ. And well, will it be easy enough for him to do? Bren, Dispenser, and Wits will fall down. He finds a third too! He can clutch this out. This Dubstep 1v1 situation. He kind of knows where he is. The sound cue has been given out, but he's playing this perfectly right now, ITZ. It's going to be too easy for him. No, he won't. Swing wide, classic in hand, and a 4K clutch for him. The quadruple is all he gets, and that's all he needs. Alpha Esports takes their 3rd round on the board.
Too easy for ITZ. He's in the zone, and you can just coin that for the guy. He says, don't play with my name because I will play with your lives. Alpha Esports taking that one. I do want to say, though, I wish he did move away because that spike did detonate, but I think he was too far off from anywhere safe anyway. So it is what it is. It's still going to be guns in favor of Alpha Esports anyway. They're going to have rifles abound and showing us they are a team that is willing to fight against Bren Esports. Great positioning by the Sova, keeping the hopes and dreams of Alpha Esports alive. And now they're going to have some confidence to go over to A site. Thing is, though, it's still sheriffs here for the side of Bren. 3 of them on those revolvers. We got Dubstep on the Vandal, though, but Insanity. Insane again with the shots, with the spot. GK Baby in the meantime trying to take point. Got hit by the operator a while ago. Wants to get an operator very, very soon, but he's digging the rifle right now. Chris also with another takedown onto Jesse Vash. Spike planted, and Alpha Esports, we've seen it. If they get the advantage, they usually get the round.
Dubstep here returns a favor though to GK Baby, and Borkum dropping down will get shut down here by Ryu. That leaves it now to a 4v2 as well. It's gonna be quite difficult here for the retake on Bren Esports. I don't know what's the call here right now. Dispenser and Dubstep, the two double D towers. I don't think there's gonna be enough donuts for them to dunk this all in, and so in the 4v2 situation, they're gonna need two apiece. Dispenser will find one. Here comes the trade off from Dubstep, but well, Sandy returns the favor to bring it to a 4-6 now. A decisive round going the way of Alpha Esports, and they're picking up steam here, Dax.
They're getting it. The hero rifle there from Dubstep just doesn't work. Quick little replay though to Ice TZ with the clutch. And that's the thing about this roster for Alpha Esports. Say what you will about how they play as a team. Individually, especially, they're just so strong in the clutch. Mechanically, they love to play that contact. And that's how they work as a team. They gel together. They know their play style. And some critics say, okay, sure, why don't you put Insanity on Duelist, right? In the last round that we saw, it doesn't matter what you put him on. He can get in position to go for the kills, to go for those angles. Same case here for the likes of Chris M and ITZ. And of course, GK Baby and Ryu are usually on the Duelist. Overall, Alpha ready to fight till the death. And here we have it. 11th round on the board here, Black and Blue. Bren Esports will get the guns. But they need to be careful, because Alpha Esports, they're rampaging, they're getting the momentum, and you don't want to see this kind of team just push this to a tied scoreline.
I mean, look at this coming in. They're playing this very spread out offense once more, coming from Alpha Esports. 2 mid, 2 B, one lurking in towards that A main position. And they've done this time and time again. This seems to be their kind of default attack. And right now for Alpha, as they give up the pick on Chris M, as I said, it's not necessarily the most, sufficient way, I think, of winning rounds consistently. Because when you give up the pick, sometimes you might just be caught out for a loop to be able to trade, and you won't be in a position to do exactly that. And we just saw there happen that in Chris M. The Viper getting removed here. It's a big pick coming in from Bren Esports. As they're making their way on in, it seems like Alpha are setting their sights towards Bravo once more. The B site will be under attack. We're in, waiting for them is going to be Dispenser, but you can see here the positions coming from the Viper, and the Sova is going to be quick on the rotate. Here they come on in. The storm is coming. It's brooding over the horizon, and they find Dispenser right in the center of the eye. Sandy finding that opening pick. He can potentially find a second tier in Jesse Vash, and he will. It's a double opening pick now for him as they bring it to a 4v3 here, Dax, in the post plant.
Insanity, he just finds these targets. He's so quick with those eyes and so quick with the shots. Dispenser going down this early on has hurt Bren for quite a while. Reses haven't really been the heyday of Bren Esports. They will try to make two in this case. Dubstep down with takedown onto Rio, but Borkum has fallen in reserve. And here comes Dubstep though on the board yet again. It's now 1v1. GK Baby will go down, but does Dubstep have enough time? Look at that delayed shock darts there from ITZ just in case. But it's a little too late because Dubstep is just prepared for it. 4-7 right now. Another round here for Bren, and they have stopped the streak of Alpha Esports.
Well, Dubstep this time will not falter in that situation. You might have once, but not once more. Alpha Esports here. They do have a 3-round deficit between them and tying things up, but Bren Esports are looking to extend this 4-8, and they look in a good spot to do this, honestly. I think these past 2 rounds at Alpha Esports, previous of this, were kind of mislaps from Bren, and for them to come back in here with a decisive round as that, although it was very, very difficult at the end, and it was very close too, it's a good sign, but they're gonna have to prove it once more, because Alpha are looking to take this 5-7 at the half, which isn't a bad scoreline, mind you, coming on here on Icebox. And so as you move into the half, Alpha setting their sights towards, well, the Alpha site. A site will be under attack once more. Aldrone to get that information. ITZ does spot them out. GK Baby, the first one to make contact if they do push on in, but you can see that they're quite low on the utility and economy as well. You'd have to deal with it though, but Wits getting shut down by Ryu. They caught him in the eye of the storm once more, and this time the Cloudburst won't save him. Oh, Jesse Vash, ooh, he finds a frag with that, and GK Baby will get taken down, but they do get the res on up, and Giansanti will get the trade on Dubstep. It's a 5v3 right now, but Dispenser shutting him down in return. He finds a double kill, but Ryu will trade him off. It's a 3v2 right now, Dax. Coming on the flank is Jesse Vash. He might find a second dude. No, he only finds one. Borkum will find GK Baby. It's ITZ versus Borkum this time. We've had 2 clutches in a row. Will we have a third? Who is going to come up on here? Who is going to prevail? Borkum, he knows he's in the corner. He will not win the fight. ITZ too easy once more, and they will bring it 5-7 at the half for Alpha.
Switching sides.
I'm trying to find the letters ITZ in the word clutch. And I think that the dictionary should amend that one day.
Yes.
Maybe not today. Maybe tomorrow. You know, I'll give him a call. But just so clutch there by the Sova yet again. ITZ. He had so many moments that Alpha Esports were relying on him, and he did not disappoint. Sure, there was that round. He got the kill just like, what, 0.02? Too late for the defuse to be stopped. And as soon as that happened, it felt like he was just extra motivated to clutch it out more so. In the B plant, he got the kills that he needed. There on that A plant, he got the kills that he needed. No matter what side, you can rely on ITZ to play that home court, to play on the site itself, and win it out for the team. But now, Alpha Esports going to be on the defensive. Bren Esports looking very explosive on the attacking side this time. Can they overrun Alpha though? But this is a good call by Chris M. He plays that new flavor of the month, I'd say, with the Viper wall nearby the garage. This means if you cross through to the green box, you are going to get hit by the decay for sure. It not only affects that side of the map, but it also affects the blue and a bit of the entrance of A side as well. So overall, a very good Viper lineup there for Chris M. Thing is though, he had to concede this spot. Bren Esports was just way too many. And you can see right now that Bren Esports have crossed the gap and are looking to play over to B side.
Well, Chris M, he has been spotted out right now. He knows he has to fall back. There's no way to challenge this. No snowman allowed, as you can see the sticker right there. Aldrone will tag him up once more, and so there's no escaping here. The reconnaissance coming from Bren Esports. Wall will get that safe plant, and, well, it's a full 5v5 once more here in the retake, this time with Alpha trying to take the site back. As you can see, they have full control of Orange here with a good flank coming from Borkum, but he's immediately shut down by Rhea. A single tap is all he needs, and he is taken down. Here comes a one-way now from GK Baby. They're going to be swinging this yellow position. They have to know that they have to push this, and GK Baby and Ryu will find one apiece. This is all looking downhill for Bren Esports as they are down to just wits this time, who cannot pull it out of another hat. He might be a magician, he might be a wizard, but in this case, his magic seems to have been stumped by the pure firepower and aggression from Alpha Esports, taking this 6-7, and now with the economy advantage, they could definitely string this and tie things up.
A clean round there for Alpha. And the thing is, when you have a notorious player all around the world named Insanity and his lurks, he might have had, you know, I think he has a notebook, right? I think that's his whole shtick. So he has the guys there in the boot camp, and he's like, guys, it's time for me to teach you my ways. This is a lesson in lurking. And since they have that lesson under them, Black and Blue, they also know that they should be expecting it. They know how to play that counter lurk. And Ryu doing that there, catching out Borkum. The Viper pretty much one of the best ages to do so right now in this competition for Bren Esports, because you can be extra sneaky with the smokes that you set up on. This is just going to be them trying to force things out. Anyway, Bren Esports with the force by Alpha Esports might not see this coming, but they do have that armor advantage, and they have stocked on up with 4 Spectres and a Guardian of all things, and that is going to be Gian Sandy quick on the eyes yet again, finds the shot, finds the target, and finds the kill onto Borkum.
Well, here they come on in. They will get this spike plan down at the very least, and this is exactly what they needed here in the Bren Esports side. But they are in a 4v5, and they don't necessarily have good positioning to play towards a main. You can see the flank trying to be put out here. JC Vash will get traded off here. Chris M will get the defrag and dispenser, rather. And that brings it down to a 3v4 with so many members on Bren quite low. Jesse Vash, he's going to get taken down right after Wits and Dubstep. He's in the 1v3. He's able to find 2. Able to dismiss on out. The dash comes on in.
No,
He's going to get chased down like a dog. And there they go. Alpha Esports take the 7th round. They've tied things up, Dax, as we expected, and now it's anybody's game.
Back to the pound you go, and it does feel like that AE is giving Bren Esports quite a pounding for the past few rounds. As soon as Bren Esports got off to such a good start, Alpha Esports, they found their footing. They figured out that they cannot just be so one-dimensional that they need pickoffs to go for the push. They realized how to play that post plant even better on their attacking side. And now in the defense, they're acting so accordingly against Bren Esports. Since Bren went for the buy a while ago, they are going to be looking to play the Sheriffs now. It's going to be even worse here for Bren Esports unless they can pull some magic out of the bag. And maybe the Wizard and Wits can do it, but Dubstep, he has just been quite on a roll, stepping on everyone else. But it's not enough. These dance steps, they're a little too complicated for the rest of Bren. And everyone else needs to just get on that same level if they want to dominate a team full of fights in Alpha Esports.
You can definitely see who spends the most time on the DDR stage there at your local arcade. But right now, Witzy walking his way up. No, actually, never mind. He seemed to want to take this fight towards the tube, but being wary of G and Sandy there, I believe that he thinks is in kitchen, so Witz being a bit more cautious otherwise. They're trying to walk their way up towards this mid position here at Bren Esports right now, but they simply don't have like the firepower nor the utility to make that happen. And with 3 defenders kind of focusing their way here towards that mid boiler, it's going to be very difficult here for the side of Bren Esports to do exactly what they want to. And so as they swing on wide, GK Baby, and it's just going to shut them on down. Sheriffs is not the best thing you want in this situation. And there goes a clean sweep coming in from them. Jesse Vash, will they complete it on him? The last one left alive here towards A main, could potentially find an exit frag of his, but on this situation, what will he get? He will get Ryu, but I think that's
last
the end
shot.
of it.
Wow.
Yeah. Last bullet.
And it was interesting because it was like consistent miss. Oh, hit. I'm still alive. What do we do now?
It's
can actually.
Yeah, it's like one of those Russian roulette type things where it's always the last bullet, always the last chamber. Well, he did need more than one to find that on the Gia Insanity, but Chris M quick on the trade there next, and they've taken the lead.
Membrane. Yeah, they've Alpha Esports. They're showing us that this is a matchup they prepared for, and it really feels like that their goal has always been to beat Bren. And when a team has that goal, it kind of gets in the way of yourself because you're already aspiring for that top 1 team in the Philippine scene and you're focusing your strategies against them. And when that happens, you kind of forget about everyone else and you get surprised about the difference in identities per team here in the Philippines. So that has been a bit of a problem for Alpha. But now that they're here against Bren, they're showing us that they can put up a fight against Bren in the way they know how. Full on the fight, full on the contact. And honestly, one more factor right now, Black and Blue, that Alpha Esports has going for them has to be this map draft. Icebox, already the panel has mentioned that Bren Esports still needs to prove how secure they can be. In terms of the bans, it was bind and split, with Alpha banning bind, and then interesting enough, Bren banning split, even though Alpha lost it yesterday versus Pirates. So with Ascent still in the field later on, as well as a potential on Haven to go for the fight, Alpha Esports really has a chance on every single map right now, and it will be interesting to see what they can do overall in the series. But for now, let's get on with the round. Borkum going for that contact versus Ryu, but danger close with the Spectre is the answer. There's the takedown though from Wits in return. 4v4, AE scrambling to go over to A site, but Bren Esports, they might have a chance to put the spike down unless GK Baby can hit the shot on.
Now, it is a 4v4, which does typically favor the attacking side in this sort of situation, no matter what texture you're playing, because it splits up the defense. They have to commit one member to a lane, otherwise they're going to get flanked. And so here they come on in. Wits will find that opening pick into Chris M, thus giving them even further man advantage. They're taking control of the A side, and there's nothing that Alpha Esports can do to deny it. They will have to go for this retake right now. It is a 4v2 here with an operator in hand. That's not the weapon you want to have in this type of situation. So GN Sandy coming in here from the screen side. GK Baby on the top of the rafters, and what can they do? They're kind of put in for a loop here with them having to funnel their way in towards the site. Wits shows you exactly why you do not want to be in that spot, and there he goes. Opening pick, makes him whiff, gets a 4th kill on the opposing Jet. Wits taking one out of his hat, and they do tie the lead all up.
They need that win, and they will get it. Wits stepping up when he is needed. Another 4K to remember there for the Jets. So 8-8 right now. Finally, the rampage of Alpha Esports has been silenced for a little bit. But you know that this slumbering giant is ready to pounce later on into the fight and into the night, as we are going to be getting into another round to see who will take this lead again. Still though, it has been an interesting time here for Bren. In the rounds that they look so sure, it really feels like they're playing on the next level. But then again, there are the rounds where Alpha Esports are just so quick on the shots, especially when we see G and Sand get in the face of the opposition. And it really has allowed Alpha Esports a chance in this fight. Dubstep though looking to prime that Lear contest from the middle. Bren and Alpha fighting a little bit more to get rid of the Killjoy. Dubstep with that takedown.
Well, good opening pick here, GM Sandy. Make that a double for Dubstep. Give him a triple, why don't you? I asked for it, I got it too. Give him a 4th, why not, guys? Peek him once more. He's doing really good right now. Lear coming out towards his 2 position. Little does he know that right around the corner, after Chris M is here towards his elbow position, he gets the 4th. Give him the ace. Does he get? No, quad is all he gets. That's all he needs. Bren Esports get a ninth round on the board, thus extending their lead once more to a round over Alpha Esports. And now Alpha will be able to finally buy up once more into this one and see how exactly they're going to pan out.
When you need someone to clutch it out, who you gotta call, it's Dubstep. It really feels like when he is just in the zone, the opponents just stand a ghost of a chance by this point. And that's the thing, right? You guys have said it already in the panel, here in the cast even. These guys have been the gods of the tactical shooter scene, of the CS scene for so long. And they really are still here at the top of Valorant for good reason. The sheer mechanics and the sheer experience that Bren Esports brings to the Philippine scene is just unquestioned. There is no doubt in anyone's mind. But when you see a roster like this in an FPS title, you know they're gonna be absolutely great. But the thing is, there are so many teams right now laying claim to the top spot. Doesn't mean Bren Esports is gonna be any kind of slouch anytime soon, but it does feel like they have been a bit more mortal here, Black and Blue. And a scoreline like this versus Alpha Esports, it's just another footnote to that addendum.
I mean, they've built a long list of accomplishments here, Bren Esports, and moving further into a grand final would be one heckin' one, but Alpha Esports are looking to take that title away. Here comes now the pit, and it's going to definitely force him on back and stop him from aggressing too hard, but Chris Sam still not dissuaded here by all the presence being shown. Aladrone coming on out, and he has to be very careful backing away. Fortunately, not taking a lick of damage in that, but Wits, look at this. 1 HP onto him. He's going to get that resuscitated, rather revived, and well, really regenerated, rather, as he does step on out, but still, it's quite painful, and GK Baby will get the pain on the Dubstep. Dispenser will get the trade-off on the Giansanity. Here comes the Shock Darts to try and stop the Spike planting, but little too late. It already has come out, and they pull out an ultimate of their own here now to try and make things happen coming from Alpha Esports. As they're pushing on in here, they are making their way on in, and there he goes. The contact will be played. Chris M will get the trade-off on the Dispenser. Dubstep will get the trade-off on him as well. ITZ will get on Dubstep. Here it goes. A flurry of frags. 2v4 situation right now. Alpha Esports are making it happen, but the spray down of Borkum is going to deny that from continuing on. He walks on in. He continues on. Face checks it, and he actually wins that fight inside the pit. His own, and Borkum will get the triple to give them a double lead here over Alpha Esports.
Oh, that was just so close for Borkum. He didn't even know where to look, but then he just realized, okay, the Spike's right behind me, and I see there's a model here. There's a itty bitty model of a Sage, and I can go for the shot. He even gets the flick outside that Viper Spit. Quick little replay though of Dubstate dominating the middle of the map, and these are the kind of plays that Bren Esports have been able to allow themselves to get this kind of lead. Just it feels like it's quite a title fight here, Black and Blue. It's the World Heavyweight Championship by this point. It's a slugfest really between these two teams, and the fact of the matter is Bren Esports is kind of letting Alpha play the playstyle that they would like. Right now they're showing that they can do it a bit better though versus Alpha Esports because of that lead, but if you let an opponent like this play in their element, it might hurt you in the long run. So Bren Esports have to be a bit more careful in these pushes. They are securing the shots and they are hitting the heads that they need, so they are going to be winning rounds like this. The question still lies, can they do it for a full set? Will they change it up later on? And can they actually take this map?
As those are rather very important questions to ask, because right now 8-11 for the side of Alpha Esports, things are slowly slipping away. One more and Bren will get match point, but they know what it means to take map number 1 away from Bren. Time and time again, I think we've all agreed that kind of like the winning formula is by taking map number 1 away from Bren, especially a map like this, Icebox, because when we move to Ascent, that is a map that we know Bren are very good at performing on, and so that's going to be one that they're going to have to be very wary of as we make our way here into round number 20. Let's see how the double digits will continue on. Pinoy Jet, that's Gian Sandy finding a double already towards this under tubes, and they've taken full control.
It's just Giansanti at it again. When you see him get your sideline, one of the best at hitting those shots, and he's making quite a name for himself here in the Philippine scene. He's already has, honestly, with all the streams and all the like, but the setting is so very different. I'm seeing it in the ladders, seeing it in videos, getting it live, getting to see how quick he's reacting. Target in his face has just been quite for many. And again, though, we're not done. Bren Esports still have 3 members left in this group. We can use the smoke here because Viper is quite alive. Borkum gonna be on top of the green. But the Insanity, he is repaired there by B sites. We'll see what he can do here.
Well, he's going to have to do a lot, Borkum, if he wants to swing this back for the Bren Esports side. They do have all 3 members here committed towards, planting this spike, and Dispenser is going to do his job and find G and Sandy trying to cut them all off. Here comes the wall on out, and that's going to be quite of a pain, honestly, right now for Alpha Esports to try and push through. But though, it has gone down, and GK Baby does spot out there, shoulder Jesse Vash. Cloudburst to try and buy him some concealment, and here comes the wall. They can't dissuade him from pushing on here. That 50 decay is going to hurt quite a bit. Here comes the Recon Bolt as well, finding some valuable information here for the side of Bren Esports. The retake is happening, but they're going to push yellow, and Dispenser finds a 4K! Almost gives him the ace, but Borkum will shut it down. A great support from him. Dispenser holding in from yellow. You think the battle stage is true? Well, here it is. Live and ready, real to show, real to go. Bren Esports take match point.
This is just incredible from Dispenser. He saw the lineup, he took it, a dash on in there for GK Baby, and as soon as he was ready to shoot, he was already dead. Dispenser having a quiet game so far. He has been dying very early on thanks to the target prioritization of Alpha Esports shutting down that Sage. But in that round, he was needed at the very most crucial moment, and he delivered. This is now match point here for Bren Esports. They are feeling it. They are looking so good here on the attacking side so far after the initial burst of strength from Alpha Esports. And AE, they need to do it again. We've seen what has been working for so far here, Black and Blue. Look for the picks and go for the takedowns, but wins the kill onto Ryu there. That already shuts down any potential res. This is a huge here for Bren. Dispenser, though, go down in response thanks to GK Baby. No more Sages, no more second chances. It's time to see who can get the advantage. Apparently, GK Baby is doing it, and Borkum caught out there by ITZ.
Looks like they're looking to extend this into overtime, and they're on the path to doing exactly that. It's a 4v2 right now. Jesse Vash will get his health, well, revived up here. Rather, we'll heal on back because he stepped out of it, and now 4v2 once more. Wits, he is in a precarious position now. GK Baby, he will potentially find this. No, Wits, a good swing from him, and capitalizing off the information, playing the contact there for Jesse Vash. Great play coming in from him. Now a 3v2, and this is much more doable than it was just a few seconds ago. Now with Bren Esports retrieving the spike. Will they continue on for this A push? There's lots of utility already focused towards holding this A side push, and you can see actually Jesse Vash going for this B side rotate. They have let out a shot towards mid, and as soon as he does that, you can see the rotation has been pulled in here towards towards Bravo from Alpha Esports, and so now Wits is going to try and catch him off guard if they do push this under the tube, and it has to be very careful. He wins that fight too. Wits just whipping it, and here comes out the Recon Bolt. He's not going to be planting default. He's going to be inside the box. Will he actually expect this? Right behind the green, Jesse Vash, 1v3. He will get shut down. Alpha do at least extend this match and still stay alive here, clinging on to life for map number 1.
Come on, in the game of zones, it's either you win or you are dead. And ITZ has been winning these moments, winning these clutches, and showing us that it is absolutely a day for Alpha Esports to try and get the biggest upset of their career. Is it gonna happen though? It still needs to be 3 rounds to bridge the gap and force overtime on a map like Icebox. Bren Esports, they were down a man this time, couldn't make it work thanks to the efforts there of the Sova, but the right idea in that last part of the round. You can see that for Jesse Vash, he was saying, okay, let's go for the rotation. Wits was waiting it out in the middle. And against a team that couldn't play the clutch, that would have been a round secure, especially on a map like this. Oh! A little too early there for Borkum, I believe. He tried to go for the toss, and the unfortunate part of the Poison Cloud right now is he has to struggle to get that back. I believe he has retrieved now his smoke there. G Insanity, so quick on the trigger figure. As soon as he show even a pixel of yourself, you are dead. Dispenser though, giving Dubstep that second chance.
What a quick shot there, but they do get the res, so it does burn the ultimate there from the opposing Bren side. But oh, the quick trade-off here from Dispenser, getting his revenge on towards the G Insanity there, and gives them the sight, and they will get this plant safely here, Dax. They have a 4v, make that a 3v5 right now in their favor. GK Baby rushing on in. This seems like a done deal, Mr. Dax.
Well, see though. ITZ, he's gonna be trying to go for the clutch hit again. Are you in the meantime looking to say, are you clutch? Am I gonna be able to do it? Not gonna happen. Dispenser with 3. ITZ though still alive. And let's see if Alpha Esports can pin their hopes and dreams on the Sova yet again. He's been clutch and he's doing it one more time. Can he face off against everyone else? That's the question. The Kano is hurting. The back is aching. And right now, he's trying to get in behind Bren Esports. There we go with another kill. It's 3, it's 4. He's looking for the ace, but Borkum is by the spike. And the Viper Spits will say hello and goodnight at the same time. ITZ was in the zone, but Bren Esports was on the objective. And they will take map number 1 versus Alpha.
ITZ just completely looking nutty at the end there, but well, you can see just the full strength of the Viper pick coming in from Borkum there with his pit just enabling this whole kind of like lockdown of the spike, not letting him walk into the site perfectly. He did have a chance. If he had more time, he could potentially make that clutch happen. But with the Viper's pit there and with the time ticking down, he had to run to the spike. He had no other chance. And Operators, all he picked up, he had one shot to do it, which might have been the right opportunity to do so. But in the end, it will be Bren Esports taking this. I think it was like 13-9. And so still a very close map coming in from Alpha Esports. But as we move into Ascent, we always talk about how important it is to steal map number 1 away from Bren Esports, because they are a machine that keeps on chugging. They get hotter as the series continues on. Right now, Alpha Esports are going to have a lot to prove.
Yeah, that was such a great effort there from Alpha Esports. Unfortunately for them, though, I do believe that was their map pick. And as we get into the next map, which is Haven, Bren Esports might have an even better time versus this squad. We'll see, though, because we've seen the Game of Zones being quite a sight to behold, and this series is only getting better. But before we do that, we'll take a bit of a break, and when we return, it's game number 2 between Alpha and Bren.
Doobie doobie doo. Dee doobie doo. Doobie 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 doo. Well, why are we jamming that? Because, well, there is a team in the jam right now that is Alpha Esports. 0-1 on the board, channeling my inner Asarai there for the maximum cringe. But, Dax, how are you doing? How are we looking in this match number 2 on Ascent?
First, Asarai told us that we need to combine together from one aspect. So I think we were able to do that a little bit, but the song of the people right now is Bren Esports is up by one end. But it's not from these two teams. It's quite a lot. I'm so happy to see a matchup like this so far.
Yeah, so Bren Esports right now, they have secured map number 1, which we also did agree that, map number 1 is going to be the most vital for Alpha to really take. You have to take map number 1 if you're going up against such a formidable team like Bren Esports, especially in Icebox, because as we move into Ascent, this is one of the maps that they're really good at for Bren Esports. And Haven as well, this is also another map that, actually before, Bren Bind was kind of like the best map for Bren, right? And then it went to Haven, and then it's now back to Bind, but Haven is still quite a good map for Bren Esports, even though they lost it to Hashira last week. And you can see that Bind obviously is a feared, map here for Bren Esports. That's exactly why it was the immediate ban coming from Alpha coming into the map draft. And so when they're coming on here now on Ascent, this is a map that, of course, was a pick from Bren Esports. And we do know that Alpha are still, actually, they're to be fair, also quite formidable and quite, I guess, comfortable playing on Ascent. But it's still something that will be quite a problem for them. And that's why we started that opening jam, because they're the guys who are kind of stuck right now here in a rut. But guys, of course, not only can these two teams, Bren and Alpha, win, and not only can the other teams in the VCT win, but you guys have a chance to win as well. All you have to do to be able to join our giveaway and potentially win some 1,500 Valorant points, that's 1,500, is like and follow the PPGL Facebook page. Make sure as well to like and share the stream on Facebook with the caption of which team you are rooting for. Make sure your post is public so we can actually find it in the first place, and include in your caption the official hashtags we do have. That's hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. A total of 10 winners at the end of the day will be picked after this very match on who will be the lucky men or women to actually win those 1,500 Valorant points. But guys, we also have the language broadcasts here, 2 of them actually. We're watching obviously the English stream. You might be watching it on Twitch or YouTube, but we also, mind you, have a Filipino broadcast if you want to tune into that. Those guys having fun over there in the Facebook stream. They're on facebook.com/ppglgg. That will be for the Filipino commentary, with a mirror stream on the YouTube, as you can see there with the bit.ly link. Guys, once more, this is the English stream, so you're probably watching this on Twitch, but if you're not, you're on YouTube. We have YouTube for both English and Filipino, and we also have, of course, the Filipino mainstream on the Facebook page. So guys, do tune into that. And now, Dax, as we're looking into it, I'm just excited to get the game going.
I mean, this is a map that will define a lot of the series, because if Bren takes it, they will take the series and move on to grand finals. But if Alpha takes it, and it just proves that this team is absolutely no joke and can really contend with a titan like Bren. This is a map that Bren has been very sure of. This is a map that last month and the month prior to that, it really felt like it was their best map. And even though it feels like they have been dethroned on Haven itself, they're still not done. They're still a contender, and they're still one of the best in the Philippine scene on it. But AE, they've proven a lot already in that first map. I can really see the potential of this team. Very, very strong on the contact. So quick on the reflexes, especially on G Insanity. And who can forget ITZ and his clutch gene? It feels like you need to get a sample of this guy's hair, because if you're going to be cloning him, you're going to get so many clutch people. Maybe one day we're going to be able to isolate that DNA strand, figure out how to give the clutch gene to everyone else thanks to ITZ. But Bren, in the meantime, just, you can see it here. Dubstep and wits together, just so potent on Duelists.
Well, man, just to say that he's fit in like a well-fit shoe would be undermining things, because, well, wits, we knew that he would actually fit in this squad really well. And as soon as he did go in, he's just popping off. They immediately put him to the Duelist, and he's immediately giving them good results. So many good plays have come from him as well. But let's not also undermine how good Alpha have been doing. Sanity, there were a bunch of plays that he really did win some of these rounds for the Alpha side. GK Baby had some good signs too, and Ryu was a decently good, like trade-off player. He was actually not initiating a lot of the fights, but actually trading off, and that has been kind of a good thing for him. Of course, we can't talk about Alpha without talking about ITZ, who has brought it home so many times once more again for his Alpha Esports squad. But as we're moving into Haven, as we go ascend into Haven, I didn't even know map number 2 is Haven. I thought it was going to be Ascend. Apologies for that. But yes, Haven will be our map number 2. Borkum once more. Will he play this Viper? Increasingly so. The pick for him has gone up. Her rather, for Viper, has gone up here, especially in week number 2, as we are playing on this 2.06 patch. But so, let's see. He'll be staying on that breach, and we're going to see once more how they're going to flex this. A single duelist lineup is all that Bren Esports seems to want to pull out right now.
Choose your agent.
Aspect of the Flash and the Duelist, and he has done so with some good success. Started a while ago versus Walkure, especially on that time map, winning the MVP of that set. Besides that, in his run with Mitz in the Thai scene, he was doing the same old thing, so you can really see that Wits is experienced, is prepared to play the Flashes 1, 2, and 3. Bren Esports, though, they are on match point. In the meantime, for Alpha, good to see Ryu back on that raise. He is a good shot, sure. He's even better with the big booms, and I'd love to see those pain shells and those showstoppers yet again. Those have been really some of the best we have seen from him so far. And Alpha Esports right now, they are looking to continue on with their journey, looking to go to the grand finals and looking to beat Bren as well. But Bren Esports, they know that crown is up for grabs. They want to retake it, and they want to show us what they got as we get into Haven.
Well, with that great start of a map number 1, I'm just excited to see how map number 2 is going to progress, Dax. We did see quite a haymaker from both of these teams starting off at map number 1, going toe-to-toe. So many clutches won by either side. It didn't seem like anything was going to stop. Overtime seemed like, an eventuality. You finally do get it closed on the board, with Bren taking map number 1. Now, Alpha, this is their chance to make the comeback happen. This is their chance to finally get a stop and bring the series to a third map. Now, GK Baby, an early initial aggression coming in here from Bren Esports all the way towards his banana position, but Alpha has the same idea. Dispenser will get that opening pick, and GK Baby and Dubstep will chime on in as well with a frenzy. Chris M will finally get the trade-off here for the side of Alpha, but Dispenser and Dubstep too hot, too quick. GN Sanity's the last one left alive. He will get Jesse Bash. Will he find more? I don't know. It might just be a done deal for the pistol in the 3v1. Spike is dropped all the way there at the bottom, and they will get the plant off safely. Nothing it seems GN Sanity can do about that for the very least of now.
How does Sanity even get there so quickly? This is why he is trending with those lurks out of nowhere, with the flank, with the takedown. Bren Esports, the numbers don't lie. It's 3v1. That'll be such a hard road for a classic and 100 HP to do it. But there we go. It's one down already. Borkum will fall. 22 HP though on Sanity. And with the turret helping out Dispenser, it's a 3k there for the Killjoy. A great effort from the Cypher, but Bren Esports will take that round. But unfortunately though for Alpha, it seemed like they had the forward position with GK Baby. They had a good chance to really stop that kind of push, but then the shots just weren't connecting, and Bren Esports took advantage and went over to a site.
Yeah, it really was kind of like a, how do I say this, like a brute force matchup there towards that A position. I mean, literally they just peeked each other, tried to win the gunfights, and in the end it was Bren who did come up on that. Now Alpha, they are one of the few teams that can go toe-to-toe with Bren here when it comes to, the raw aim mechanics. I think there's only a few select players who can as well here in the VCT, like EJ for example, or maybe teams like GXR, but right now they cannot be taking these fights like that, especially with the weapons disadvantage, as they get the early control here of the Charlie site. Fully ripe for the taking. They get the spike plant down. GN Sanity and GK Baby both quite low here. They're gonna have to try and do something about this, but with the low economy, the low weapons utility that they got, Jesse Bash from Dubstep will shut him on down. Dubstep, that's his second as they try and push on out here from the CT side. Ryu will get the trade-off. That's a double for him, but Borkum will shut him down immediately, not letting that get too out of hand. It will be a second round on the board for Bren.
It feels like that's one of the smoking guns right now for AE. Ryu and a Sheriff. He had showed it off a while ago on Icebox. We're seeing shades of it here on Haven as well, and maybe, just maybe, later on, it'll be such a good way to win a thrifty round. But that's another chapter, that's another round for the future. We're now seeing the guns into play here for Alpha Esports. They just accepted their demise there by that point over at Link. They went for the push, went for the shots. Dubstep, though, with a bit of that sixth sense, realizing someone was coming in with the shorty because no shots were being heard whatsoever. But here we go with Bren Esports looking to siege on in. And Ryu has done it again. Packed and Parcel delivered with impunity. A good hit versus Bren there, but GKBB now gonna go down, caught out in the middle. Here comes Borkum and Wits coming together. Ryu with a kill onto the Omen, but fortunately for him, he will fall thanks to the hands of the Breach. And now Alpha Esports can actually make it to the site. They know someone's there by the graffiti. Shockheart though getting damage done. Here comes the Cyber Cage. Wits still holding close. He will get 3. A powerhouse in his name. Here comes ITZ with the Odin in hand. And as the spike is being planted here, black and blue, it's time for the peak. Looking for that takedown. ITZ though will get Wits, but Dispenser is there to dispense justice and dispense the kill. 3-0 now for Bren.
Dude, Bren are so good at flooding the site like a tidal wave, and there is nothing that Alpha can do when they're spread on out to be able to hold them on back. You can see they're just one after the other peeking and trading off of each other if they did go down, but they won the initial fights anyways, and so it did not matter in the end. Bren Esports, a 3rd round on the board. Alpha, they are looking a bit shaken here, but could not be stirred too much. Martini looking a bit cold right now. Giansanity does pull out the Judge, and Ryu kind of flirting there with a Marshal, but he does eventually give it on back for a Marshal instead. Kind of like a pocket Marshal, rather a pocket Sheriff. So as they're walking on in towards this mid-site, Bren Esports have full control of things, and look at this B stack, rather this Charlie stack, this C site stack and garage play coming from Alpha. They've given up A entirely. Little does Bren know they can literally walk on in and take it for themselves. But I do like the fact that they're going to go for a gamble here, Alpha, because that's kind of the thing that you want to do when you are outnumbered and outgunned like this.
Yeah, might as well, right? There is no point on holding unless you can hit those taps. But Ryu, he's ready with a showstopper. And a while ago, another good foundation being built by the race. That paint shell could have been capitalized on by the 2 duelists, and Ryu did get one. But unfortunately, you mentioned it, Bren with the flood. It seems like it was the Alpha Dam bursting there on Alpha site. And now we are going to be seeing Alpha itself throw the shock dart down and get a bit of a tag onto Dubstep. Bren, though, they're still stacking here, trying to go through the corridor, trying to go through this alleyway, and here we go, Dubstep getting a takedown onto Ryu, preventing the showstopper from getting anything whatsoever. The fireworks have been cancelled. It's been a rainy day here at Alpha Esports. So G Insanity comes close to get 3. ITZ is there, and G Insanity, insane with the Judge play. He just runs on in, gets the kills anyway, and Alpha has secured it with super secure CCTV security from G Insanity.
The judge is out and the jury says execute as Alpha take their first round here, Dax. And as we said, you know, when you're in that kind of outgunned position, you know you're on the eco, you have maybe a shotgun on you, a bunch of sheriffs to accompany that. You do want to play that style wherein, okay, let's gang on up here. Let's play against, or rather, let's play with each other and potentially get a trade game happening. Maybe if you can bait one of them, I can swing and maybe get a double kill. That's exactly what Giansanity did. He let his teammate play the contact and he just shredded them on in like Swiss cheese as they walked into his sights. A great play coming there from Giansanity. Insane from him, and GK Baby once more giving birth here to an opening round pick once more from Alpha Esports.
Phoenix Reborn with the operator, but he's on the jet, so the winds have changed there to get that initial kill. Gonna be so helpful here for Alpha. But man, oh man, just gotta say, someone call the malls. You have to pick up Giansanity as your head security guard by this point. Just mastery on the cameras, the CCTVs, mastery on the shotgun. That's a guy. That's a guy you can count on to protect all of your investments. But here we have it again. Bren Esports is down by 1. Now they know there's an op there on A side. They will be playing over to B instead. They still need to be careful because Giansanity is there. And look at that. He peeks, he gets the kill. That has been the standard here from Giansanity so far. He gets another one on the board, goes for the spray down. Jesse Bash though crouching this time to avoid the bullets and gets the kill onto the Cypher. But the damage has been done, and it's just ridiculous how sure Alpha Esports can be in these contacts. Look at how quick Chris M gets the shot onto Borkum anyway with the Phantom. It's all up to Vash now, trying to circumnavigate and circumvent these defenses. But it's such a tall task, and he just might have to wait for the timer to run on down. Oh, making some noise and telling Alpha, I'm here. Fight me, challenge me. And he will get one there. Another tool perhaps. Give me more, says Jesse Bash. And ITC will give him a dart through the heart. The shock dart catching at Sovash. And Alpha gets another one.
a menacing dart. The taste of his own medicine there for Jesse Vash. He has done that time and time again to different players throughout this VCT stage and other tournaments, but now he finally tastes what he's been dishing out. In this case, though, Alpha Esports, great shutdown on that mid push coming from Bren Esports. They tried to take this whole like mid garden side, but the Alpha are really good at holding that down, able to swing wide, and here we go. Now, 3-2 on the board, and Alpha are looking to tie things up with Bren Esports on the eco, but they do pull out the Blade Storm here to initiate with. Though, Dubstep, he does not have a dash anymore, and so he pulls up the updraft, not able to land. Actually, no, he does find it on GN Sandy. Only 2 kunai is what he needed, and GK Baby will get the trade-off on a dispenser. They actually do have a decent post-plant position here coming from the side of Brent Esports. They did burn that Hunter's Fury, though, but look at this. They still have that Omen, the Jet, and as well as Witz's ultimate here on that breach, and so they have a lot to work with. They can make this happen. It is a 4v4. They are outmanned and outgunned, but Borkum, he drops the rifle. Great paint shell coming from Ryu here, and they brought it to a 3v4.
Man, just look at this. Alpha Esports still fighting on back. The Blade Storm cannot get Ryu whatsoever through those double doors. He gets a shot on. But Jesse Vash, does he know the lineup? He's going for the shot. Gets the tap there on the Ryu. But ITZ is right beside him, showing him a little bit of that Sova love. And now Alpha Esports able to tie it up. Bren, they had a good start yet again, but Alpha now getting it back with the momentum from the judge. You know, I remember a Bren game where it looked like they had the sight right. And then there was a shotgun on the other team. I believe that was Valorant Masters. So, shotguns, the Achilles heel of Bren Esports?
Confirmed.
Tune in to find out.
I think it's pretty much confirmed at this point with...
No, we're clickbaiting here. We won't tell anyone.
Tune in to find out, Dr. Satan.
Yes.
3-3 on the board. Here we go. Though, that was not a bad round for Bren Esports because they were trying to get the economy in their way. And look at this. They still have that Rolling Thunder. They still have From the Shadows. And more importantly, they have a lockdown here, which they do apply towards this A site to try and pull that defense there. But they're actually going to fake this and go towards B. If GK Baby can find the pick here. No, he doesn't. He whips it, but able to dash on out. 60 HP on him, but finally confirmed by Borkum with that frag. And they're now making their way here towards Charlie. Chris M, though, looking to put a stop here, looking to hold them off and fend them off from continuing on. They have burned the lockdown here towards the A site, and there is, well, actually 2 of them now waiting. He does teleport all the way here using his ultimate Borkum to get this free spike plant on towards the A site. They will plant it here right around the corner. That will allow them to actually deny the plant, the defuse rather, from that short sewer position. So now Bren Esports, a good post-plant situation, good post-plant position held by them. G and Sandy still sticking on to that judge. I don't know if the jury is out if it will work once more, though, especially since he's going to be playing the long angle here on top of Heaven.
Let's see though if he can commit another crime in the same way. It all depends on how AE is going to be able to smoke out the approach and give him the cover that he needs. Ryu on the high ground. Here comes G and Sandy dropping on down, and the judge will get a kill, but Dispenser has an idea if it is coming. Ryu in the meantime with a refrag, rolling down there now into play. Dubstep takes advantage of the concuss and does get a kill onto one. Make that 2 after the flash, and now it will be the Dubstep and Wits connection working on now. Usually it's a DND, it's now WD together again. Wits, Dubstep doing it there, and Bren will take that round.
You saw exactly why GN Sandy wanted to go up there towards Heaven so he can cyber cage his way to drop down on a Borkum, and it did work, yes, but the thing is, Bren Esports, they're too quick on the trades. They know to cover Borkum's back if ever he does go down to trade for him. I think there were like 2 of them holding from main. And so it would definitely have been difficult to get away with what he was trying to do there. Bren Esports, as I said, that was actually a pretty good round for them, the round previous to this, round 6, because they still had 3 ultimates coming to that, and you can see the full effect of that, the Rolling Thunder, the lockdown, and From the Shadows all coming out here for Bren Esports to secure that round. Good usage of that, but Chris M, you might catch out Dubstep here if Dubstep isn't careful. He is walking on alone, and Omen, this is his smoke to play with. Oh, he's given his back as well to Chris M. He does, I think, has some idea that they might be right around the corner, and Borkum will find an opening pick here on the ITZ.
Sometimes you just have that stinking feeling, but Dubstep, he saw the gun, and that is going to be enough. Are you Ryu from afar? That's a touchdown there over to B side. Borkum will take that package and go to the grave with it, but still the spike has been planted, and Bren is prepared. All they need to do now is clean up the lurk. Insanity, he's notorious, yes, but he is going to be read there by Bren. It's all up to GK Baby right now. You know he's going to be playing that off. And Dubstep, he's hungry to get that gun away, but GK Baby will get the kill anyway. Jesse Bash, though, being extra sneaky on the C side. Is the chase going to be on? Here comes the aftershock right now. And Bren Esports using that for cover. The bunny hops are there. And Dispenser, he's getting closer and closer. He's doing it. He's distracting GK Baby. And Wits will take advantage. The distraction to the isolation to the execution. Bren having fun and winning in style, but doing it for a reason.
He completely scratched his mouse wheel dry there, going for those hops to try and distract him. He did know he had an operator and basically playing the bait game for his teammate to capitalize on. And a good play coming in from Bren once more. Yeah, a lot more successful on that mid take than it was in like round 4 or 5, I believe. And so it is working out for them here, Bren Esports. Now, as they do have that double round advantage, it's Alpha Esports actually that are in this bad economic position. Chris M, though, doesn't have a care in the world, and GK Baby, neither of them. They will find a double opening pick, one apiece, and get the numbers advantage going for Alpha Esports. Right now, it's Bren who looks lost. Wits will find G and Sandy going for that lurk. They honestly didn't need to. They had the 5v3. They could have held on back, maybe played the trade game, but in this case, well, bring down to a 4v3, Bren still have a chance.
Yeah, Bren, they don't really care about that numbers discrepancy because they can just go for the stack anyway. The thing is, it's only ITZ with that hero phantom. Sure, the right guy for it, honestly, from his performance so far. Then again, it's Chris M right now throwing that paranoia out. Dubstep has to go for the dash on in, which now will fall. Dubstep now with a refrag makes it 2. Shock Dart will get the critical damage, and Dubstep, a last stand there to get the triple kill. It's all up to GK Baby now here for Alpha Esports. Jesse Bash, though, on the other side, has the spike in hand. Might be reading the push. Might see him. GK Baby's like, if I slowly nudge myself to the edge of the ledge, will I not make noise? And Jesse Bash is like, what the hell are you doing? Gets the shot on, 6-3 right now. Bren able to capitalize on that, but Alpha Esports, you know, this team, they're always putting up a fight no matter what, and it does feel like Bren Esports, they're getting tested. They have to make sure all the time they're at 110% versus a team that can capitalize on any single mistake.
He was looking at his shoes, man. Maybe his shoelaces there were untied and just trying to be careful. I'm kidding, obviously. So what he was trying to do was basically go down slowly, not making sound as he drops down. There's a way to do that. But, well, Jesse Bash just finds the timing out for him. Didn't even need to plant the spike. It's a free frag there in that situation. And they double their lead. Now, the extension. 6-3 over Alpha. And Alpha will finally be able to buy up. And once more, ITZ here pulling out this Odin. Big one, if you might. Macho gun coming out, and we saw him find like I think 2 frags on that retake toward the A site a while ago, but it didn't really gain them much more. And so I'm hoping to see Alpha be able to really apply what they've got right now, because Bren Esports, if you let them build some steam, well, they're just gonna make a sauna out of this entire map. And tactical pause coming in, is that true? I think that's a late overlay, and we're actually going into the live game right now. You can see Borkum just TPing his way straight in the sewers. Recon Dart to give him some information. He knows he's safe. He can smoke off the heaven position here right now. That's exactly what he does. And yeah. Ooh.
I see.
That's
an Odin. That's what we want to see there from ITZ. Just so smart again with that Sova. He lets it rip, uses the high penetration and basically 100 bullets in his chamber to get the kill there, mowing down Dispenser, and goodbye to the Killjoys, tricks and trades as we get into the round. But here comes Bren. They're still going to be going for that ace-8, but look at this. He got the Cypher prepared up that tower. Pinoy Jets, or Mr. G and Santi himself, prepared to give out his House of Tricks. A little bit of a call. Borkum being careful, doesn't want to hit any of those tripwires, does protect its team, and a good read here from Bren. They hear the low hum of the tripwires, they get the read versus G Insanity, and now it will be post-plant, but Alpha Esports still has the numbers. They might be able to make this one work here, Black and Blue.
That might just be the deal here, Dax, and as they come on in, it is a full 5 push to try and retake the site, and they find an opening picker. Dubstep finds 2 of his own, though. Pinoy Jet, that's going to be Gian Sandy finding Borkum, and they brought to a 2v3. Make it Jesse Bash with a double going his way. It's all on Gian Sandy, and he might have to go insane to bring this one back. The Neuro Theft does come out. They know where he is. He does not land it, and Gian Sandy gets the clutch. a 4th round on the board for Alpha after the triple kill from him. The Cypher this time coming in robotic like the Terminator that he is. Insanity, another clutch for the Alpha Esports side.
That spray is just perfect. But what he does, he's like, hee, I did it again. This guy, he's past insane, honestly, in his aim. He's past insane on his reflexes. He is just transcended some of the best we've seen so far in the Philippine scene. And individually, this guy is just so crap that it really feels like it's the highest caliber of it all. You can see right now that the Cypher, contact into the kill, contact into the kill. That's just it. That's the story. And any pixel peek you give versus Insanity, there is a high chance that he can get that take on Alpha Esports. This team is hyped up for good reason, and we've seen them play. We've seen them now in the tournament setup, and we've seen what they can do. But Bren Esports still, of course, a roster to fear, and with Borkin catching out Chris M just like that, it's a good start here for Bren again. But Alpha, don't count them out, because here we go. Hunter's Fury now gonna get thrown on, not by ITZ. Fortunately, can't really get too much except a tag onto Borkum. That Spike, though, moving on around, looking to play on the C site, and GK Baby zoned off by the Nano Swarm.
Well, it is a 4v5 right now in the favor of Bren Esports. They're trying to get the spike plan down here towards the Charlie side, but that wallbang actually tags GK Baby quite up a bit. Goes for the dash, a little too health on him. Wits shuts him down, not letting him stick the landing. Now, they do get the spike plan down here towards the Charlie side. They do have his man advantage, and Dubstep will get one of his own. Dispenser will get a double kill here too, as ITZ gets one, but traded off quickly and immediately. 7-4 on the board for Bren. Alpha trying to make the comeback happen here in the last round. If they can get a 7-5, it's all you need here in the defensive side to make the comeback happen as you move in the second half to play the attack. But right now, Bren, they're not gonna let this come easy. You can see the double judge coming out from Alpha. It seems like our initial kind of like receipt of saying,
okay.
oh, well, the shotgun is the weakness of Bren Esports. They're kind of buying into this.
Maybe. That's why we don't want to make it confirmed yet, because Bren Esports, they might use that information against Alpha, but all jokes aside, it does feel like if G Insanity can get close enough anyway, he can get those kills no matter what gun. And you can see for the scoreboard of Alpha, right? It's just who has been clutch for the series, clutch for the set so far. Both G Insanity and ITZ taking the helm of that one, and everyone else lagging on behind, trying to get up to par. On the same front, we got Bren with Dubstep doing all he can and more, just absolutely getting the amount of kills that he needs to carry his team in this firefight. But the utility here from Bren, a little bit better from what we've seen from Alpha, besides, of course, the dart volley that ITZ has surprised the opposition with. Now, Wits, though, he is prepared here, black and blue. He's holding on to his mechanical arms. He wants to go for the Rolling Thunder, but this drop down might be big. Noidjet with that kill there. Borkum in the meantime with the refrag. G Insanity has gone down. Dubson, though, with the spray down. There we go with a scan, but it seems like AE are getting the kills that they need thanks to their dynamic DPS duo. Seems like the duels are there to try and get those takedowns. Here we go with the Spence, though, seeing Chris M and GK Baby. He's sticking it. Can he do it? Yes, he does. Just under the clutches of Bren Esports. Dispenser, he tried to go for the kill, but this time it's Bren taking a bit of a dose of their own medicine. 7-5. Alpha at least able to steal that one. It's the objective that matters, and that's the point that they needed desperately for the half.
Switching to your pistol is faster than reloading, from the very wise words of one captain. Guys, this is like, what, the second or third round we've seen a classic clutch a round out here in this series. A while ago it happened on Icebox, and now once more coming from Dispenser in that last one. Jeez Louise, how are things turning out? 7-5 on the board, and Alpha, they've, as I said, you know, it almost actually was a clutch from Bren, but Alpha, they only need 5 rounds on that opening half. They were starting in the defense. Once they come now to the attack, they can take this pistol and maybe string things up to bring it 7-7, which is definitely doable. And at that point, it's anybody's game, especially with Alpha playing on the favorable attack side. So come on here, though, a quick plant here towards the Bravo site. GK Baby will be able to dash out and out safely. That's exactly what they do. The post plant is coming in once more, Dax.
Yeah, we're not done here. Alpha Esports, they can make a statement and try to tie it up if they can get this pistol to start things off. Chris M, though, in the firefight, in the dark cover. Here we go with the angels being thrown, and Dubstep now with the kill off the GK Baby. Good start here for Bren Esports instead. Alpha, though, they're still holding the line by the grass. Jesse Bash, though, with the kill onto ITZ. Chris M now catching out Wits. Make that 2, make that 3 for the Omen. But Dubstep now answering back Can the Omen though be the one to be the harbinger of death and demise? Borkum says no. Still though, it's Giansanti alive by the window. And Alpha Esports so sneaky with that Cypher. This is just looking good here for Alpha in those situations where they have Giansanti tucked away in an itty bitty corner. And look at this, just how Bren tried to play it out. They went through the double doors, went for the fight. Chris M, though, holding the line. That's huge because that allows Giansanti to get the space that he thrives in. And with that space created, Alpha takes the round.
What a nutty paranoia swing there coming in from Chris M. And Alpha Esports, man, they're fighting back tooth and nail every single inch of the way, not giving up any space. Jesse Vash, early shock dart there to try and dissuade them from further aggressing on. That does tag up Ryu quite a hair, and Dispenser will swing on wide to find the frag. He finds a second, dude. What a great push from Dispenser here towards the sewers. But now, he has been traded out. It's a 4v3, and they can still bring us back, Alpha. They do have the weapons advantage here. Witz knows that he's been tagged out by that Cyber Cage, and he's going to fall on back towards the A side, guardian in the hands of ITZ. Not sure if that's the best weapon to be holding right now, honestly, against these pistols, but they're trying to make it work. Well, charge freely taken, and Giansanti has to know that Witz is here around the corner. He baits him there with a strafe, and he comes on back, and it seems like Alpha is still wanting to really push the issue and press the issue, rather, towards his Alpha side. Jesse Vash and Witz, he's going to be playing the contact for him, and has to be careful as he rounds his corner. Jesse Vash might just have his number on the bullet in that classic once more.
Yeah, we'll see though, because Danger Close has been the name of the game for Bren so far in this defense. The Alpha Esports with the guns that we mentioned, especially that Guardian, go for the taps, go for the takedown, and a good call here for Giansanti, but Wit's doing one better. He shoots it for Jesse Bash, but you can see Giansanti. He knows the tricks, man. He knows what the lurk is all about, and now he will get 2 more to add to the collection. 3 in a row for the round itself. It has to be now a retreat here from Dubstep. Borkum now playing a bit of the flank, and another idea, another inkling that someone is coming. Borkum with a kill on Chris M. Dubstep with the taps, and Bren will steal it away from Alpha. Dubstep does it again. The duo has done it, and just the duels there for Dubstep. You can really see that he's gotten them in the bag.
He wouldn't be named Dubstep if not for stealing so many dubs here for the side of Bren. Otherwise, he'd be called maybe, I don't know, Elf Step. In this case, though, I do like the call here, rather the recognition, the game sense from Giansanti. As soon as Witz shot that cam out, immediately he knew, like, okay, there's a reason why he did that, to not give away the position of somebody playing around this corner. I bet Jesse Vash is here. He was right on it, but Dubstep, it doesn't matter if you're right on the calls, because Dubstep needs a single tap. And there he goes, 2 heads finding his way after the initial great push coming in there from Dispenser towards Sewers, able to turn it around. That's what we're talking about. No matter who's down in weapons, as Dubstep finds a frag in ITZ, can always be swung back. This is Valorant, anything can happen.
You know, a while ago, that round, it was mostly a game of brains. And then in the end, became a game of bronze and just who can really clutch it out, and Dubstep did it. But then again, now Bren Esports with the gun advantage, they're capitalizing on the opportunity given to them by Dubstep, and they are looking to add on to the scoreboard. Borkum goes spraying it down, GK Baby inside the Cloudverse. It eventually dissipates. It's a 3K already for the Omen, and Ryu, the only one left. Like I said though, very hyped to see what Ryu can do with this Sheriff. He hasn't gotten the biggest booms of them all so far. Borkum though hopping on the round. Ryu will get the kill on the one. Faultline though will say hello. Dubstep try to get away from the pain shells, will be able to do so. 9-6 right now, and Bren Esports, they really changed the momentum of this half here, Black and Blue, because it looked like Alpha Esports had a good handle on the pistol and had a good handle on the start of the second round. But then, suddenly, Bren steals it away, now has the gun advantage, and this is the only time that AE can really fight back the way that they would like. Sure, they have the neural death, but they need a pick first, and if Bren plays this smart and are able to hang on back, they can get something like the Lockdown, they can get something like the Hunter's Fury, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Bren play it a bit more traditionally for the next few rounds. But as I say that, never mind, I'm proven wrong, because they go the aggressive defense route instead, and they want to bring the fight versus Alpha. And hello, Giansanti gets in your face and gets the intel.
Up close and personal there, definitely for Giansanti. Finding that good opening pick in the dubstep, well, just got out between a super open place and some reconnaissance, but Borkum able to find that frag. Quick trade-off here coming from Giansanti. Witz will get it in return. It's a 3v3 right now, with Bren Esports looking to take a fight. But up on the lurk here, you can actually see Dispenser. He will find that frag in the GK Baby, shutting him down, keeping him crying. Chris Sam trying to chase him down, but Dispenser is long gone from now. And now in a 3v2, It's going to take Ryu and Chris M to go big here. He does still have a bunch of utility. Here comes the Boombot out to try and scout some information. Ryu might need more than a Hadouken and a Shoryuken to bring this one back because, right now, if they give this one up, Bren are only going to be 2 away from that match point situation. And Dispenser, we know what type of a killjoy he is. He can definitely lock things down here. He is a true sentinel by every sense of the word, even with those flanks. And so, right now, Bren looking good. 25 seconds left on the clock, and ticking for the Alpha Esports side. The sense of time is slowly draining for them, and they need to step on the gas here.
Yeah, this is probably going to be safe for them. This is one of the biggest weakness, honestly, for Alpha. It has to be the fact that when they're running out of time, they look very lost in what to do. And we saw it being exploited by Pirates yesterday. And you can see it for a fact when you're less than half a minute left on the timer, it's AE forcing either an execute or just deciding to go for the save. And these rounds, I feel like they can do a lot better in these situations because they have the potential to get the frags anyway. They have the mechanical skill, but they decide to just not bother with it. They aren't really able to check all the angles that they would like, and it's costing them some rounds here in their playoff run so far. Will it be a decider though? That will be the question because Bren Esports is up by 4. In Alpha Esports, you can see that there is so much fight in them, especially for G Insanity right now. But it's just not enough versus a Bren Esports that's looking very prim and proper, and all together 11 assists for Jesse Vash, 10 there for Wits. And AE, they need to make a statement push right now, or Bren will just be able to keep the confidence on and keep the rounds going.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like Bren Esports' match to lose, honestly. If they're on top point right now, it seems like Alpha might struggle to really get any more on them, but Chris M, he actually does have a chance here to find Dubstep. He was playing towards that lane position, and as he swings wide, Dubstep not landing the shot once more. He has to be careful though, as Borko is right around the corner, and Jesse Vash will find the frag. Dispenser chiming on in as well. That's Gian Sandy going down, and ITZ finding Dispenser with a Sheriff. Now, as the lockdown has dispensed, nobody being really detained by that, and in the 4v3, they're quite literally very scattered right now here, Alpha, to try and find an alleyway to even attack.
Alpha Esports, they're looking for an opportunity. They have 3 choices. This is the map that if you're going to be taking those risks, if you're going to be stacking onto the site, it's the perfect time to do so. If they want to slay their demons and slay some of the things that has really hampered them as a team, this is the best chance for it. But Borkum, no one saw him coming. This is his perfect chance to go for the flank. And while Alpha Esports are fiddling on around with the spike, there's a sneaky Borkum here. Mr. Black and Blue, cue the Pink Panther music because it's just so sneaky right now. He's looking for a bit of the heist. Unfortunately, though, he gets the wrong read, checks B, so the detective, the sleuth, isn't going to be able to check this one out. Alpha Esports getting the plant now gives them a chance for the round, and we'll see if Borkum can get the kill from in behind. Yes, he does. ITZ goes down 4v2 right now. There we go, the flash. This puts Ryu and Chris M in quite a predicament. They're playing by the graffiti, and down below, Chris M with his catch on the dubstep. Ryu also with a kill on Borkum. It's now going to be 1v1 Wits versus Ryu. Can the Rays clutch this out? Yes, he can. And Alpha Esports, this is exactly what we want to see from this team. Take the risk, take the plunge, go for the fight, because we know you can punch Bren in the face and win it out.
That's exactly what we were looking for here. The Hadouken Shoryuken combo move that Ryu pulls on out, and even with pain shivering through my right arm right now because I hit it on the table as soon as that clutch was about to happen. I was like, ow. Well, I could not.
Call a medic.
Call a medic. Even with that, it could not distract me from the fact of what a great clutch coming in there for Alpha Esports. They're, holding on to what is essentially like the last edges of this pie to try and stay alive in map number 2. And right now, they're making it work, man. Only 3 rounds away, which honestly is nothing. Any team can do this right now in this type of situation, and Alpha Esports, they're one of the teams to try and really pull it off. They can do it. And now as they go for the plant here towards the B site, Chris M has taken lots of damage in return. Borkum getting away scot-free. They do get the plant on towards the B side, but yes, lots of information has been gained. Will they make the retake happen here coming from Bren Esports? That is the question. Flank once again coming from Dispenser. And Jesse Vash, he does get that shock dart off, and Borkum will get the opposing Chris M.
Why is there kill on C side? Seems like Bren just staying one step ahead on AE. They're preventing a bit of the flank action. And now Bren Esports taking all the angles that they needed more. But GK Baby and Ryu are still there. Ryu especially keeping the fire on. And he will get another one. Ryu is just popping right now. Can he get the clutch though versus Bren? It's 3 and 4. The paint shells are there. And are you Ryu is absolutely crushed right now. Are you serious here, Ryu? Because you have stepped on up to the plate, to the bat for Alpha Esports.
Hadouken! What a great paint shell at the end there for Ryu to seal the deal on the spike, man. He does it. He's doing it. Alpha are doing it, man.
Demolitions expert there, black and blue. And just Ryu has been on fire. He looks so comfortable on this raise. Perfect lob, perfect kills. And it allows AE to fight back. But then again, man, I just want to stay to my point. Alpha Esports, it's really that confidence. If they can exploit Bren being unprepared for these sites, this is the best map to do so because it's Haven. It's 3 sites, so many choices for the defense, and it's the training wheels right now for Alpha Esports if they want to learn past their sins, past their mistakes, and they're doing so far thanks to Ryu. Chris though putting a spike down. Here we go with Rolling Thunder, preventing that spike from being planted. Dubstep though comes close with that Sheriff, gets that kill. Outside the door, we still have AE, but the thing is, the spike is on the side of Bren right now, and all Bren needs to do is set up the funnel, set up the crossfire, and AE might not be able to get on through and get the objective done.
They tried to do the exact same thing, I think for the 3rd time now here on Bren Esports. And okay, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me third, then, well, let the choppers rain on out because Bren Esports are not going to let that happen once more. 10-8 on the board. This looks like to be extended into a 3-round lead once again. Ryu and Gian Sandy in a tough spot here, but Gian Sandy, he's going to find that frag here on Dubstep. These two players are cracked, yes, but with a flank coming here on Wits, there's nothing they can do. Looking too shiny for them to deal with. And he's pulled another Magician's trick out of his hat with that great flank from him. 11-8 on the board, a single away as the horns are signaling their demise. Once more, a round away from match point.
Yeah, we'll see if Alpha Esports can actually crawl on back and tie it up with a bit of a wish, or will Bren Esports now run away with it yet again? Thing is though, Alpha Esports is keeping it close, but it feels like, the same case as Icebox, they're just not close enough as of yet. But we're not done. AE looking to prove us wrong, looking to prove everyone wrong, and looking to prove that they deserve to contend for the top spot in the PH scene. Question is, can they do it? Ryu has been a shining star right now for the past few rounds, really playing the clutch, giving his all, bringing in the fireworks show here for Alpha Esports. There we go with the dark. Borkum might get spotted here. He's up top now. He will get scanned on out. Tanks to the Cypher. Drop on down though, but it's not enough. The paranoia, a little too close for comfort. Ryu will get that takedown. Dispenser though with the refrag. Wit's still patient enough to get that kill. It's 4v3. Bren looking to see the Cypher now. GK Baby though, he's going on in. Gets rid of Dubstep. Jesse Bash just a witness of that one, but Wits is there for the refrag. 3v2 right now. And Bren trying to play different angles here. Black and blue fault line is perfect. Can they get the kill? It's time to find out. Shock dart plus the pressure equals demise. Bren now on match points.
A quick and clean shutdown of things here towards that Charlie side, not letting them extend and to rather cut down into lead that they did extend, because right now Bren Esports looking to run away with it, man. 4 rounds over Alpha, and they're gonna have to play perfectly these next 4. They do have rifles, they do have economy to use here, but once more, they're going to have to do things perfectly. They cannot let a single slip-up happen because Bren Esports are so good on capitalizing and striking where the opening seems to be, well, given. Now, their armor looking thinner and thinner here, Alpha Esports. A very valiant endeavor from them already, and they have done some impressive things throughout this entire series, but Bren Esports, they're just a different beast right now, and 3 of them stacking towards Bravo's side. Alpha could be where basically Alpha Esports, the A side could be where they make their mark, and they have shown their presence. They have shown that they are walking their way up here. There is information gathered by Bren Esports. They will find that frag. Could have been a collateral if they were not careful, but Dubstep will take one and he'll take it home. That's all he needs right now in the 5v4. They're looking to bring this one back.
Bren Esports, they are 1 away from sealing deal and moving on to the finals. They want to get that redemption. They want to get back that crown. But Gian Santi will get in their way yet again, and he will do it alongside Ryu. There we go with the kills for Alpha Esports. They're over to the Alpha side just like they want to call home. But Dispenser now, he puts a lockdown down. He also gets the kill there against the Cypher. The thing is, Bren already having an idea. Okay, so it's all G and Sanity here on A. They're probably going to C-side to go for the rotations. And Wit's trying to go for the spray down. Does get the hate house. Showstopper is there though. And Ryu, he brings in the package and brings in the punch. That is perfect there. Linking the two together. And Alpha, yet again, the boom, boom, boom. It just goes absolutely dynamite here for Ryu. And he keeps Alpha Esports alive. Say what you will, man, but Alpha Esports, they're gonna be loving and feeling that bomb because just the bombshells here from Ryu. The showstopper is perfect. You can see the distraction there by the other two members of AE. They believed in the Raze, and they were rewarded for it.
That was a full 3-meter Hadouken coming from Ryu there, just shutting them all down. Big kaboom, big game, big player coming in now. 3 rounds away, and they were successfully able to make that 4th that they would have needed to make the comeback happen. But right now, as they're coming on in, here comes a push now towards his garage position. Smoke will dissipate, rather. Yes, and that allows Giansanity to actually walk in, destroy that turret. He has to know the dispenser is on here, especially after spotting that nano swarm out. As they make their way in towards garage once more, Giansanity is going to be the spearhead of that attack. The rest of them is actually looking towards the flank and seeing if there's a different avenue of attack they could be taking. Right now, it seems like Charlie seems to be that idea.
And it seems like, though, indeed for AE, they were considering that C site. They're also looking to play onto A instead, but Bren Esports, they want to tighten this news as quickly as possible. Going for the aggression right now on the defensive side. Dubstep, though, has to hide away from the dart. He gets pressured, and Chris M will get that kill instead. Now A side is wide open, and Alpha Esports going for the right decision at the right time. Here they come onto A indeed. There go though with the scan from the side of Bren, and Ryu throwing down the page shield. Chris M with a kill onto Jesse Bash suspension, though, with 1, make that 2. And it seems like the Killjoy wanted to defend this to the bitter end. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and that is going to get the stun on TK Baby into the takedown from Wit. 3v2 right now. Borkum with a kill on the G Insanity. It's all up to Chris M, but Bren Esports looking to be in prime shape so far. Time is ticking, and Bren looking strong. Can they do it here? Can they wrap it up? The drop down will say yes, and Bren is strong. Bren is here. Bren is back to the finals and looking to get back the Philippine crown.
Bren Esports are looking hotter than they ever have, ice in their veins, and stronger than they've ever performed here right now at the VCT. Looking like an unstoppable machine with wits on addition to this roster. Fit like a well-suited glove, man. They're running away with every series, taking things 2-0. We did predict Bren to win this, but for them to do in such dominating fashion when Alpha Esports are looking quite good right now, lots of potential in this roster. But man, I tell you, Bren, they're looking to take this whole weekend once again, and they're the only team that was able actually to beat them in the VCT, which was Hashira already removed, and Bren coming up against Empire tomorrow. We're gonna have some exciting stuff to see.
That's a battle for revenge, redemption for Empire, and a battle of redemption for the crown. There for Bren. So much storyline coming into this one. Can Empire build on what they built from week number 1 and beat Bren, or has this new look Bren become dominant enough to stay at the very top? Very interesting series though, and I gotta give it to Alpha. It's just incredible how mechanically inclined these guys are, the micro decisions I keep mentioning that they do, and just how it leads to the clutch, because every little step that they take allows someone else to really pop off, and it just needs to be them hitting those shots time and time again. It feels like Bren was able to also give Alpha the right outlet coming into the series, because they did play that contact to try and mirror what Alpha was doing. And it's interesting because I was expecting a little bit more of that KR style, but when the going got tough, Bren was able to be a bit more consistent. Alpha Esports, though, this is their first run into the playoffs. They made some huge statements about themselves being at the very top. And honestly, it isn't unfounded. There is the skill. There is the potential. It's up to them just to prepare and be ready for the rest of the PH, especially next week, Black and Blue.
Yes, it is. But guys, that's going to be it for the matches tonight. We're going to go over to the panel in just a bit after the break. And on behalf of my co-casters here, Asarai as well, I am Black and Blue. With me is Dax right now. We're going to see you guys tomorrow for the grand final, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be going to the panel, wherein afterwards they're also going to announce who won the giveaway. So guys, VCT will be back with the panel after this.
It's a day for 2-0s, and what might just be the quickest day at VCT yet ends in another victory here for Bren. And it looks like the Kings have actually returned. The amazing squad right there from Bren leading the charge and yet again finding themselves in another grand final, back to where we expected them to be. We've got an interview with one of the players here, and we're about to pull him up on screen. I think we're ready to go. And yeah, we got Dubstep back at it again. Last time we interviewed him, you, Dubstep, it was on a very different basis. Welcome back, and again, congrats on getting into the grand final, man.
Hello. Thank you for having me here again, and thank you for always believing in us. Like everyone, everyone keep predicting that we're gonna win, right? Like, but
yeah,
on the past few weeks we were very shaky. So
well, you guys
I
are
feel
clearly
like
back now here.
oh.
Yeah. So let me get this started here by asking you, first of all, how does it feel to get back into the boot camp, have everybody together, and finally getting back into a grand final?
I mean, the bootcamp really helped us a lot kasi yung communication namin more fluid. Tapos makapag fist bumps kami. Yung fist bumps may plus aim yan eh. Tapos yung mga magkakasama kami, yung tipong, yung mood mo lang ba na like, when you're playing the game, you're happy, you're enjoying, you love your teammates. Alam mo yun? Ayun o, example yun.
All right. Well, okay. Here's the follow-up then. How does it feel? Is Wits there in the boot camp with you guys?
Yeah. Nandun siya sa tabi ni Jim.
Okay, so how does it feel to have Wits, somebody you've known from like way back in CS days, finally join you in your squad in Bren? How does it feel to have him? It feels like it's like a great fit for your squad. How does that work for you right now?
Well, to be honest, hindi namin alam nung una kung saan namin nilalagay si Wits eh. Kasi di ba yung Wits was known for his opping skills, his CSGO skills, di ba? Tapos, nung pumasok si Wits namin, na-surprise naman kami na yung binigay naming role sa kanya, fit na fit. Tapos sobrang he's doing well on his role na ako din na-surprise ako na nag-fit agad sa amin. And we're really happy kasi nag-improve lahat. Like every aspect of the team nag-improve. Hindi lang kay Wits, pati lahat kami apat. Kasi more nakafocus na kami sa team rather than ourselves.
Yeah, you guys are looking scary. Everyone's hitting their shots now, and I'm genuinely worried for anybody for Empire in the grand final here. I'm going to ask you this. Do you think that having Wits on your team might be the missing piece you need to get that edge in the next Masters if you get into the Masters?
We won't know until we win the Masters.
A very safe answer. I mean, but what about the SEA teams? Are you feeling more confident about going against like teams like X10 or teams like Boom because you have more, I don't know, confidence in your lineup now?
Well, our scripts are going really well today. Tapos yung like what the panel said, yung experience na dinadala ni Wits, hindi lang yung experience as a CSGO player, yung experience din for competing. Like may count din yung mga ganong aspect. Lalo na yung tipong, hindi ko naman sa kino-compare, pero for example, yung parang kay Humi na bago lang siya sa ganitong level ng scene, yung super Southeast Asia. Ayun. Parang ganun.
Yeah, like, what you mean to say, when you have someone like Wits who has international tournament experience, it's like easier for him that he doesn't get pressured or whatever. Okay. So I'm gonna let you go and you guys get to celebrate. But before you do that, anyone you want to shout out to?
Shout out sa family ko, sa girlfriend ko who's always watching, and to her friends sa YDB, sa mga friends ko from Letran, tapos sa mga pinsan ko sa family ko na nanonood ng game. Sa mga shorties dyan, bro.
Thanks very much. Definitely. Congratulations again, and good luck tomorrow in the grand final.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
There you heard it. For all the shorties out there, that's from Bren right now. These guys know what's up. These guys just know what's up here. So welcome back here. We're at the end of the day here. Viminal and Ling, welcome back on the panel. You're joining me. I'm Lustrado. And yeah, it was a straightforward win, but let's kind of break that down a little bit. Started off strong for AE on both games, unable to really hold on to that, mostly because of the incredible star performances from the individual players of Brenling. What are your thoughts on this?
Man, it's just a matter of Bren already understood, rather already knowing what their strengths are, and as the games go along the way, they were trying to figure out on how they were actually dealing with their weaknesses, especially when they were going up against a team like Alpha Esports, which was highly adapted and definitely did solve that problem as much as we want, or rather, as much as the fans wanted to see a comeback, it wasn't exactly happening because we see how Bren was actually able to basically conquer an obstacle that was right in front of them.
And Viminal, AE, I think they really did much better than we expected them to. This is a good sign to get this many rounds and perform honestly quite well. Up against a team like Bren, who is looking stronger than ever. A very frightening Bren, if I'm going to be saying honestly. So tell me, Viminal, like, what's the plan here for AE though? Because at this rate, they'll never be able to defeat Bren unless they make some massive changes. What do you think those got to be? Are they roster changes, just tactics, or what's up here?
Perhaps they need more time to sort of, I don't know, marinate with each other.
Right.
That sounds kind of weird, but like, you get what I mean, right? They're fresh
Put some
on the
sauce
scene.
in there, just a little sugar,
Put
if
some
you know what I
sauce,
mean.
a little bit more
Okay.
seasoning, and
Okay, yeah.
perhaps a little bit more time in the scene to mature and develop. There's a lot of potential to this roster. Honestly, I'd like to correct myself. I stand corrected when I told the audience earlier that AE was in a different league compared to Brent. They're clearly on the same playing field, within the same level. They've showed us what they were made of, and they were able to fight alongside the best in the Philippines, but obviously not enough just yet. But with a little bit more time, I'm telling you, don't sleep on this, guys.
Yeah, I think they're pretty strong. I'll be honest here. I think one or two roster changes, and they'll be able to take down teams like Hashira and Empire very soon. I'm just laying it down, man. Ling, would you agree with it? Ling or Viminal, what do you guys think? Would you agree with me on this, or would you say I'm off the mark?
I mean, as of the moment, since the roster is still fresh, I don't really think that a roster change would be the first thing that you should think of. Rather, just having a role swap would indeed be of great help, given that G Insanity also was able to pop off, but I did see that his other teammates were not exactly comfortable with what was happening with the team overall. Like, the chemistry is supposed to be there, but I just don't see anyone in terms of like individuality was
Yeah.
able to shine.
Yeah,
Some
for
parts
me,
though, yeah.
Yeah.
Though, but go ahead, Viminal.
Yeah, for me, I don't think a roster change is necessary. It's a little bit too early to tell, to be quite honest with you. I mean, pretty much all of them had moments of greatness in the series. So yeah, I'm gonna agree with Ling. Maybe experiment with some role swaps first, and then roster change would be the last resort, in my opinion.
Well, I think here we saw a lot of good performances. Curse M had some moments. ITZ, my God.
ITZ, man. Oh my gosh.
It was crazy today, definitely. But again, the individual performance is not enough to take down a team like Bren.
Yeah,
I just think Bren is too strong to let them, to let this happen. And while Alpha Esports, they're pretty good right now, I think it's a far cry. But as you can see from the stats, clearly indicative of what happened. Some games everyone was there, some games people weren't. And in this one, GK Baby, non-existent. ITZ, he was playing pretty slowly on this one as well. And on the other hand, Bren just firing off on all cylinders, everybody contributing.
But it's just
And
too
I think it's a matter for AE to be consistent. Their players pop off from time to time. G Insanity, of course, was in particular just absolutely hitting all those important shots. But really, it's a matter for them staying consistent and making sure they don't run out of gas in the latter parts of the series. Very questionable to see ITZ underperforming in the second game in particular.
You know what? I'm gonna die on this hill. I'm gonna take a stand on this hill and die on it. G Insanity should be on a duelist. I do not care what any other panelist or what any other coach or caster says. G Insanity needs to be on the duelist. simply because he is the one who can create that space. Sure, he can come alive on rounds, but a sentinel cannot always be relied on to win rounds for his team, while a duelist can. That's the theory for me. Ling, would you agree on that?
Well, it would make their structure with the team overall would be a lot more reliable, but then again, it's still gonna be a hit or miss if they rely on GN Sanity alone. I mean, as much as we want the RU Ryu side to side with his double duelist setup with GN Sanity, it's just a matter of time for them to actually figure this out on their own. And rather than just calling out GK Baby on this, I really want to see make this decision for themselves and rather just try to work on them on what they
Right.
currently have.
I agree, but let's take a look at the MVP right now, the very last one of the day for this tournament. I don't think any of us will be surprised when we see that if it's not dubstep, I'm gonna lose my. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think it was pretty clear cut. Viminal, just dubstep had a crazy game today. So many rounds he just won, and for a moment I was a little bit worried that he would be clashing with Wits, but it's just not the case. It just fell into place like a puzzle piece.
It's pretty interesting the way they treat that sort of dynamic. You have Wits sometimes on the double duelist role, depending on the map, and then he switches to his main flash or initiator kind of role, depending on the map. So it's clear that Bren keeps that in mind and is trying to adjust accordingly without really sacrificing their overall dynamic and what they're good at. Wits is right up there, keeping up with Bren in terms of their utility game. He understands completely the importance of the synchronicity of a team and that extra dimensional skill that we always talk about here on the panel. It's all about the utility game other than, of course, hitting all your shots.
I genuinely think that this is the best iteration of Bren we've seen, and I feel like they might have a really good chance at taking SEA, honestly, for the slot in the Masters. But let's find out whether that's true sooner. I mean, very, very soon. We'll get the second challenger finals very soon. But before we go to that, let's take a look at the bracket. Of course, we're at the end of the day, and this is kind of where we are at. So, bracket manifest magic on your screens right now. So, thank you, wonderful magic coming out of my hand, and no credit at all to the amazing director behind all of this. Hashira versus Empire ended in a 0-2, and in the other semifinal, it was AE versus Bren. That was a 2-0. So, a little bit of a quick day that we saw here. Ling, it was not necessarily, I think, disappointment, but it's just that I think they were good 2-0s, not just 2-0s, you know?
And we also have to consider that Empire did still do a lot of changes with their play style. All would definitely put that on towards a factor on why they definitely tried to outsmarted Hashira during that series.
Yeah,
I might have to say a well-deserved win and kind of like a formula that finally worked for them.
Yeah, I think it finally did. Now, at the very end of the day, they're the winners, but they're not the only winners. You guys at home, you're winners too, and we're giving away 1,500 plus of Valorant points. We're gonna do that right now. We got the winners ready here, so if you've been tuning in, if you've been waiting, we've teased you long enough. So here we go. At the bottom of your screens, there you go. It's Andre Velasquez, Dr. Lesmin Genesis, Daniel Senera, Jericho Zalsos, Melvin Bukis, Nino Joseph, Gail Ryan, Albert S. Reyes Jr., Jacob Gualberto, and Yana Dimino. Congratulations, guys. Hello?
Congratulations.
Oh, okay. I thought I cut out there for a second. So yeah, congrats to you guys. You just won 1,500 plus worth of Valorant points. We're giving away more tomorrow. So try your luck again then. You might just be winning enough to get a whole new set by the end of the week. And you just, who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, before we go, guys, last thoughts for finals tomorrow. Viminal and then Ling.
We had an incredible day. 2-0s all across the board. Again, probably the quickest VCT we've ever experienced here. And it was a series of expected outcomes and unexpected outcomes. The defending champs, Hashira, eliminated by Empire, who's out for blood, out for redemption, now going to be facing off against Bren Esports. This is going to be a very intense finals tomorrow, but some overall good performances, except maybe for the fact that Wildcore just was absolutely stomped during the first series of the day.
Yeah. Well, Ling, what about you? Last thoughts for all of the day.
I mean, I believe other
Yeah.
there still for that for say for
Well, yeah, there we have it, though. At the very end of the day, you heard it from all of us here at the panel, Viminal, Illustrado, and Ling. You guys are, I'm Viminal now, just kidding. We are your panelists here today at the VCT, but we got tomorrow to go, the grand finals to top it all off, the granddaddy of it, before we go into week number 3. We'll find out which team finds their spot at the next Challenger Series here in the SEA region. And then we'll do that tomorrow. So for the last time here today, on behalf of the panel and on behalf of all the casters and the production team and everybody who's made this possible, thank you. Good game. And finals, it's Bren versus Empire.